Hey guys. This is part 6 of What If Naruto was Madara's grandson. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 33 Path Set in Stone. Suna. Sunagakure no Sato was bursting with activity. Their pain of losing so many shinobi to the Leaf Village had dulled a little bit, but that wasn't why they were all cheering and celebrating. Today marked the day that the Godame Kazekage would take his position as the leader of Suna and hopefully make better decisions than the last one. Every single person was gathered around the Kazekage Tower in the middle of Suna. The Kazekage Tower was the biggest building in all of Suna and was the workplace of the Kazekage, his assistant, and all the other personnel. On top of the tower a lone figure was seen approaching. He had long white robes with a green hat. On the hat was the kanji for Godame Kazekage. The Kazekage removed his hat to show a man with two very distinctive red marks on the right side of his face, the only visible part of his head, with the rest being covered by his turban-like headgear and by a sheet hanging from it on the left side of his face. The man was Baky, the former sensei of Gaara, Temari and Kankuro, and now the new Kazekage of the Sand Village. Baky raised his hands high into the air and signaled the population to calm down so he could begin his speech. People of Sunagakure, I come to talk to you with a heavy heart. I know it's still fresh, the wounds and pain of those who lost loved ones on a foolish attempt orchestrated by my predecessor. Baky started and most of the people lowered their heads. But Baky yelled, let's us not dwell in the past and let's look into a brighter future. As of now we are allied to Iwagakure since the Akatsuki has agreed. We shall repay the leaf in kind, Baky said in a dark tone. But for now we shall focus on rebuilding and bringing our village back to its peak. I promise that from now on, I'll lead this village to the best of my capabilities as the Godame Kazekage. Baky yelled and the crowd erupted in cheers. Godaime! Godaime! The crowd cheered for the newly appointed leader. Konoha Naruto and Hinata were walking home after Naruto had gobbled up almost 10 bowls of ramen. To this day Hinata still wondered where the hell all of that went. It wasn't physically possible for someone to eat so much. It is known that the stomach stretches to accommodate the food, but 10 bowls is ridiculous. Being Naruto an expert in space-time techniques, Hinata wondered if his stomach had some seal that would store and release his ramen at a constant rate. All kidding aside, it's well known that shinobi have a much faster metabolism than ordinary people. This is due to their work and their active chakra networks. To a normal human digestion takes about 3 hours, while, to shinobi, it takes a mere hour. Naruto was a Jinchuriki, which causes his metabolism to go into hyperdrive. That was the reason Naruto could eat so much. By the time he reached his 3rd/4th bowl, the first one he ate would already been digested, and so on. That hit the spot, Naruto said, rubbing his belly with Hinata giggling and clinging to his right arm. Don't you get tired of ramen? Hinata asked, shaking her head. You eat almost 30 bowls a week, how could you? Naruto asked in a mock hurt. Ramen is the food of the gods, Naruto said with anime tears. I know. Hinata replied, still laughing. Are you making fun of me? Naruto asked in a teasing voice. What if I am? Hinata replied, deciding to play along. Then I have to punish you, Naruto said, and swooped Hinata of her feet and placed her on his shoulder, holding her by her legs. Naruto secured her and proceeded to dash mad speed to their home. Slow down, Hinata yelled, but Naruto didn't hear and proceeded and deactivate his gravity seals for an extra speed boost. You're home, Naruto said, gently placing Hinata on the ground, who was still seeing stars from Naruto's bumpy ride. Senju compound. Naruto and Hinata walked inside the compound and into the living room to find the Sand siblings there. Gaara was reading, much surprised there. Temari was cleaning up her fan and Kankuro was doing something to his puppets. By the looks of it, Kankuro was either testing or assembling some new puppet, since Naruto only had seen his Karasu. And the last time he saw his puppet he kinda drove a Rasengan through it. Yo, Naruto said, walking into the room and making everyone turn to him, greeting him. Man, I'm spent. All that I want now is a warm bath and a bed, Naruto said, plopping into a nearby couch. Welcome, Naruto, Gaara said, looking up from his book and proceeding to flip a page. By the way, Kankuro started. I heard you made it to the bingo book, congrats, Kankuro said, and Temari scolded him, saying that having a bullseye on the back of his head isn't exactly good news. Congratulations, Hinata-chan, you also made it to the bingo book. Temari happily congratulated Hinata and got confused looks from Kankuro and Naruto. Is she bipolar? Naruto whispered to Kankuro, who shrugged his shoulders. How should I know? Kankuro replied and Naruto got deadpanned. She's your sister, moron. Naruto simply replied. I avoid my sister because she tends to be a bit aggressive with that fan. Kankuro replied, shivering. Between his sister's fan and his brother's sand, he really didn't know what to pick. Let's show them that kunoichi are as good as man, Temari stated, swinging her fan and creating a small gust of wind. By the way, Naruto started. How is training with Anko? Naruto asked and everyone froze at his question. I don't like it, mother is afraid of her, Gaara said, shaking, while Kankuro wasn't faring much better either. I like it, Temari in a happy voice, too happy if you asked me. It's awesome. A couple days ago she even let us interrogate a prisoner and use all of her tools, Temari said with stars in her eyes. She's so cool, I want to be just like her, Temari said, and both Naruto and Hinata slowly nodded, knowing that if that happened, it wouldn't be safe to live in the Senju compound anymore. Maybe she will let me sign the snake contract, Temari suddenly said, and all the males paled at the thought of Temari summoning snakes to discipline everyone. Pershika. Naruto whispered to Kankuro, who chuckled. Hey Gaara, how is the new seal holding up? Naruto asked. He had yet to ask Gaara about his new seal since he was out for nearly 2 days when he applied it. It's very good, Gaara said. I can sleep peacefully, which I really like. Besides that, Shikaku is being friendlier. Shikaku? Naruto asked and Gaara nodded. Friendlier? Naruto confirmed and Gaara nodded again, never looking up from his book. Are you high? Naruto asked and Gaara got confused. No. I'm at the same altitude as you, Gaara replied, and Naruto's sweat dropped. Forget it. Explain me the whole Shikaku being friendlier, Naruto asked. Well, according to him, all of the seals used to seal him up were defective. He was in such poor conditions that were driving him mad, Gaara explained. He said, do you know what it's like to be stuck in cage and being unable to sleep? Gaara said, and Naruto pondered. I didn't really study much of your seal, only that it wasn't meant for holding bijus, Naruto stated, and Gaara nodded. Yes. Shikaku said that I wasn't able to sleep because he wasn't either. And he couldn't sleep because of the seal was poorly constructed, and that was making him insane. It was like having an itch and never being able to scratch it, Gaara explained. Good, Naruto replied. One less lunatic to deal with, Naruto thought. Suddenly the door opened of the living room opened and Tsunade, Shizun, and Jiraiya walked in. Hey Bachan, Erosenin, Shizune-chan, Naruto said, greeting his grandmother, his sister figure, and his godfather, who got a tick mark on his forehead. Don't call me that, Jiraiya yelled, crying anime tears. But you are a pervert and always peeking around the hot springs, Naruto simply stated. Actually, I haven't peeked in almost a week, Jiraiya proudly said, and Naruto's eyes widened. Blasphemy, Naruto yelled, throwing holy water to Jiraiya. What brought this on? Naruto asked. I'll tell you later, Jiraiya said, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Oh, and Naruto, Jiraiya bringing his attention back to him. Me and Tsunadeheim need to talk to all of you later, Jiraiya explained, and they all nodded. They all went to the kitchen to have dinner minus Naruto, who decided to take a shower while they all ate. In fact, both Naruto and Hinata had already eaten back at Ichiraku's and weren't hungry, so they just waited for them to finish so they could have the conversation that Jiraiya had mentioned. An hour later everyone had already eaten, and they were all seated in the living room. They didn't know what Jiraiya wanted with them, but the serious look on his face told everyone that this wasn't some chit-chat. They were even more convinced when Naruto placed a sound and visual seal around the room. So what do you want to talk to us about? Naruto asked, while everyone was wondering pretty much the same thing. Akatsuki and this fellow, Toby, Jiraiya said, and Naruto instantly knew this had something to do with his latest mission. Wait, Naruto called out. If it's about Toby, we should include Kurama in this, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Kurama? Tsunade asked, confused. Kurama is the Kyuubi's real name. He trusted me with his name, and I'm doing the same with you, Naruto said, and they all nodded. Naruto proceeded to make a shadow clone and having Kurama switch with him. I'm here. You can start, pervert, Kurama said, and Naruto bit back a laugh. Naruto, Hinata, Jiraiya said, focusing on both of them. I need to know everything about him from your mouths. I know what Tsunade told me, But explain everything, even if it might seem irrelevant. Jiraiya explained, and Naruto took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before beginning. For starters, he said that he's Uchiha Madara, my grandfather. But that is false, Naruto started. When he said that, I took a reading at his chakra and it had nothing to do with mine. Of course it had similarities as we are both Uchihas, but he was too different from mine. Naruto said. But you also a Senju, don't forget that. Gaara commented. I'll tell you what I told him. If you saw me with short hair and without whiskers, I could pass for my father, right? Naruto asked, and they all nodded. That means that my father's genes are dominant, meaning that my chakra signature is more related to that of my father and, of course, grandfather than to that of my mother. Naruto explained, and they all nodded. And he also has the Mokuton. Naruto said, still no believing in what he saw. With that Mokuton stunt he pulled back with Kakuzu, he would believe that Tobi was using Genjutsu as well. I wonder about that. Tsunade said, rubbing her chin. So far no one had ever awakened the Mokuton bloodline since my father and all Senju clan members were accounted for. Unless some member had a one-night stand with someone we didn't know about. Tsunade said, trying to explain just who the hell Tobi was. Another thing I noticed about him, Naruto said, and looked straight at Tsunade. Besides him having the Mokuton is that he had Senju chakra, but it felt irregular. Naruto said. What do you mean by irregular? Tsunade asked. I don't know how to explain it properly. It's like that Senju chakra was different from his Uchiha one. They were vibrating at different frequencies, so to speak. Another way to put it is, it's as if he had both Senju chakra and Uchiha chakra but separately in his body and yet one single chakra signature. Naruto explained, or tried for that matter. When he sensed his chakra, he wasn't looking for anything in particular other than confirming if he was Madara or not. I see, Tsunade said, digesting the information. What can you tell us about his chakra? Tsunade asked, turning to Hinata. Unfortunately, I can't tell you anything else. My Byakugan doesn't differentiate chakra signatures, so all chakra looks the same to us with the exception of Bijou chakra, of course. Hinata explained, and Tsunade sighed. Ba-chan, Naruto said, making her focus on her. Do you think it's possible he somehow injected Senju DNA into his body? Naruto asked, and Tsunade unfortunately nodded. It's possible, but very risky, Tsunade said before she walked out of the leaving room and activated her space bridge to go to her office and picked up a file. This is a file on one of our ANBU operatives, Tenzu, Tsunade said, passing the file by everyone in the room. When he was young, Tenzu was kidnapped by Orochimaru and experimented on, Tsunade said, sighing at the shocked faces of Naruto and Hinata. He was one of 60 children that Orochimaru tried to inject Senju DNA to give them the Mokuton bloodline. Of all the 60 children, he was the only one who survived. But even though he survived, he became capable of using the wood release, however a much weaker version than that of my father, Tsunade explained. So, it's possible that this Tobi has injected Gramps' DNA to increase his body prowess and to use his Mokuton bloodline? Naruto asked, and Tsunade nodded. Then Jinchuriki have a major problem in their hands, Naruto said. What do you mean? Jiraiya asked. Two things. He has both a Sharingan and the Mokuton bloodline. He will be able to subjugate every Bija out there, Naruto said, and everyone's eyes widened as they didn't think of that. Hashirama on his prime was able to subject all of the 9 Biju, simultaneously if need be. And this Tobi also had the Sharingan, increasing his potential. And then there is his Manjikyu, Naruto said. You said that it had the same ability as yours, right? Tsunade asked, and Naruto nodded. Not only he has the Kamiite, but we don't even know what other powers it may have, Naruto started. I get the feeling that the Sharingan's potential is limitless, Naruto said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? Jiraiya asked. I unlocked another power during our mission, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya motioned him to continue. You aren't going to believe it, but this new power allows me to turn back time a couple of seconds with only the user being aware of what occurred, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya's jaw dropped. See, can you run that by me again? Tsunade asked, wondering if the sake she drank was a bit too much. I can turn back time, Naruto said. No, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. It's not possible, Jiraiya said. Nothing is impossible in the shinobi world, and I can prove it, Naruto said, and wondered just how the hell he was going to do that. I want you to think of a word and memorize it, Naruto said to Jiraiya, who agreed and chose his word. Now you're going to tell it to me and I'm going to turn back time to the point where you didn't tell it to me yet. Naruto explained and everyone nodded. Jiraiya said his word to Naruto and he activated his Manjikyu and focused. He still couldn't control this new technique very well. He still couldn't control the amount of time he turned back as it was a random amount of seconds. Sometimes it was 5 seconds, other time it was 7, and the most he managed was 12 seconds. Kuranasu, time god! Naruto said his Manjikyu pulsed before starting to spin counterclockwise. Stop, Naruto yelled to Jiraiya who was about to speak the word. I already know the word and turn back time. The word you chose was, boobs, Naruto said and Tsunade got a tick mark getting ready to bury Jiraiya into the ground. Is that enough proof? Naruto asked but they were still a little dubious about it. I mean, turning back time. WTF. I can vouch for him. Since I'm inside of him I witnessed the whole thing. Kurama said and eventually everyone caved. So what are we going to do about this Toby person? Naruto asked looking at everyone. He was the reason Kurama attacked the leaf. He's the reason my parents are dead. Naruto explained unintentionally giving off Ki. You aren't going for revenge I hope? Jiraiya asked. He knew of many shinobi who had embraced revenge, and it didn't end up well for anyone. I won't give in to revenge, Naruto said and everyone sighed in relief. But Naruto continued and everyone tensed. When we meet in combat, and we eventually will, I'm going to kill him, Naruto said with his Sharingan spinning. And I'll be there, Jiraiya said. The bastard is going to pay for killing my student, Jiraiya said. And my daughter, Tsunade said and everyone nodded. It seemed that everyone wanted a piece of Toby. Now it brings us to the main point of this conversation and the reason why I wanted Gaara and his siblings in here as well. Jiraiya started. I heard from my spies that the Akatsuki is going on a down low for 3 years before they start hunting for the Jinchuriki. Jiraiya explained. That's why I want to take Naruto and Gaara on a 3-year training trip, Jiraiya said and everyone was shocked. You want to take Naruto away for 3 years? Hinata asked in a sad voice. Cheer up, Haim, Naruto said hugging her. You forget I have 2 space-time techniques at my disposal. I'll come see you every day, Naruto said and Hinata instantly perked up kissing him. I know you are strong enough to hold your own against them, but when 3 years are up, I want you to be able to take the whole organization on and come out the winner, Jiraiya said poofing his chest and Naruto just stared at him. Sure, Naruto was strong but taking on 10 S-rank shinobi at the same time. Jiraiya was crazy. 10 S-rank shinobi are enough to take down whole countries and armies. You are kidding, right? Naruto asked but Jiraiya shook his head. Think it this way. Jiraiya started. You are an S-rank shinobi at 14 years old. What rank do you think you will be when you reach your prime in a couple of years? Jiraiya rhetorically asked and Kankuro paled. Naruto had taken his sensei, him, his sister, and his brother on and came out the winner, and he wasn't on his prime. I suppose, Naruto said. So what will we be doing during the trip? Naruto asked wanting to know the details. We will be ironing out any flaws in your taijutsu, merge your Rasengan with elemental affinity, get some field experience, let your body mature to unleash its full power. You will have enough time to complete any technique you are developing and you can train your eyes further. Jiraiya explained. Naruto nodded. It seemed like a solid plan. For you, Gaara, I can teach you a proper taijutsu style along with elemental affinities and how to properly control Shikaku. The sand I'll leave it to you since it's your bloodline, Jiraiya explained and Gaara nodded in appreciation. If you will train for 3 years, then so will I, Hinata said. Yash, Tsunade yelled. When I'm finished with you, you will be giving a run for their money to anyone in the village, Swanda said laughing evilly making Hinata pale. Medical training was supposed to be indoors and calm, right? I'm definitely asking Anko for the summoning contract, Temari said and even Jiraiya paled. He didn't want another pretty thing like Temari to turn into a Anko. She was one crazy bitch. May Kami have mercy on her husband's soul, Jiraiya thought. Somewhere in the Nara compound a certain pineapple-haired teen sneezed. Troublesome, he said before yawning and going back to sleep. This is all I wanted to say to you, Jiraiya said and everyone left to their rooms. Middle of night Senju compound. Naruto and Hinata's room. It was around midnight in the Senju compound and everything was quiet since everyone was sleeping. H. A scream echoed through the whole compound making Naruto jump from his bed. He looked around with his Sharingan spinning checking his surroundings for any enemy. H harder, Naruto heard and thought what exactly was the meaning of that. F faster. He heard and blushed. He now had a pretty good idea of what was going on and who was having fun. Naruto turned around to go to bed when he saw Hinata with her Byakugan active and a small bit of blood on her nose. Naruto waved her hand in front of Hinata but nothing happened. Is she a pervert? Naruto thought, amused. She had burned every Ika she could find, but maybe she was just a closet perv. A fine choice in mate, Kurama said before going back to sleep. Moor, Tsunade yelled once again. This is going to be a long night, Naruto muttered before he pulled the passed-out Hinata to the bed and tried to sleep. Shizen's room. Shizen woke up rather harshly, much like Naruto. She jumped off the bed, focusing her eyes on any potential enemies and with Samban in both hands. When she heard the exact nature of the screams, she proceeded to blush and pull a couple of ear plugs so she could sleep peacefully. Gaara's room. Gaara was laying perfectly still in bed. It was kinda disturbing the position in which he was slipping. Gaara was laying on his back with his hands folded over his chest, perfectly still. Who dares disturb my sleep? Gaara asked as he opened both his eyes simultaneously but remained in the same position. He heard the noises and simply made a cocoon of sand around him and went back to sleep. Kankuro's room. Kankuro woke up with the screams and immediately proceeded to break up in a fit of giggles, flying into a nearby wall and passing out with a massive nosebleed. He was one of the few who wasn't going to have any troubles sleeping tonight. Temari's room. Temari heard the screams, but she didn't wake up. Hey, snakes! Temari muttered in her sleep, shifting her position when she heard the scream and proceeded to sleep it off. Next morning, kitchen. Shizen, Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Hinata and Naruto were all gathered in the kitchen. Everyone seemed mostly fine with the exception that Hinata was now supporting a pretty decent blush, and Naruto had eyes of someone who didn't sleep. They heard a noise and turned around to see Tsunade and Jiraiya approaching. Tsunade was smiling and had the traditional afterglow of having sex. And if you consider the fact that she didn't have any in almost 20 years, I would be surprised that Jiraiya could even walk at this point. Now we see Jiraiya with the biggest shit-eating grin Naruto had ever seen. Now I understand why he didn't peek in over a week, Naruto thought, looking at Jiraiya, who was sitting down at the table. Naruto walked towards him, placing a blank paper in front of him, and started drawing kanji. You know what that is? Naruto asked. It's a silent seal, Jiraiya replied, confused, and Naruto smiled. Then learn how to use it. Naruto snapped loud enough for everyone to understand what he meant. Maybe his lack of sleep had affected him a bit. Tsunade was blushing and looking away while drinking her coffee. Kankuro had already passed out again. Temari's was oblivious while Gaara was emotionless. Jiraiya started, but Naruto interrupted him. I just want some peace of mind, especially at night, Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded weakly. Good, Naruto replied. Now let's talk terms, Naruto said, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. If you hurt her, I will place on my Tsukuyami and force you to read the Akatsuki Flames of Youth Limited Edition, Naruto said, and Jiraiya paled and quickly nodded. Later that day, Sasuke was sitting high up in a tree in the middle of Konoha. He was contemplating on his choices, and all the training he had done went down the drain. He didn't understand why he wasn't strong enough. He trained every day to the brink of exhaustion, and yet he was utterly defeated and humiliated by his enemy Kakuzu. And above all, Naruto was able to defeat him. Sasuke didn't understand what made Naruto so special. He even decided to follow Naruto's advice and got closer to his team. Well, as far as he could without breaking up his training schedule or endangering his quest for avenging his fallen clan. Naruto said that true power came from protecting people, and yet Sasuke remained weak, powerless at the face of stronger enemies. Kakuzu said that Itachi belonged to the Akatsuki organization, and, if he was a member as well and Naruto defeated him so easily, then Sasuke would stand no chance against his brother. Sasuke would need an ace up his sleeve. What do you want? Sasuke asked as he felt four presences nearby watching him from afar, but not far enough for Sasuke not to notice them. Four figures dropped in front of him, staring at him impassively. I won't ask again, Sasuke said in a dangerous voice with his Sharingan glowing. I don't know what Orochimaru-sama wants with this loser, one of the figures said. He had dark gray hair with long bangs that covered his right eye. He wore a green shade of lipstick, and had dark markings around their eyes, giving them an androgynous appearance. He also wore brown tunics with long black skin-tight shorts, and purple ropes tied around their waists. He was Sakan, one of the Sound Four, the elite bodyguards of Orochimaru. "We aren't here to ask questions, shithead," another replied. She had red hair and wore a black hat with bandaged sides. She wore a tan tunic, much like the other members of Sound 4, with black shorts and standard black shinobi sandals. She was Taiyuya, another member of the Sound 4. "Let's get this over with," another member said. He was a large and imposing young man, towering over the rest of his teammates. He had orange eyes, and 3 tufts of orange hair on his head, a mohawk of sorts that ran down the middle and 2 similar styled tufts of hair at the side. He wore a sleeveless tunic with the symbol of the Sound 4 on the hem, along with black arm warmers, a pair of black 3/4 length pants that stopped just below his knees. Along with this, he wore sandals with leg warmers, covered by bandages, a purple robe belt around his waist, and a necklace that comprised of circular pieces, separate long, metallic pieces. He was Jirobo, one of the Sound 4. "Orochimaru-sama has a proposal to you," the last member of the Sound 4 said. He was a dark-skinned shinobi with black, shaggy hair and black eyes. Uniquely, he also had 6 arms and wore a black, sleeveless top and shorts, over which he wore a tunic that bore the symbol of the Sound 4, and a purple rope belt around his waist. He also wore the forehead protector of his village along with arm warmers, shinobi sandals and bandages around his legs. He was Kidamaru, the last member of his team. He, along with Taiyuya, Jirobo and Sakan, were the Sound 4, elite bodyguards of Orochimaru. "Let's hear it," Sasuke said, not once looking away from the enemy. Sasuke may be a lot of things, but he wasn't a fool. "If you come to him, he will give you all the power you will ever need," Taiyuya said, and Sasuke stayed silent. Konoha was doing him nothing regarding his vengeance on his brother. In fact, since Naruto Public stated he was a Sharingan user, Sasuke's leverage dropped significantly. "What makes Orochimaru that powerful? He got his ass handed to him by Naruto, and he's 14 like me," Sasuke questioned. "It's your choice," Kidamaru started. "You can stay here and keep playing ninja with your friends," Kidamaru said, showing one of his hands, or Kidamaru said, showing the other hand. "You come with us and Orochimaru-sama will give you all the power you will ever need," Kidamaru finished. "There is nothing to think about," Sasuke said, getting up and dusting himself off. "When do we leave?" Sasuke asked, and Taiyuya smirked. At least this loser knew what was good for him. "Don't you need to take anything?" Sakan asked, and Sasuke pondered before nodding. "Then meets us at the edge of the North Gate in 1 hour. Don't be later or we will leave without you," Sakan said, and all of the Sound 4 disappeared in a blur, leaving Sasuke to go home and pack. 30 minutes later, middle of Konoha. It was dark in Konoha as the sun was already gone. The only light available was of that provided by the moon or the nearby public lamps. Sasuke was walking calmly and quietly, trying not raise any type of suspicions. He knew that if Konoha knew he left, they would hunt him down with the threat of the Sharingan ending up in another village. Sasuke looked ahead and saw Sakura looking at him. "What are you doing here in the middle of the night, Sakura?" Sasuke asked, stopping in front of her. "You are leaving the village, aren't you?" Sakura asked, but Sasuke didn't answer and just started walking again, passing by her without wasting a glance. "Go home, Sakura, go to sleep," Sasuke said, and kept on walking while Sakura remained there in place. Silent tears started to fall from her face. "Is that all you have to say?" Sakura asked, shedding silent tears, not once raising her voice. "After all the good times we had together as a team, and with me," Sakura said, shaking. "You are just going to walk away?" Sakura said. "I told that you don't understand," Sasuke said, stopping but not turning to face her. "You don't know what it's like to lose your whole family, and the person responsible being your brother. You don't know the pain I felt, the pain I feel," Sasuke said. "I'm an Avenger and I won't stop until I have killed my brother. I can't be delayed by some silly crush," Sasuke said coldly. "The only thing I need is power, and I won't get that here," Sasuke explained. "So you are just leaving everything behind?" Sakura rhetorically asked. "We had good times," Sakura started. Flashback: Team 7 with their sensei had just got back from one mission. They were all eating at the barbecue restaurant. Between Kiba's loud and annoying voice and Sakura's giggling, everyone was enjoying themselves. Even the brooding Uchiha managed a couple of smirks. And flashback, it was another training day for Team 7 with their scarecrow of a sensei. They were all practicing taijutsu katas. "Move your right arm slightly apart," Sasuke said towards Sakura, who quickly nodded, blushing. Back in the trees, Kakashi chuckled to himself. His team was doing just fine. And flashback, Team 7 had just engaged in a couple of bandits and Sasuke had saved Sakura. The enemy was about to kill her when Sasuke's body blocked the strike, taking him the hit in a less critical area. Why? Sakura asked, sobbing. I don't know. My body moved on its own. Sasuke explained, removing the kunai from his shoulder. Thank you, Sakura said and gently kissed his cheek. What was that for? Sasuke yelled, rubbing his cheek. Oh, shut up, you liked it. Sakura chirped while Sasuke scoffed but managed a small smile. Cough, whipped cough. Kiba stated, making Sasuke glare at him. And flashback, it was another simple mission that would last a couple of days. It was night and the weather was warm, so everyone in the team decided to sleep out in the open. Sasuke had yet to fall asleep and was watching the starry sky deep in thought. Sasuke was so deep in thought he didn't notice a certain pink-haired girl roll over in her sleep. Sasuke tried to move but found it difficult. He looked down to see Sakura cuddling with him. She had intertwined her legs with his and was sleeping peacefully on his chest. Troublesome, Sasuke muttered to himself while slightly blushing, but did nothing to separate her from him. And flashback. Like I thought, Sasuke started. I am nothing like any of you. I won't stop at nothing in my quest, Sasuke coldly said before disappearing in a blur and reappearing right behind Sakura. Sakura. I'm sorry, Sasuke said as he picked up a kunai and quickly slit her throat. Sakura tried to say something but only a bloodied gurgle was heard. Sakura fell to her knees and dropped to the ground, lifeless. Sasuke was still standing in the same place, frozen. Sasuke felt something watery in his face. He swiped his cheek with his hands and noticed that they were tears. He was crying. Sasuke's chakra spiked and his Sharingan flared to life. It had 2 tomos. A big chunk of chakra was funneled towards his eyes and Sasuke's Sharingan started spinning. It quickly became a 3-tomoed Sharingan but continued to spin and started to shift its form. His eyes stopped spinning and the whole pattern was different. His eyes were black in the background with 3 blood-red intersecting ellipses. Sasuke's eyes had changed into the all-powerful Manjikyu Sharingan. Now that I have eyes like you, Sasuke started, I'll hunt you down. Oni-san, older brother. Chapter 34, Sound 4. Middle of Fire Country. The Sound 4 were dashing through the Fire Country at top speed carrying a very large barrel. Sasuke was trapped inside the barrel as he was advancing his cursed seal to the next level. Pushing the cursed seal into progressing to level 2 puts a lot of strain into the user's body, so Sasuke was inside the barrel, which slows down the seal progression. By slowing it down, it allows the seal to advance safely. We are being tracked by a team of 5 Konoha shinobi, Kidamura said as a small spider stood calmly in his hand as if talking to him. Can we outrun them? Jirobo asked. No. We are carrying the barrel and they are gaining on us. I estimate 1 hour until they catch up, Kidamura explained. Why don't we just stop and kill the bastards? Tayuya yelled, but Kidamura shook his head. We stand no chance. Among them is Senju Naruto, the Konoha no Raijin, Konoha's Thunder God, an S-rank shinobi. He's the blonde brat from the invasion, the one who broke into the barrier and crippled Orochimaru-sama. And then there is Hyuga Hinata, the Sure no Megami, Death Goddess, an A-rank shinobi, Kidamura stated as they all cursed their luck. They might be strong, but even they weren't a match for Orochimaru, much less one who can go toe-to-toe against him and come out the winner. And to top it all off, there is an elite jounin among them. Just great, Tayuya sarcastically said. How the fuck do you even know all that? Tayuya asked. If you read the bingo book you would know, Kidamura stated. After all, we placed them there, so what do we now, shithead? Tayuya asked. Language, Tayuya, Sakan said, shaking his head. They are going to catch up to us. We need backup if we are going to complete our mission. I'm sending word to Orochimaru-sama, Kidamura said and sent one of his spiders who sank underground. In the meantime, set up traps to slow them down, Kidamura said, and they all nodded. If Sasuke would just awake from his coma, they could easily outrun them, but carrying the heavy barrel was slowing them down. Few hours earlier, Konoha 5 a.m. It was a bright new day in Konoha and, the warm feeling already radiating in the air, it was going to be another beautiful day. The sun was coming up, shining upon Konoha, the wind was rustling, birds were chirping, and we already could see a few people walking around the streets. It was the beginning of a fresh new day in the Leaf Village. Ever since the Uchiha clan massacre, the patrols of Konoha fell to the ANBU jurisdiction. The usual setup for an patrol team was a Inuzuka and Hyuga for tracking, and usually there would be a member from the Nara clan and, to top it all off, a powerhouse in ninjutsu. This setup allowed for the team to track and detect any problems and, if need be, restrain or kill the enemy. Currently we find a fresh new team doing their morning patrol. They were jumping from rooftop to rooftop, keeping a discreet profile. The Inuzuka members signaled their team to stop when he noticed a weird smell. "Something wrong, boar?" the snake-masked ANBU asked. "I have picked up an odd smell. It smells highly of carbon," the boar-masked ANBU replied, and the snake ANBU made signal for their team to follow the Inuzuka to the location of said smell. In less than a minute the ANBU team reached the origin of the smell. They all jumped down from the roofs and landed on the ground. They followed Boar and they came across a bunch of ashes. The Inuzuka sniffed the ashes and his eyes widened. "These are not ordinary ashes. This was someone," Boar said. "It's obvious that it was some kind of cover-up. We must report this to the Hokage," Snake said, and they disappeared in a blur, leaving a member to guard the site. Senju compound. For the first time since last night, the Senju compound was peaceful. Naruto was sleeping next to his princess. Tsunade and Jiraiya were quiet this night, as far as Naruto knew, but like everything else, there is always an end. "Naruto, Hinata!" A loud and cranky voice echoed through the whole compound. Naruto jolted out of bed with Hinata on tow. He turned to look around, adjusting to the new light, and noticed Tsunade by the door. "Get your asses out of bed and meet me at my office in 5 minutes!" Tsunade yelled, and Naruto grumbled at Tsunade not getting enough last night. "She gave us couple days off and yanks us out of bed at 10 in the morning." Naruto muttered since he didn't get much sleep the previous night, due to Tsunade's activities. "Be nice, Naruto. If she called, it must be important," Hinata said, pecking his cheek and going into the bathroom. Naruto just sighed and sent Shadow Clone to prepare them a quick breakfast while they got dressed. Not even 5 minutes later, both Naruto and Hinata were ready to leave. Naruto placed an arm around Hinata, pulling her closer, much to her delight, and swirled away toward the Hokage's office. They had been wondering what all the fuss was about, but if they knew what expected them, they would have stayed in bed. Hokage's office. "What the hell is that?" Kiba blurted out towards the incoming Hokage. Tsunade had activated her space bridge in her office so she could wake up Naruto and Hinata. Tsunade had literally walked through a wall. "Just something Naruto set up so I didn't have to walk all the way to the Senju compound and back," Tsunade explained and took a seat. Next to her was Hiruzen. In front of her were almost all of the rookies. The Sand siblings were away on a mission, as was Team 9 with Guy, so in front of her were Shikamaru, Ino, Chuji, Kiba. Both Sakura and Sasuke were nowhere to be found. "Naruto?" Kiba asked, laughing. "Where is little Naruto?" Kiba asked, laughing, while the others snickered. "You have a problem with my little Naruto?" Tsunade asked in a dangerous tone. "And no, Hokage-sama," Kiba quickly replied, bowing. Around 5 minutes later, Naruto and Hinata appeared in a swirl in the middle of the office. Tsunade was already used to it, but the others still found it surprising to see Naruto use this type of techniques. Space-time techniques was a field so unexplored that it was extremely rare to see one, with the exception of the summoning technique, of course. So, Naruto started. "What's the all fuss about?" Naruto asked to his fellow rookies. "We don't know either," Kiba replied. "Naruto," Kiba said in a mocking voice. Naruto turned to glare at his grandmother, who shrugged him off. "Listen up," Tsunade said, gathering the attention of the rookies. "Every one of the rookies was summoned except for Sasuke, who wasn't at his compound and couldn't be found." Tsunade started. "I have some bad news. Sakura is dead," Tsunade said, and everything went silent. No one of the rookies said anything, as they were just staring at their Hokage and processing what they heard. What?" Kiba asked in a weak voice. Apparently Kiba was the first to break from the trance. "I'm sorry, but it's true. Sakura was murdered last night," Tsunade said, and everyone was shocked that one of his classmates had died, and was assassinated in the first place. "And no," Ino said, sobbing. "That can't be true. Who would hurt her?" Ino asked, crying, tears flowing from her eyes as she clutched to someone nearby who happened to be Hinata. "We don't know," Tsunade started. "This might be difficult to hear, but she was found as nothing more than ashes. We compared the remaining DNA material across the hospital database, and it came positive to Haruno Sakura." "I'm sorry," Tsunade said sadly. Sakura had been working hard at the hospital, and she was showing promise as a good medic nin, but it seemed that her life had been cut short. The reactions were varied, but everyone was sad to see a classmate dead. Kiba frowned. Akamaru was whining, but only Ino was openly crying. It wasn't much of a shocker. After all, Sakura was Ino's best friend. They had known each other for years and have been best friends and rivals since they were little girls. Who did it? Kiba asked with his anger surfacing. The one that killed Sakura would pay dearly. We don't know, Tsunade said, turning to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow. That's why I called you Naruto. Can you turn it back to yesterday and do something about it? Tsunade asked. Sorry, but the max I ever did was 12 seconds, not even close to half a day, Naruto said, shaking his head. Then there is no choice, Tsunade said, and picked a small vial and threw at Naruto. What is this? Naruto asked while looking carefully at the vial. It was a small blood sample. Is this for? Naruto asked, and Tsunade only nodded. Naruto looked back to his friends and to Ino, who was almost catatonic. Do you think they can handle it? Naruto asked. We have no choice. Do it, Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Everyone stand back, Naruto said, and pulled a large scroll before starting to write kanji in it. What are you doing? Kiba asked, confused. What had blood to do with Sakura's murder in the first place? He's going to bring her back temporarily so she can tell us who killed her, Hinata explained, and everyone's jaw dropped while Ino was a little bit happy she could say goodbye. Just how powerful are you? Kiba thought, looking at Naruto concentrating on writing the kanji perfectly. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto said, and formed a single clone who went and got seated in a circle in the middle of the scroll. Naruto dropped a few drops of Sakura's blood to the scroll and started going through hand seals. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon, and clapped his hands. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, Impure World Resurrection, Naruto said, and around the clone leaf started to crawl up in his body, engulfing him completely. Slowly Naruto's clone started taking the form of Sakura. Her long pink dress formed, then Naruto's blonde hair turned into pink, his deep blue eyes became green ones. In just a couple of seconds, Haruno Sakura was back from the pure world and into this world. Where am I? Sakura groggily asked before she reminded of the events that lead to her death. Sasuke, Sakura yelled, and everyone had their eyes widened. I guess that answered the question, Naruto sadly said. Sakura, Tsunade said, making her focus on her. Tell us what happened. Tsunade and Sakura nodded slowly. Aye, sure, Sakura said, and gathered her thoughts. I was walking through the village last night, and was already dark, so everything was quiet. I was going home when Sasuke and I crossed paths. He had a backpack on his back and he was going towards the gates. He was leaving the village, Sakura said, and everyone was surprised minus Naruto, who had always thought that it would end up with that. I tried to convince him to stay, but he didn't listen, Sakura replied, sobbing. He suddenly appeared behind me and slit my throat, Sakura explained, and they all gasped at the brutality. I don't know why he did it. We were starting to get close, Sakura explained, and Ino quickly ran towards her and hugged her. It would be the last time they would all be together. Could it be? Naruto thought before he turned to Kiba. Kiba, were Sasuke and Sakura close? Naruto asked. What has that got to do with this? Kiba asked, confused. Answer the damn question, Naruto demanded, and Kiba quickly nodded. I noticed a few things, Kiba started. He would help her with her training. He answered some questions instead of replying HN, and a couple other small things, Kiba explained, and Naruto frowned. Shit, Naruto said, rubbing his temples. I told you that this would happen, Naruto said, turning to the Sandaime, who sighed. Why, you know why he did it? Sakura asked, and Naruto nodded. He killed you so he could advance his eyes to the next level, Naruto explained, but got confused faces from almost everyone. What you know about the Sharingan is very scarce. You all think that the last level is the 3-tomoed one, but that's a lie, Naruto started. There is another level above the normal Sharingan. It's called Manjikyu Sharingan, and it provides the user with fearsome abilities both in Jinjutsu and Ninjutsu. Look at mine, Naruto said, and showed everyone his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. They were dumbfounded. They never knew that there was another stage to the Sharingan. Now, to simplify things, picture it this way. There are two sides to the Uchiha clan. From the Uchiha's main line, like me, this level is achieved by hard work, training, or life and death situations. However, for the branch line of the Uchihas, like Sasuke, They have to kill someone they care about to unlock it. Naruto explained, and once again everyone was shell-shocked. Sasuke needed to kill someone close to his heart to achieve the next level. When they feel the pain and regret of killing that special someone, it triggers a reaction that unlocks their eyes. Naruto explained, and everyone frowned, but not like the old Hokage. Naruto had warned him that something like this could happen, and happen it did. Sasuke killed me just for his eyes, Sakura said, sobbing. She loved that bastard. They were getting closer, but perhaps all that was just aroused so Sasuke could unlock his eyes. He did care for you, Sakura, Naruto said, looking at her with compassion. Otherwise it wouldn't work for him. Naruto explained, and Sakura nodded. What now? Naruto asked, turning to Tsunade. We hunt his ass down and kill him in the spot. Kiba barked out, and everyone seemed to be in agreement. Sakura, Tsunade said, gathering her attention. What time was it when it happened? Tsunade asked, trying to ascertain the distance at which he could be by now. It was around 11, Sakura replied. She had calmed down but still couldn't believe that Sasuke would just kill her for power. I guess she was naive about him and his lust for power. But I don't understand why he would leave the village, Sakura said. Power, Naruto simply said, but decided to explain it further. You know that his older brother Uchiha Itachi killed his clan a couple of years ago, right? Naruto asked, and they all nodded. He wants power so he can avenge his family by killing his brother. He has grown up with this fixation, and it's the very reason of his being. It's the reason why he breathes. Killing his brother has become his life goal, and he must have felt too weak here, Naruto explained. During the second stage of the Chunin's exams, Orochimaru the Snake Sannin came into contact with him and offered him power. If he felt that Konoha was hindering his growth, he would jump at the chance of power without question. Naruto concluded, and Sakura frowned. I'm issuing all of you minus Ino and S-rank mission, Tsunade said in a strong voice, rising from her chair. You are to retrieve Uchiha Sasuke so he can face trial. If the retrieval proves impossible, you are to execute him at the spot. Bring his head and destroy his body, Tsunade ordered, and everyone nodded. That bastard would pay for killing one of their classmates in cold blood. He seems to around 20 miles to the north, Naruto said as he had one hand in the tiger seal. How do you know that? Tsunade asked, surprised. You weren't Hokage yet, but during the second phase of the Chunin's exams, Orochimaru branded Sasuke with a cursed seal. I eventually placed a restraining seal on it, but along with it, I added the Shiki seal for my Hiruzen just in case. Naruto explained, and Hiruzen was surprised that Naruto would thought of doing that. Then just go get him, and we will wait right here, Tsunade said, but Naruto shook his head. Something is interfering with his cursed seal. I can barely feel my marker, and it's becoming weaker and weaker by the second. At this point I can't jump to him. Naruto explained, frowned, but Tsunade nodded anyways. Can't you use your Sharingan's space-time technique? Tsunade asked, but Naruto sadly nodded. For me to travel using my Kamui, I need to warp into my dimension. The problem is that, once I'm there, I can't feel my marker, so I don't know where to exit, Naruto explained, and Tsunade frowned. It's better than nothing. Naruto, you are in charge, you got his position, get going, Tsunade ordered, and they all nodded. Gear up and meet at the North Gate in 1 hour, Naruto ordered. Sakura, Naruto said, turning to her. You are here temporarily until my clones lasts. However, I can't guarantee that I can hold it in battle. Use the time you have to say goodbye, Naruto sadly said. Thank you, Naruto, Sakura said, and hugged everyone goodbye as they all left to hunt the traitor. Konoha North Gates. 1 hour later, everyone was gathered at the gate so they could hunt down their traitoress of a classmate. Their mission was simple: retrieve Uchiha Sasuke for trial or kill him and dispose of the body so that other villages couldn't learn the secrets of the Uchiha. Not that with only a couple of them alive would do them any good. Senju Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Akimichi Chuji, Naara Shimakaru, Inuzuka Kiba were the members chosen to this mission. All of them were at the gate ready to leave, all battle ready. Naruto-san, someone slowly said, and Naruto turned back to see Haruno Mabuki, Sakura's mother. I know that I'm in no position to ask this, not after everything I did, but can you please bring that bastard back so he can pay for what he did to my daughter? Mabuki asked, A/N, kinda ironic Sakura's mother asking this. I already told everyone that I hold no grudge against any of you, Naruto started. I promise that I will do my best to retrieve him so he can face trial and pay for what he did, Naruto said, and Mabuki thanked him. We have an Uchiha to hunt, move out, Naruto said, and everyone in his team dashed out of the gates. Middle of Fire Country, Naruto and his team were running at full speed towards Uchiha Sasuke. For some reason Sasuke seemed to be still, as if he wasn't moving at all. Naruto didn't know why he would do such a risky move while still inside the Fire Country, but he didn't judge. It was better for them if Sasuke stopped. It gave them time to catch up. Kiba, do you have Sasuke's scent? Naruto asked, and Kiba nodded. Good. My marker has gone dark, it's up to you now, Naruto said, and he nodded, taking point. However, I smell 4's other scents in the same direction as Sasuke. Kiba explained, and Naruto brought a hand to his chin. It's possible that Sasuke had help, Naruto stated. What does it smell like? Naruto asked, and Kiba sniffed the air. Snakes, Kiba said. Looks like Orochimaru sent help, Naruto reasoned. We are closing in at his position, Kiba stated, and Naruto took point. Alright team, Naruto said as they all stopped. We will be approaching them stealthy. We don't know what kind of backup Orochimaru sent, so let's be careful. I'll leave a few shadow clone behind in case we are ambushed. Hinata, use your Byakugan to search for traps, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. They all walked very stealthily towards the origin of Sasuke's smell. Hinata had already spotted a couple of traps and they were able to easily disable them. They arrived near the position and Hinata looked around, spotting them. The Sound 4 was resting in a nearby clearing with a large barrel. They bear the musical note as the headband symbol, so they must belong to Otogakure, Hinata said. Makes sense. It appears that Orochimaru sent help to retrieve him, Naruto said, and activated his Sharingan to have a better look at them. They were a bit far away, but using his Sharingan he easily identified them. They are the Sound 4, Naruto said, but got confused faces from his team. They are Orochimaru's elite bodyguards and they are the ones who set the barrier during the invasion, Naruto explained, and they all nodded. If they are elite, do you think we can take them all on? Kiba asked, but Naruto nodded nonetheless. I felt their chakra, they are ordinary Chunin. They are no match against me or Hinata, Naruto explained. Get in position, Naruto ordered, and they all nodded. Naruto swirled away and appeared a few meters on top of them. He was standing in a tree overlooking them. The rest of his team all took positions, flanking the Sound 4s from all positions. The last one to get in position was Chuji, who was silently asking to his position. Chuji inadvertently stepped on a small twig and, being Chuji rather on the heavy side, the twig snapped loud enough to even Naruto to hear. There goes our stealthy approach, Naruto muttered under his breath as the Sound 4 instantly jumped into action at the noise, taking defensive actions. Kuranasu, Naruto said, and everything turned back to the point Chuji had yet to step on the twig. Naruto quickly flashed near Chuji, as he had tagged every member of his team before the fight. Naruto pointed to the twig on the ground and Chuji rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Naruto swirled away to his previous location and they all waited for the go-ahead of Naruto. Naruto made a hand movement and hundreds of shurikens rained on the Sound 4, coming for all sides including above, leaving them no chance for evasion. Doton Dorihiki, Earth Wall. A voice cried out of the Sound 4. An earth dome rose from the ground and shielded everyone inside, making the shurikens useless. We knew you were coming a while ago, Kidamura said, and the earth dome crumbled into the ground to show the Sound 4 with smirks on their faces. Naruto's team all regrouped since their attack failed and Naruto dropped from the tree and landed in between his team facing the Sound 4. Hinata, Naruto started. Is Sasuke in the barrel? Naruto asked as he didn't see Sasuke anywhere, but Kiba said he was around, so it didn't take a genius to figure it out. Yes, Hinata said, analyzing the barrel with her Byakugan. Although something is happening to him. It looks like the curse seal is covering his whole body and his heart rate is very low. It seems like he's in some kind of induced coma, but his chakra network is extremely active, Hinata explained. That's why my marker failed. They did something to the curse seal, Naruto concluded in thought, as it was the most logical outcome. Our mission is the retrieval of Uchiha Sasuke for murder of a Konoha shinobi. If you stand aside, we will allow you to leave unharmed, Naruto said stoically with his Sharingan blazing and glowing. You say that after you attacked us. You aren't leaving this place alive. Besides, Orochimaru-sama would kill us if we didn't deliver his vessel, Kidamura said. Vessel? Naruto asked, confused. Orochimaru-sama switches his mind from body to body anytime he pleases. By doing so, he remains alive. Orochimaru-sama is an immortal, Kidamura explained and smirked at the disgusted faces of Konoha shinobi. So that's why he wants Sasuke. He wants the Sharingan. Naruto thought to himself before looking directly at the supposed leader of the group. What is your choice then? Naruto asked, but his smirk told him everything. It looked like they weren't going to get Sasuke back without a fight. Gunbai fan win, Naruto said as his chakra spiked. He placed his right hand on his fan's handle and, with a mighty swing, he unleashed a very powerful gust of wind. Everything in front of him was blasted away, trees were ripped out from the ground and the Sound Four were blasted away. Everything in front of Naruto, in the shape of a cone, was decimated. He's pissed, Hinata thought looking at Naruto. He never did really channel so much chakra into his attacks because they tend to be very destructive. Damn, Kiba said, whistling at the destruction in front of him. Incoming, Hinata said, and everyone took defensive stances. Against them were coming strange golden projectiles. Hinata jumped in front of her team and performed a Kaiten, destroying all projectiles. Suddenly they all felt themselves unable to move. A small tune echoed through the clearing. It was a beautiful tune. Naruto and Hinata easily saw the chakra being transmitted through the sound waves, meaning it was a genjutsu. They easily broke it themselves and freed their teammates. They looked around and all of the Sound Four dropped in front of them. Naruto channeled chakra to his storage seal and out came his Chikuto. He immediately channeled through it, and the sword started sparkling with a light blue aura. Naruto dashed towards the Sound Four alone. Naruto arrived near them and began his onslaught of the Sound Shinobi. He sidestepped a punch from Sasuke and used the opportunity to duck and sweep the legs of Tayuya. Tayuya jumped to avoid the leg sweep but was unable to block his kick that came from nowhere. Tayuya placed her arms to block but was thrown backwards nonetheless. Naruto quickly rose up and performed an horizontal swing with his sword. Sasuke tilted his head to the side and the sword grazed his air, leaving a few strings floating in the air. Naruto jumped up just a kick from Jirobo was about to connect to his body. Naruto placed a hand on his knee for leverage and twisted mid-air, bringing his sword against Kidamaru, and quickly chopped one of his arms off. Kidamaru grunted in pain and jumped back to heal himself while Sasuke and Jirobo distracted him, with Tayuya giving her support to her team. Kidamaru only had time to form a small plate of his golden material as a Juken strike connected with his chest. He coughed and jumped away again. Hinata looked at him curiously with her Byakugan and noticed small barriers that formed just above his skin. The skin was thick enough that her chakra-laced attack didn't penetrate deep enough to kill him. Why is it that every enemy that I fight has a way to render my Juken useless? Hinata thought as he remembered her fight with Yujito back at the Chunin's exams and now this one. Back to Naruto, he was kicking the crap of the Sound Four. Tayuya's genjutsu was useless against him. Jirobo's was simply too slow to even come close to hit him, and Sasuke just didn't have the necessary skills to face him in a taijutsu brawl. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid a club that came from a doki controlled by Tayuya. Naruto was mid-air when his Sharingan spotted some chakra molding to his right side. He sent a golden chain to the ground and so he could maneuver himself while mid-air. He touched the ground to see multiple spider webs coming towards him. He raised an eyebrow towards Kidamaru, who was spitting out silk. Naruto brought his sword and simply cleaved the web in two, making it fall to the ground. Oddly enough, Naruto was being overrun as he simply couldn't move himself fast enough to cleave all the webs coming towards him. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Naruto said and sent a torrent of fire towards Kidamaru. The fire obliterated any incoming web and crashed into Kidamaru, making him jump away if he didn't want to become extra crispy. Gutsuga, Fawn over Fawn, / Nikuden Sasha, Human Bullet Tank. Kiba and Shuji both yelled as them and Kiba's partner, Akamaru, started spinning and going towards one of Tayuya's doki. Their attack connected and completely destroyed it, leaving nothing but chunks on the ground. Tayuya cursed her luck and began to focus again. Naruto was engaging Sasuke and Yukon in combat. He was about to cleave Sasuke's head off when another arm came out from his body and blocked it. After it, the whole arm became a body and stepped out from Sasuke's original body as if he had duplicated. Naruto had to jump away if he didn't want to get crushed by another swing from the Dokus. Time to get rid of these annoying doki, Naruto thought to himself as he channeled chakra into his eyes. Amaterasu, Naruto said, and the remaining two Dokus erupted in black flames. They squirmed around the field, smashing and destroying things randomly until they were nothing more than ashes on the ground. We need level 2 now, Tayuya yelled to her teammates as black markings started spreading themselves around each one of the Sound Four. The black markings easily covered the whole body, changing their color skin to an unnatural brown. Taiyuya gained horns and Kadamura gained an extra eye in the middle of his forehead. What is this? Naruto wondered in thought. Naruto had clearly seen the black marks spreading through their bodies, meaning it was the curse seal, but this version seemed far more powerful than the one he knew. Is it another version? Naruto thought to himself. Naruto dodged a punch from Jirobo, who crashed into the ground and made a pretty decent crater. It's like Bachan's punches. Naruto shivered at the thought of getting hit by one of those. Naruto looked to his right and noticed that Kadamura had some type of golden arrow pointed directly at him, and getting ready to fire it. Kadamura fired the arrow, and it was coming in hot to Naruto. Naruto blurred from his position and arrived near Jirobo. Naruto channeled lightning chakra into his knee and delivered it to Jirobo's gut. Jirobo buckled in pain and let out a gasp. Naruto picked up Jirobo and threw him towards the incoming arrow. Jirobo couldn't dodge mid-air and, as such, got pierced through his right shoulder, making his right arm useless. Jirobo fell to the ground, spitting out blood and with labored breaths. Shit, Kadamura thought to himself as he had missed his target and ended up hitting a teammate. Yukon appeared next to Naruto and tried to merge with him, only to phase right through him. The moment Yukon had phased through him, Naruto quickly turned around and blocked Yukon's elbow with both arms. Naruto extended Yukon's arm and easily broke it at his elbow junction. Yukon screamed in pain but was quickly muffled as he was absorbed into Naruto's dimension, leaving a panicking Sasuke behind. This is not going well, Taiyuya thought to herself as he took notice to her teammate's status. Kadamura had a missing arm, Jirobo had his right arm disabled and was bleeding from his right shoulder, Sasuke just lost his counterpart, and herself had lost her Dokus. She decided to help her teammates, and rushed Naruto to engage him in a taijutsu battle. In level 2 her speed and strength was greatly increased. Naruto turned around to see Taiyuya running towards him and smirked. He activated his Kamui and sank underground, leaving Taiyuya furiously looking for him. Come out, you bastard! Taiyuya yelled. Naruto suddenly emerged right in front of her and gave her an uppercut. Taiyuya was thrown upwards and Naruto delivered a kick to her stomach, sending her flying. Not having enough, Naruto summoned one of his chains and attached it to Taiyuya's ankle. He spun around and threw Taiyuya into Sasuke, who didn't see her coming. Die, Kadamura said as he fired another golden arrow. Naruto smirked as he used his Kamui and placed Yukon right in front of the arrow, trapping him in a chokehold. The arrow pierced Yukon's heart cleanly and phased through Naruto, leaving Yukon's body without even slowing down. Yukon fell to the ground dead and was easily burned into ashes as Naruto used a fire attack to light him up. No, Sasuke yelled as he watched his counterpart being killed. What are you doing, Kadamura? Sasuke yelled at his partner, as he had just killed a piece of him. The bastard has more tricks than I know. Kadamura replied, but that was the wrong move. Naruto took advantage at his distraction and blurred his way towards him and locked eyes with him. Kadamura let out a small gasp as he looked into the Sharingan. A small shadow craved behind him and trapped him at the spot. Not even 1 second later, Hinata appeared next to him, and using her daggers with wind chakra, she cleaved Kadamura's head clean off. His head rolled into the ground as the curse mark retracted and his skin regained the normal color. Shit, they got Kadamura! Taiyuya cursed as she watched the leader of the Sound 4 die. These odds weren't looking good, and only 2 of the Konoha shinobi were actively battling them. Even if they were in level 2, they stood no chance against Naruto and Hinata. Suiton Swishuha, exploding water wave, Hinata said and pumped her lungs full of chakra. Raiton Rariyuden, lightning dragon, Naruto said and sent his own lightning dragon crashing into Hinata's water attack. Naruto's lightning spread across the ocean that Hinata created and washed up against the remaining of the Sound 4 who were too weak to even dodge. They all washed up in a nearby tree, twitching and spasming on the ground. They are finished, Naruto said as he looked towards the remaining of Sound 4 who were barely conscious at that point. Get Sasuke out of the barrel and let's take him back home, Naruto ordered as he made his way towards the Sound 4 to kill them. Kukukuku. Splendid, a new voice echoed through the clearing. Everyone jumped at the sudden voice and regrouped. How nice of you to join us, Orochi team, Naruto sarcastically said as they all took defensive stances in front of the barrel that contained Sasuke. How dare you speak to Orochimaru-sama with such language? Another person that was close to Orochimaru yelled. That someone pointed his finger at Naruto and fired something from them. Naruto easily tracked them with his Sharingan and dodged all of them, catching one with his fingers. Did he just throw a bone at me? Naruto asked to Hinata, who nodded. Do I look like a dog? Naruto asked him and threw the bones at Akamaru, who proceeded to eat them, making Kimimara's eye twitch. Naruto looked at the person that attacked him, and he had pale skin, vivid green eyes, masculine facial features, 2 scarlet dots on his forehead and shoulder-length white hair, which he wore divided down the middle on his head with 2 separate partings on either side of his face. He wore a specialized version of the traditional Otonin ensemble, consisting of a light lavender, loose-fitting, long-sleeved, zip-up shirt, black pants cut off around mid-calf, bandages wrapped around his ankles, traditional shinobi sandals, and a purple, rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist. He also wore 2 red, 2 black hair ornaments, one on either side of his head, securing 2 locks of his silvery white hair. He did not wear a sound headband, despite his extreme loyalty to Orochimaru. His curse seal of earth is applied at the base of his throat, where it is a circular pattern of 3 curved lines. It looks like he fired his fingertips, but he already has more ready. He seems to be able to control his bones. Hinata explained, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Bones? Naruto pondered until it clicked. You are a Kage, aren't you? Naruto asked, and the man simply nodded. I thought you were all killed when you guys attacked Kiri a few years ago. Naruto stated, I'm Kage Kimimaro, the last of the Kage clan, faithful servant of Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro stoically said. Bright as always, Naruto-kun. Naruto heard someone say and turned to see a figure approaching behind Orochimaru. Kabuto? Naruto asked, shocked to see Kabuto standing there, and he clearly killed him. Naruto looked closely at him until he noticed that his eyes were black and his skin had cracks. You're an Edo Tensei, Naruto stated, and Kabuto chuckled. I'm too valuable to simply be discarded by Orochimaru-sama. Although you forced Orochimaru-sama to take an early vessel, Kabuto stated, pushing his glasses up. So you came for your next vessel? Naruto asked, looking at the barrel that contained Sasuke. It's unfortunate that I can't have you, so I'll just take the backup, Orochimaru said, chuckling. You think we will just let you take him away? Naruto asked, smirking. This doesn't look good. A battle between me and Orochimaru will be very destructive, and I can't protect those 3 while I'm fighting, even more with that Kimimaro and Kabuto in the mix. Naruto thought, considering what to do. I can do hand seals now, Naruto-kun, and I'll be taking Sasuke-kun with me either you let it or not, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Kabuto, Orochimaru said towards his servant. Heal the rest of the Sound 4 to your best extent, Orochimaru ordered, and Kabuto complied. Kabuto went towards Tayuya and healed a few scratches and broken bones. He gave a couple of food and blood replenishing pills to Jirobo and did the same to Sakan. What are we going to do? Kiba asked, gulping. He didn't like being against one of the Sannin. This is the golden opportunity to end the snake for good. Let's start by taking out the Sound 4-inch, Naruto thought to himself, as he readied himself to use his Hirishin. He had already marked every single one of the Sound 4 during his battle against them. Kamui, Naruto whispered and tried to absorb Kabuto into his dimension, but it was too slow, and Kabuto immediately jumped away to gain distance from his current location. Too slow, Naruto-kun, Kabuto said, smirking and pushing his glasses up, but was confused when he saw Naruto smirk as well. Who said you were the target? Naruto rhetorically asked as his sword sparkled and he disappeared in a yellow flash. Everyone just had time to blink as Naruto only seemed to shimmer from his location. Everyone raised an eyebrow in confusion until they heard several thump sounds. They looked around to the remaining members of the Sound 4 without their heads. I like these odds more, Naruto said, smirking, and Orochimaru gritted his teeth. He had just lost 4 of his most powerful men, and Naruto had killed the last 3 in the blink of an eye. This brat is dangerous, Kimimaro thought as he looked at Naruto very carefully. What the hell? Kiba yelled as he saw the heads of the Sound 4 plop to the ground. He didn't even see Naruto move from his position. Kiba, Chuji, Shikamaru, you guys take on Kabuto. Be careful that he's an Edo Tensei. His body is immortal and his chakra is limitless. You need to restraining or cripple him, and then apply this tag to his body. Naruto explained and handed them the tag. Once you place the tag on his body, his soul will be released. He's strong as Kakashi-sensei, so be very careful, Naruto said, and everyone nodded. Hinata, you take on Kimimaro. You both should be around the same level in taijutsu. His bloodline allows him free control over every bone, Naruto explained, and she nodded. I'll take on Orochimaru, Naruto said, looking at the smirking snake. You sure you can handle him? Shikamaru asked. He's one of the Sannin, don't worry. I already fought against him twice and nearly killed him the last time, Naruto said as if reminiscing his memories. Let's see if you can take me on alone now, Orochimaru said and started releasing his chakra. Shuji, Kiba and Shikamaru cringed at the feeling they got. They felt as nothing more than ants at the face of such an adversary. However, their jaws dropped when Naruto unleashed his own chakra that seemed to match and even surpass Orochimaru. The ground around them started cracking from the pressure. A cloud of dust was starting to form around their feet due to the chakra output. Naruto's hair flapped wildly as his chakra seemed endless and extremely powerful. They both disappeared in a blur, and a loud shockwave echoed through the clearing, meaning that those two had began their battle. Let's go, Hinata said, and everyone took their positions. Hinata versus Kimimaro. Hinata and Kimimaro both took their positions and respective stances in front of each other. Kimimaro seemed to be relaxed and more than confident in his abilities. Don't get me wrong, he didn't have the air of arrogance around him, but anyone could see that he was confident in his abilities. Hinata had her Byakugan activate, and was studying her enemy to her best extent. Her Byakugan would come particularly helpful against him, as she could see the bones coming out of his body before they had even left it. Although something seemed wrong with his body, Kimimaro's system seemed to be on overdrive and his metabolism seemed to be higher than average. They both blurred through each other and engaged in a heated battle of taijutsu. Neither one of them was gaining advantage over the other. Kimimaro was physically stronger, but Hinata was faster and more flexible. Tsubaki no Mai, Dance of the Camellia, Kimimaro said, and Hinata watched as a bone started protruding from his left shoulder. It was a small bit at first, but then it became more and more visible as it came out. Kimimaro placed his right hand on it and pulled the rest of bone out. It was a short, bone-hilted bone sword, when then suddenly dashed towards Hinata at great speed and performed a series of fast stabbings, trying to confuse Hinata as some attacks mirrored after images. However, that wasn't a problem for Hinata's Byakugan. Even thought it seemed after images to regular eyes, Hinata's Byakugan could easily track all of them, and she proceeded to dodge every single strike Kimimaro performed. It was like she was dancing. If Kimimaro stabbed in front, she sidestepped it to the left. Kimimaro would readjust the trajectory, but Hinata would simply dodge again. Having enough of just dodging, Hinata waited for another stab that was a bit to her right. The moment it came, she sidestepped it and swatted his arm away. Taking advantage of Kimimaro's error, she recoiled her right arm and said, "Hakusha air palm." Kimimaro was hit square on, at point blank, by an air palm right in his chest. Kimimaro was thrown backwards and crashed into the ground but was unharmed. "Teshi Sanan 10-finger drilling bullets," Kimimaro said as he got back up. He pointed his fingers at Hinata and fired his fingertips at her with great speed. Hinata could easily track them with her Byakugan and simply dodged them. "Suetun Mizurappa, wild water wave," Hinata said and unlashed a stream of water from her mouth. The water was sent towards Kimimaro and jumped away to avoid it. He looked around for Hinata only for her to appear behind him. "Hak Rokujinshu, 64 palms of the hand," Hinata said and began her attacks by closing the major chakra points. In the middle of her attack, she was forced to jump back when bones popped out of his chest, giving her no choice but to make some distance. "This is why I say that Jukin is almost useless," Hinata thought, sighing. Kimimaro had created bone plates beneath his skin that were thick enough for her Jukin strikes to be rendered useless. Her flowing fist was useless against Kimimaro and, as such, she would need to come with another plan. She would have to resort to her poisons and ninjutsu and attack at his most vulnerable point, his neck. Kimimaro rushed Hinata as he had the advantage in a taijutsu fight. "Yanagi no Mai, Dance of the Willow," Kimimaro said, and several bone blades started growing from several points of his body. His palms, his knees, elbows, and shoulders now had long bones protruding from them. Hinata quickly took out her daggers and, channeling wind chakra through them, engaged Kimimaro in a deadly dance of weapons to see who would come out the winner. Hinata was surprised when she saw that the bones were holding against her daggers. It appeared as they weren't normal bones, as they seemed far stronger than normal ones. She took a closer look and noticed that Kimimaro was even running chakra through them. Kimimaro was so busy fighting Hinata that he didn't see another one approach from behind. "Suetun Sura no Jutsu, water prison," Hinata's clone said, and using the water from the previous attack, she trapped Kimimaro inside a water prison. Knowing it would be too dangerous to even approach him, she decided to let him drown. "This isn't going to stop me," Kimimaro said, and a very long bone shot from his hand. The bone completely pierced through the water prison and Hinata's clone, making it disperse in water and letting Kimimaro out of his prison. The original Hinata jumped back to gain some distance when she saw her clone be destroyed. Mizu no Muchi water whip, Hinata said, and several whips of water started forming and trapped Kimimaro by his hands and ankles. Hinata blurred towards him, and channeling chakra to her hand, she slammed her hand into Kimimaro's chest. To her surprise, instead of hitting his skin and killing him, her hand was stopped by several bones that popped out of his chest, rendering her attack useless. Hinata jumped back and pouted. She couldn't get any attack in. It was obvious that his bloodline was far more suited for taijutsu than her was. However, she wouldn't give up just because her opponent was tough. Sensatsu Sui Sho, 1,000 needles of death, Hinata said, and hundreds of water needles formed around her and shot towards Kimimaro, who remained in place. The water needles collided with Kimimaro, but they simply bounced back and fall to the ground. Those bones, Hinata thought, shaking her head. Kimimaro had created once again a layer of bone to block all of the needles. Hinata knew that to even poison him with her senbons, she would have to catch him by surprise. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Dragon, Hinata said, and a huge dragon formed from the water in the ground and growled his way towards Kimimaro. That's a bit too much to simply stand by, Kimimaro thought as he began running to avoid the dragon that eventually crashed into the ground and dispelled into water. Hinata reappeared next to him and engaged him in taijutsu. However, this time, Kimimaro found himself completely in defense due to Hinata's fierce attacks. Kimimaro was parrying Hinata's daggers as best as he could, but he didn't understand why his adversary had suddenly got a power spike. He was busy thinking that he didn't notice one clone of Hinata appear behind him from all the water in the ground. Kimimaro suddenly felt a presence behind him and pushed bones from his back out. The bones immediately hit the clone and it was destroyed. Kimimaro suddenly felt himself snared to the ground by water whips. He didn't notice the presence of a second clone. Here, Hinata thought as she pushed herself as fast as she could and slashed towards Kimimaro's throat with her wind-enhanced daggers. Kimimaro saw this and he didn't have much choice. He pushed all of his bones out and destroyed the water whips and grazed Hinata in her shoulder. Kimimaro jumped back when he noticed a few drops of blood falling into the ground. He placed his hand on his neck and felt a small bit of pain. Hinata had managed to cut him, deep enough to draw blood. Now we wait, Hinata thought as she had successfully injected her poison into him. The cut might not be deep enough, but the poison would eventually spread, and she just had to wait. Kimimaro was starting to feel weak. His vision was starting to fade into nothing more than blurs. It was then that he understood that he had been poisoned. Kimimaro looked towards Kabuto, who was busy fighting those 3 genin, and he knew that he didn't have time to try and heal him. Kimimaro had no other choice but to go into level 2. Kimimaro channeled chakra to his earth curse seal located in the middle of his chest. Black markings started spreading through his body until he was totally covered. He now had dark gray skin, 6 large bone spines protruding out of his back, and a long bone-spiked tail. Hinata could already tell that his strength had increased by quite a bit, and if he used it now, then it must have been to neutralize her poison. Hinata saw Kimimaro suddenly start running towards her. For lack of a better word, Kimimaro looked like a dinosaur rampaging towards her. Hinata braced herself, and the moment Kimimaro arrived near her, she sidestepped him and grabbed one of his bones from his back. She jumped on his back. Her chakra flared and her daggers glowed blue as she was ready to kill him for good. Kimimaro spiked his chakra and another bone popped from his back. Hinata just had enough to tilt her head to the side, but she still got scratched in her cheek, drawing blood. Hinata jumped away to gain some distance when she saw Kimimaro crouch. Tesenka no Mai Tsuru, Dance of the Clematis Vine, Kimimaro said, and a small bone started growing out from the back of his head, at the top of his spine. Kimimaro grabbed it and pulled it out. Hinata's eyes widened when she saw exactly he had pulled. Kimimaro had pulled of his own spine and had it now pointed at her like some spear. Kimimaro flexed the spear and she expanded, going fast towards Hinata. Mizu no Tate Water Shield, Hinata said, and the water rose around her, making a small shield around her chest. Hinata used the jutsu fast enough as Kimimaro's spine suddenly wrapped itself around her, pinning her to the spot. Tesenka no Mai, Hana, Dance of the Clematis, Flower, Kimimaro said, and bone started emerging and wrapping itself around Kimimaro's left arm. Kimimaro channeled extreme amounts of chakra to create the thickest bone he could. The bone itself seemed like a drill and completely covered Kimimara's left arm. Dai! Kimimaro yelled as he thrusted his left arm towards the immobile Hinata. Kaiten! Hinata said, and using the water shield around her as oil in a motor she started spinning. A blue chakra dome appeared around her. Kimimaro's strongest attack connected, but her shield didn't waver, and slowly, but surely, Hinata's Kaiten started eating away his bone due to the spinning effect. A few seconds later, Kimimaro's bone was nothing more than dust on the ground. They were about to jump at each other again when they heard a small explosion followed by a small cloud of smoke. Uchiha Sasuke had awakened from his coma, and his appearance had completely changed. Shika, Kiba, and Chuji versus Kabuto. Oh my, 3 babies against me, Kabuto said, chuckling and pushing his glasses upwards. If I remember correctly, it was a baby named Naruto that killed you, Shikamaru said, yawning at the face of such troublesome opponent. Don't even mix him with you. Neither of you hold a candle to what Naruto-kun can do. Only Orochimaru-sama can match Naruto-kun's power. That's the reason we came to retrieve Sasuke personally, as Kadamura had informed us of what they were up against. Kabuto explained as his hands started glowing and buzzing like chainsaws. Let's go, Kiba said as Shikamaru crouched and placed his hands on the rat seal, making his shadow shimmer. Suga, Kiba said, and started spinning and going towards Kabuto, who smirked. Kabuto simply sidestepped the attack, making Kiba simply pass by him. The moment that Kiba passed by him, Kabuto recoiled and kicked Kiba hard in the back. Kiba lost control of his attack and slammed into a tree, slightly dazed. Don't attack blindly, Shikamaru yelled. Don't you remember what Naruto said? He's strong as Kakashi, making him an elite jounin, Shikamaru stated. Kageme no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique, Shikamaru said, and his shadow blurred his towards Kabuto. Kabuto had just kicked Kiba into the ground and didn't notice the shadow. Kabuto got caught and was frozen in spot. Nikuden Sasha, human bullet tank, Chuji said, and began spinning towards Kabuto. Chuji rolled, picking up speed, and crashed into Kabuto, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. They were running towards him to place the tag and end the battle when Kabuto poofed in smoke to reveal a small wooden log. Kabuto popped out of the ground, just behind Shikamaru, and grabbed him by the ankles. Using his chakra scalpel, he managed to cut Shikamaru's tendons on both his feet, thus disabling his movement. Shikamaru groaned and fell to his knees, clutching his feet, who were now temporarily disabled. This is bad, Shikamaru thought. Shikamaru was now a sitting target, as he couldn't move properly. The only thing he could right now was giving support to both Kiba and Chuji with his shadow. Anything else other than that he was unable to do. Chuji, Kiba, Shikamaru called, and they approached him so he could explain his plan. They all took their positions, and Kiba started running towards Kabuto, and while Shikamaru did what he did best. He sat down and began to use his shadow to provide some help to Kiba by distraction. Kabuto. Sanaijishu, hidden snake hands, Kabuto said, and flexed his right arm forward. 4 snakes suddenly jumped from his sleeves and wrapped themselves around Kiba. Kabuto spun and threw Kiba into a tree, making him cough a bit of blood and fall to the ground. Akamaru quickly ran to the side of his partner. Too slow, Kabuto, and jumped away from the shadow that was creeping out behind him. Kabuto jumped several times as the shadow didn't seem to stop chasing him. Kabuto quickly threw a couple shurikens and kunais and threw them at Shikamaru, who had to roll to avoid them since he couldn't move properly. Now, Shikamaru yelled. Baky no Jutsu, expansion jutsu, Chuji said, and jumped from the top of the trees over the field. His body expanded into a very large spherical form, covering most of the field in shadows. Shikamaru took the opportunity and used his shadow that quickly connect to Kabuto, since almost all of the field was covered in shadows due to Chuji blocking the sun. Gutsuga, Kiba yelled as both he and his partner started spinning like a drill and crashed into Kabuto. Kiba and Akamaru completely wrecked Kabuto's shoulder, and he was sent crashing into the ground and had already started reforming. Place to tag quickly, Shikamaru said, and Chuji ran as fast as he could towards Kabuto. Chuji arrived near him and was about to place the tag when Kabuto got up and punched him in the stomach, making him buckle, and kicked him away. My, you almost got me, Kabuto said, chuckling as his shoulder had completely reformed as if nothing had ever happened. Feels like new, Kabuto said, flexing his arm. Uchiha Sasuke has woken. Naruto versus Orochimaru. Naruto and Orochimaru were having a fierce battle in taijutsu. Orochimaru's speed was nothing compared to Naruto's, and with his Sharingan Orochimaru couldn't hit Naruto. On the other hand, Orochimaru could bend his body at unnatural angles which enabled him to dodge Naruto's attacks. During the whole battle some hits got in but nothing major in either of them. Sanaijushu, hidden snake hands, Orochimaru said, flexing his right arm forward. Snakes came out from his sleeves and wrapped themselves around Naruto only for him to disperse in a cloud of smoke. Raikiri, Naruto said as he appeared right behind Orochimaru with his hand coated in lightning. Naruto pierced through Orochimaru's chest, destroying his heart. Orochimaru started melting into mud, revealing it to be an ordinary earth clone. Suddenly Orochimaru popped out of the ground with his sword in his mouth, ready to stab Naruto through the chest. Naruto easily saw him coming with his Sharingan, and used his Kamui to simply let the attack slip through him. Naruto jumped to the side and used his sword to cleave Orochimaru's body in half. To his surprise, the two halves of Orochimaru simply sent snakes to the other end and merged themselves together again, as if nothing had ever happened. Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough, Orochimaru said, and clapped his hands together, and created a very strong gust of wind. Naruto channeled chakra to his feet to stick to the ground, but the gust was too strong, and he had to jump away from it. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique, Naruto said, and took advantage of the existing wind to power up his fire attack against Orochimaru. Orochimaru was enveloped in a cloud of fire. Once it dissipated, there was nothing more than an empty shell in his place. Naruto looked around but couldn't feel where Orochimaru was. Orochimaru suddenly popped out behind him from the ground with his fingers glowing. Gojyo Furin, 5-element seal, Orochimaru said, and slammed his hand into Naruto only to simply phase through him. Once Orochimaru had passed through him, Naruto turned around and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. He wants to disable Kurama. Too bad it wouldn't work, Naruto thought as he saw Orochimaru getting up as if nothing had ever happened. Orochimaru's mouth suddenly opened to inhuman proportions and another Orochimaru came out. Naruto concluded that that particular jutsu took a heavy chunk of his chakra away, but, interestingly enough, the snake Sannin wasn't even close to half of his chakra reserves. But then again, Naruto had barely scratched the surface of his. Orochimaru suddenly flashed through hand seals that Naruto immediately recognized, but he was too late to stop it. Kuchios Edo Tensei, Impure World Resurrection, Orochimaru said, clapping his hands, and a single coffin popped out. The coffin opened and Senju Hashirama came out, still in its sleep state. Can he fight his own battles? Naruto muttered, sighing as his eyes glowed for a moment. Kuranasu, Time God, Naruto muttered under his breath as he watched everything roll itself back in time. Hashirama walked back to the coffin and it closed by itself. The coffin then went underground. Naruto's eyes glowed and time started again the moment Orochimaru was thinking of the hand seals. Naruto threw a 3-pronged kunai towards Orochimaru as he was starting the seals sequence, and appeared right next to him. Utama Rasengan, Big Rasengan, Naruto said, and pushed his large chakra ball into Orochimaru. A large blue dome of chakra erupted due to the explosion. Once the dust was gone, Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. However, Naruto had seen Orochimaru mold chakra into a jutsu that he knew all too well. Just as he expected, Orochimaru popped out of the ground just in front of him with a sword in his mouth. Naruto sidestepped his sword thrust and kneed him in the stomach, making him buckle in pain. Naruto flipped Orochimaru and trapped him in a choke hold, and used his Kamui to start absorbing him. Slithering snake mode, Orochimaru muttered, and the lower part of his body became flexible and similar to a snake's tail. Orochimaru used his tail to wrap itself around Naruto's arm and broke the chokehold, allowing him to substitute with a nearby log. Once he substituted, Naruto disabled his Kamui and watched Orochimaru slither away to gain some distance. Orochimaru was about to another set of hand seals when he was interrupted. Again with the Edo Tensei, can't you fight for your own battles? Must you depend on one's power? Naruto said at the shocked face of Orochimaru. How did you know I was going to the Edo Tensei? Orochimaru asked curiously. Why should I tell you anything? Naruto stated, smirking as Orochimaru scowled the boy. Let's just say, my eyes are more powerful than you can imagine, Orochimaru-chan, Naruto said, taunting him. My eyes are everything that you always wanted, but you will never get this set, Naruto said, chuckling as Orochimaru plummeted to the ground. Is Sasuke-kun going to take much more to complete the ritual? Orochimaru thought to himself, and weighing his options. Madara no Jin, 10,000 snakes wave, Orochimaru said as he opened his mouth. Thousands of snakes suddenly started crawling out of his mouth, forming a gigantic wave towards Naruto. The snake's wall rose into the air, blocking the sun's view and casting a shadow into the battlefield. "Does he even have any jutsu not snake-related?" Naruto said, sighing. Naruto gripped his fan from his back and placed his left hand in the tiger seal. His chakra spiked as his lungs filled with air laced with chakra. "Katan, Goryuka no Jutsu, Great Dragon Fire Technique," Naruto said, and unleashed a torrent of fire shaped in a dragon's head into the incoming snakes. Once his fire jutsu had started, Naruto swung his fan, creating a very powerful gust of wind that powered up his fire attack. Naruto had unleashed an inferno that washed against the snakes. Almost all the snakes were instantly vaporized, leaving just a few to Naruto to deal with personally. "Kuchios no Jutsu," Orochimaru said as he swiped blood across his tattoo in his arm. A very large brown snake appeared in a cloud of smoke and instantly tried to crush Naruto. Naruto jumped to the side to avoid it, and then jumped away to gain some distance. "Snakes again," Naruto said, shaking his head and preparing his attack to finish the snake before it could cause more confusion. Their battle was beginning to escalate as they already had used some large-scale jutsu. Naruto focused his chakra and his eyes glowed. Suddenly and out of nowhere, chains bursted from the ground. However, these chains weren't the traditional golden that Naruto used to summon. These chains were burning with black flames. Naruto had combined his golden chains with his Amaterasu. "Inferno chains," Naruto said as his flaming chains instantly dashed and wrapped themselves around the snake. The snake hissed in pain and tried struggling out of them but couldn't. The chains were too tightly wrapped around it. Orochimaru jumped down from the snake as another chain tried to wrap itself around him. The snake dispelled in a cloud of smoke. Naruto retracted his chains and they started floating above him, aiming to Orochimaru. The chains were just hovering around Naruto as if waiting the order of their master to engage. Naruto smirked, and the chains suddenly blurred towards his opponent. Orochimaru ran for his life and tried dodge as best as he could. Naruto's chain attacks were similar to Hashirama's Mokuton as both could freely manipulate each one. The problem was that Naruto's attack was infinitely more deadlier. If you were caught by the trees, no big deal. However, if you were caught by these chains, you would instantly be ignited with Amaterasu flames that can't be put out, and it would mean instant death. Orochimaru jumped to the side to dodge a chain. The moment he landed, another chain popped out of the ground and tried to wrap itself around his ankle, but Orochimaru managed to substitute with a nearby log. Suddenly the chains stopped the chase and stopped midway between Naruto and Orochimaru. The chains were acting vertical bars, slightly apart, slipping Naruto from Orochimaru. "Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough," Naruto said and released gust of wind from his lungs. Orochimaru's eyes widened when Naruto's wind attack connected with the chains and brought upon it a wave of black flames. Naruto's wind attack had carried the black flames, making a gigantic wave of them wash over Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body was completely enveloped in black flames, as well as the nearby field. Orochimaru had nowhere to go unless underground, and that is what he did. Orochimaru switched his skin and used his Doton technique to move underground to someplace where the black flames weren't active. "This brat is way too dangerous," Orochimaru thought to himself as a small bead of sweat rolled down his face. Orochimaru looked to his right and sighed, happy that he survived the inferno that was still going down there and, by the looks of it, wasn't going to end any time soon. Naruto was about to light Orochimaru on fire with his black flames when a loud explosion echoed through all of the clearing that Naruto had created with his fan. The barrel where Sasuke was exploded in a cloud of purple smoke. The moment the barrel exploded, everyone stopped their battles and regrouped with their allies. Sasuke jumped out of the barrel and landed in the middle of both factions. Sasuke's second level of the curse seal turned his skin dark gray with a black 4-point star mark between his eyes and across the bridge of his nose. His sclera turned black, his irises turned yellow, and his lips turned blue. He also grew claw-like nails and his hair grew to waist length without losing its style. "And people call me a monster," Naruto muttered out loud, taking in the new shape of Sasuke. He already expected something like this when he saw just what exactly the Sound 4 could become. Naruto shifted his eyes towards Kimimaro, who looked like a rhinoceros ready to stomp on someone. Naruto then looked towards his team to take into account their injuries. Shikamaru was on the ground nursing his ankles as Hinata was already healing him. Both Kiba and Chuji were out of breath, and we could see the sweat rolling of them. Naruto then turned to Hinata, who looked fine with the exception of a couple of scratches through her clothes and one on her cheek. Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto said in a strong and commanding voice. By order of the Godame Hokage, you are to return to Konoha to face trial for the murder of Haruno Sakura. If your retrieval isn't possible, termination has been allowed. Naruto explained with his Sharingan spinning and his killing intent rolling. Sasuke laughed loud before suddenly stopping and turning to Naruto with a dark look. She served her purpose, Sasuke said, making his Manjikyu flare to life and trying to intimidate his adversaries. It worked to some extent, as all but Naruto and Hinata were shivering just from looking at those eyes. If Sasuke killed Sakura to achieve those eyes, then they must be something else. You killed her just to get those eyes? Kiba yelled to Sasuke. She was our teammate and you killed her in cold blood, Kiba said. I already told everyone that I would stop at nothing to get my revenge, Sasuke coldly said. Now that I have these eyes, Sasuke said, pointing toward his Manjikyu, I'm going to kill all of you, Sasuke said, laughing as his chakra spiked. A small trail of blood started leaking out from his eye as his chakra flared. Amaterasu, Sasuke said, and Naruto erupted in black flames. Sasuke laughed, thinking he got Naruto, but he was very surprised when he noticed that the black flames were swirling away into his eyes. Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough, Naruto said, and released a gust of wind. At the same he released the black flames from his eyes. A wave of black fire washed over his enemies, who had to jump away to avoid it. I don't see this ending well, Orochimaru said to his company. Kabuto, do it, Orochimaru ordered, and Kabuto nodded, jumping towards Sasuke. Naruto took advantage of the time they were retreating and started channeling Raitan chakra through his hands. He formed the all-too-well-known blue chakra sphere and sent into the sky. The sky instantly became darker and darker. The wind started rustling furiously as loud thunders could be heard echoing through the clearing. This isn't good, Orochimaru said to himself, as he remembered this attack very well from the reports of the Suna and Sound invasion. He's going to kill us all. Sasuke yelled towards Orochimaru to do something. He had already seen this jutsu and there wasn't much they could do. The only problem Naruto was facing was that, if he launched this jutsu, there probably wouldn't be anything left of Sasuke to take back to Konoha. Like I care. I can just use the Edo Tensei to prove he's dead, Naruto thought to himself, agreeing with his logic. Right, and Kirin, Naruto said, and the thunders gathered in a single one. Naruto's hand sparkled with lightning as he did a downward movement to command the dragon to attack his target. Before Naruto could finalize the jutsu, a very large bone bursted from the ground very close to their position. Due to Naruto's Sharingan, he could easily track the bone and shifted his body to the side to avoid it. The problem was that, by moving his body from his original position, his Kirin jutsu rocketed down upon the earth but with the wrong target. The field exploded and sent debris and trees everywhere. Naruto was in contact with everyone in his team and used his Kemiri to make everyone intangible. Once the smoke started clearing, what was once a clearing with trees surrounding it was now nothing more than a crater similar to one just outside of Konoha. The dust cloud had cleared and Naruto refocused on the battlefield. Kabuto was reforming as he seemingly lost almost all of his body from the neck down. Sasuke was on the ground with his clothes ripped apart and his body smoking, and he was back to his original self. His curse seal was deactivated, meaning that he was unconscious. Kimimaro appeared to be externally well, but that thought was gone when he fell to the ground coughing up blood. Naruto looked for Orochimaru until a hand bursted from the ground near Sasuke. Orochimaru crawled out of the hole barely breathing. Damn you, Orochimaru yelled in pain. Naruto just smiled while both Shikamaru and Chuji were gapping like a fish at the jutsu Naruto used. You don't look good, Naruto said to Orochimaru to vomit himself out of his old body. Orochimaru stood in front of them completely unharmed, but Naruto could see that his chakra reserves were almost gone. He would have to retreat if he wanted to live, but Naruto wasn't going to allow that. Naruto jumped towards Orochimaru and his company. Suddenly, 4 other Narutos popped off the ground, forming a square around everyone minus Hinata, Chuji, Kiba, and Shikamaru. Ninpu, Shishinjin, Ninja Art, 4 Flames Formation. The clones all yelled and a large purple barrier was set in place, trapping everyone inside. You can't escape now, Orochimaru, Naruto said, smirking. This is your end, Naruto said as he flashed Sasuke and quickly absorbed him into his dimension. Naruto started leaking out red chakra from his body, and that placed Orochimaru on alert. Kabuto, do you have them? Orochimaru asked, and Kabuto nodded, throwing 2 vials to Orochimaru, who proceeded to swallow them. Back to Naruto, he suddenly exploded in a shockwave of red chakra. Naruto now had 4 chakra tails connected to his backbone. His whole appearance was like a miniature Kyuubi. Naruto was leaking out chakra and killing intent that would kill an ordinary Chunin with just that. Sawarabi no Mai, Dance of the Seedling Fern, Kimimaro said, and used the last of his strengths to launch his attack. Hundreds of bones started bursting through the ground. Roar! Naruto let out a mighty roar in his Kyuubi form. The bones were all shattered like simple twigs. Naruto coiled of his tails just above his mouth, and red and blue chakra started gathering in the air. What's he doing? Kiba asked, slightly afraid. He never saw Naruto using the Kyuubi's chakra, and the feeling he got from it didn't please him. We need to move away, Hinata said. Now, she yelled, and everyone jumped away from the barrier. Bijudama, tailed beast bomb, Naruto said, and sent the chakra ball towards Orochimaru. Until we meet again, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Damn it, he used the Gyakukuchios no Jutsu, reverse summoning technique, Naruto thought as the Bija bomb connected with Kabuto and Kimimaro. Naruto instantly flashed out of the barrier and set up a earth barrier around his team. Boom! A very large explosion occurred in the field. The ground shook like an earthquake. The purple barrier couldn't stand a Bijudama and, as such, was destroyed along with Kabuto and Kimimaro. A large column of fire and smoke rose into the skies, enveloping everything in darkness. When everything had calmed down, Naruto looked towards the battlefield and saw no evidence of either Kabuto, Kimimaro, or any of the Sound Four. Naruto and his team had completed the mission with a few extra bonuses. They had retrieved Sasuke, who was now trapped inside Naruto's dimension. They killed 5 Sound Shinobi, and they now know that Kabuto was still alive due to Orochimaru's using the Edo Tensei technique. Not a bad day in the end. Sasuke Retrieval Arc. Chapter 35 Revelations and Farewell. Konoha Gates. Tsunade, Mabuki, and Jiraiya were standing at the gates awaiting the arrival of Naruto's team. Naruto had sent a message that they would be arriving at any time, and, as such, Tsunade was by the gates with a couple of umbus ready to take Uchiha Sasuke into custody pending his trial. They were all blinded by a bright yellow flash. Once they regained their vision, they focused on the 5 shinobi standing in front of them. They looked like they had been through some battle. Only Naruto and Hinata looked like they still had fighting capabilities. The others were sweating, with their clothes thrashed. Shikamaru seemed to be limping a little, but everyone else was rather healthy. Nothing a night's rest of sleep wouldn't cure. Where is the Uchiha? Tsunade asked, confused. From what she understood, the mission was successful with the capture of Sasuke. Here, Naruto said, and used his Kamui to drop Sasuke into the ground. Thank you, Naruto-san, Mabuki said, and Naruto simply nodded. Mabuki slowly approached the Uchiha with a smile in her face. This is for my daughter, Mabuki stated, and kicked him hard in the balls, making everyone male cringe at the sight. Even Akamaru whined. What the hell happened? Tsunade asked, looking towards the smoking Uchiha lying unconscious on the ground. Don't tell me he gave you all this trouble? Tsunade said, pointing to their clothes and general fatigue. Orochimaru happened, Naruto replied, and Tsunade's eyes widened. She had sent 3 genin up against the Sannin. Thank God no one died. Did you manage to kill him? Jiraiya asked, but Naruto sadly shook his head. He used the reverse summoning jutsu to escape, Naruto explained, and Tsunade sighed. Orochimaru really was one slippery bastard, but he would meet his end sometime. But we did kill his 4 elite bodyguards as well, another one called Kagaya Kimimaro, the last of the Kagaya clan. Naruto explained, and Tsunade nodded. Another thing, Naruto said, and Tsunade motioned him to go continue. Orochimaru switched from vessel and can do hand seals again. He used the Edo Tensei to bring Kabuto back. Kabuto was fighting against us and I managed to obliterate him, but that won't stop Orochimaru from doing the jutsu again. Naruto explained, and Tsunade sighed, rubbing her temples. It doesn't matter at this point. Shikamaru, can you walk? Tsunade asked, and he nodded. Report to the hospital for treatment. All of are dismissed. Naruto, we have a council meeting to determine the fate of Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded. She turned to Sasuke, who was being dragged away with an angry Mabuki running after the Umbu. I'll see you at home, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, pecking her cheek, and left to the Hokage tower. Hokage Tower Council Room. Once Naruto and Tsunade had arrived at the council room, everyone was already assembled. Uchiha Sasuke was standing in the middle of the room bound with chakra-suppressing tags and simple handcuffs. By his side was a single Umbu guarding him. Any aggressive move from Sasuke and the Umbu would end his life before the trial had even begun. The council is in session to determine the fate of Uchiha Sasuke for the murder of Haruno Sakura, Tsunade said and glared at the Uchiha. What proof do you have of that? Sasuke asked, smirking. He knew very well how to cover his tracks. He left her in nothing more than ashes and, as such, there wouldn't be any evidence that he was the one that killed her. We have a confession from Sakura herself, Tsunade said. What? Sasuke asked in disbelief. If she is dead, then how come you have a confession? Sasuke yelled. Naruto-chan, Tsunade said, and everyone snickered while Naruto just sighed. Here brought her back to find out what happened, Tsunade explained. She looked at the panicking Uchiha with a look that said, I got you now, bitch. Do you have anything to say? Tsunade asked, but Sasuke remained silent. Let's wrap this up and end it once and for all, Tsunade said as she got up from her seat. I call for the execution of Uchiha Sasuke for the murder of Haruno Sakura. Anyone against? Tsunade asked but was interrupted before she could go on. You can't do that. I'm an Uchiha, you can't afford to lose the Sharingan, Sasuke yelled and smirked, thinking he got them. Tsunade just looked at him with a pathetic look. You seem to be forgetting about Naruto-chan, Tsunade simply stated, making Sasuke's eyes widen. He wasn't the last Uchiha anymore, so he was expendable. And it was you that brought this upon you, Tsunade said, and was about to call the vote when she was interrupted by Mabuki. If I may suggest an alternative sentence, Hokage-sama, Mabuki said with a very sick smile that sent shivers Sasuke. Sasuke was considering that maybe death would far better than what was coming. I want his chakra molding capabilities destroyed and that he spends his life in jail. I want him to know that he will never have his revenge on his older brother. I want him to feel the desperation as he slowly withers away into old age, knowing that he would never avenge his family, Mabuki said, smiling, and even Tsunade shivered. That was one cold sentence, even worse than death. Sasuke would be locked up forever, knowing that his family would have died in vain and that their killer would walk the earth free. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, Shikaka thought to himself. I don't see why not. Everyone in favor? Tsunade asked, smirking, and everyone raised their hands with the exception of Danzo, but no one gave two craps about him. The sentence will be carried immediately, Tsunade said and motioned to Naruto to destroy his chakra network. In essence, Sasuke would be a civilian when Naruto was done with him. Naruto stood up and walked calmly towards Sasuke with an impassive face. Sasuke just stood and watched his doom walk towards him. Stay away, I'm not going down like this, Sasuke yelled and struggled to get free, but he couldn't mold chakra and the cuffs were too strong for him to break. Not that he would go anywhere if he ever did break them. Naruto arrived near Sasuke, who was shaking from fear. Naruto placed his right hand over his chest and focused his chakra. Kanji started spreading through his whole body until it covered it completely. This is the same seal I used in Orochimaru during the invasion, Naruto explained and turned to Tsunade, who nodded for him to proceed. This might sting a little bit, Naruto said as he placed his right hand in the tiger seal. Activate, Naruto said and activated his seal. Sasuke screamed in pain and rolled on the ground. Naruto took the liberty of delaying the destruction as much as possible as further punishment for his actions. Around 5 minutes later, Sasuke stopped screaming and simply laid on the ground with labored breaths. If anyone looked at him, you could see his dead look. The look of someone who just had his entire life taken away and was forced to know that he would never get what he wanted. Can you confirm, Hayashi-san? Tsunade asked. I confirm. His chakra network is destroyed. At this point, he won't even be able to make a simple Bunshin clone, Hayashi stated, and Tsunade nodded. Bore, Tsunade said, and the Anbu kneeled in front of her. Take Sasuke and show him his home for the rest of his life. Make sure it's warm and cozy, Tsunade sarcastically said, and Bore bowed before picking up Sasuke and leaving the room. This meeting is adjourned, Tsunade said, and everyone left the room. Konoha's IT department temporary holding cell prisoner, Uchiha Sasuke was sitting in his bed in his cell. Sasuke had a blank look on his face and was looking at the wall as if waiting for answers. Foolish little brother, Sasuke heard and turned to look outside of his cell only to find Uchiha Itachi standing there with an amused smile on his face. Itachi, I'll kill you. Sasuke yelled and tried to break the iron bars of his cell. Quiet down before we knock you out, Anumbu said from the corridor. Sasuke looked towards where Itachi was only to find that he was gone. Maybe death would have been a better outcome. Sasuke suddenly heard a noise and looked towards the Anbu who was knocked out and lying on the ground. We are leaving, Sasuke, a voice said from behind him. Sasuke stumbled into the ground when he saw a figure sitting on his bed. He was wearing a black cloak with red clouds, but the most distinguishing thing was his orange mask with a swirl pattern. The mask had a single hole for his right eye. Who are you? Sasuke asked, slowly backing away as far as he could. That will come at a later time, Tobi said as he absorbed Sasuke into his eyes and proceeded to warp away from Konoha. Senju compound. Late that night back at the Senju compound, Naruto and Gaara were packing while Jiraiya was waiting for them. They were about to leave in their 3-year training trip. Even though Naruto assured everyone that he would regularly visit and that would bring Gaara, everyone was still a little sad. Hinata was also sad. Naruto told her that he would visit her every day, but that wasn't enough. They had been living together for years and they spent almost all of the day together, only to at night sleep together, sharing each other's warmth. Don't worry, Hinata. Maybe if you give it all you can join them in their trip, Tsunade said, and Hinata slowly nodded. Naruto walked out of the room with a large scroll on his back. Gaara also had a scroll trapped around his sand gourd. I guess this is it, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, approaching and hugging her. I'll see you tomorrow, princess, Naruto said and gave her a slow and passionate kiss. They reluctantly broke away when Jiraiya warned them that he wanted to arrive into next town before it was night. Until we see you again, Naruto said, and the three of them dashed away from the Senju compound. I'm going to miss that pervert, Tsunade said, wiping away a small tear. Akatsuki hideout. Tobi arrived at his hideout and proceeded to remove Sasuke from his dimension. Sasuke fell to the ground and slowly backed away from the man standing in front of him. Without chakra, Sasuke knew that he was powerless and that pretty much any shinobi could take him on and defeat him. Relax, Sasuke, Tobi said, slowly moving his hands towards his mask. I take care of my family, Tobi said as he removed his mask, only for Sasuke to widen his eyes and promptly faint. Odogekure. Deep in Odogekure, Orochimaru and the newly summoned Kabuto were buried deep inside a lab. In the middle of the lab, connected to several pipes and wires, was a large tank filled with a green fluid. Inside the tank was a small ball of something. Judging by the grinning face of Orochimaru, it must be something good. Orochimaru was salivating at the prospect of having the Sharingan bloodline he always craved for. Orochimaru just watched as his new creation was slowly maturing away. During his battle with Naruto, Kabuto had managed to extract a couple of vials of blood from Sasuke. Orochimaru, together with Kabuto, had engineered a perfect replica of Uchiha Sasuke, who was now slowly maturing away inside the tank. How long until the vessel is viable for use? Orochimaru asked to Kabuto, who was running simulations in a nearby computer. I estimate 3 years, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto replied. Good, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. Akatsuki hideout. Sasuke had recently been brought back to the land of the living as was staring at the figure in front of him. Sasuke tried flaring his chakra, but nothing happened for 2 reasons. First, the person in front of him wasn't an illusion, and second, he couldn't manipulate chakra in the first place, so he couldn't break the illusion even if he tried. FFA, father? Sasuke slowly asked towards the figure. The person standing in front of Sasuke without the mask had short, black hair that reached to his shoulders and onyx-colored eyes, with visible creases below them. You can't be, you're dead, Sasuke said, shaking. The person in front of him couldn't possibly be, and yet he was. Uchiha Fugaku was standing in front of Sasuke, impassively looking at him. I assure you that I'm very real, Sasuke, Fugaku said in his typical cold and emotionless voice. Why didn't come back to Konoha if you were alive? Why did you leave me all alone in there? Sasuke yelled. He needed answers, and he needed them now. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but neither of those things were possible. I'll explain everything, just listen, Fugaku said, and Sasuke slowly nodded. For starters, Itachi didn't simply kill our clan to test his strengths, as he told you. If he ever had to measure against me, he would lose. The reason he decided to kill our clan was because of orders. We are Uchiha's elite. We deserve to control Konoha and rule it, unlike the Senjus. 14 years ago I summoned the Kyuubi, and the Uchiha clan was supposed to take control of the village after the confusion was over, Fugaku said. However, that blasted Namikaze beat me to it. He was able to wound me and seal the Kyuubi into his newborn son, Senjin Naruto. A couple of years after the Kyuubi incident, the Sandaime and his advisors became suspicious about the origin of the Kyuubi's attack and decided to investigate. At that time, we were preparing a coup d'état to take control of the village. They decided to plant a spy inside our clan, and who better than Itachi, who was a peace-loving shinobi. Understand so far? Fugaku asked, and Sasuke slowly nodded, taking everything in. Itachi began working as spy for the Sandaime, providing information every time our clan gathered. I knew that our clan would stand no chance if the village was prepared to our attack. We had lost our element of surprise only because Itachi chose Konoha over his own blood. Fugaku said, gritting his teeth. I had to come with a solution to save our clan, and the only choice was to kill them all. Fugaku said. You call saving our clan killing everyone? Sasuke yelled, and Fugaku sighed. Sasuke, Fugaku started. Our clan is alive and well. Fugaku said, and Sasuke froze. What do you mean? Sasuke asked, confused. This thing was confusing him to hell, and nothing was making any sense. Zetsu, Fugaku said, and a plant-like shinobi emerged from the ground. This is Zetsu, a member of the Akatsuki and my personal servant. Fetch a clone. Fugaku ordered, and Zetsu formed a white clone who stood there waiting for orders. Fugaku made a small sign, and the Zetsu clone touched Sasuke and immediately took his form. Fugaku proceeded to kill the clone, but his shape and appearance remained. These clones are special. They can replicate the DNA structure of anyone they touch, and even if they die, they remain with it. Not even the more skilled medics can tell the difference. I used these clones and replaced the whole Uchiha clan with fakes. Their Sharingan is also functional to some extent. Fugaku explained. Then that means that Sasuke didn't finish, but Fugaku completed the blanks. That everyone is still alive and in hiding. Your mother, uncle, cousins, everyone. Fugaku said, and Sasuke smiled before scowling again. Then why did you leave me there all alone? Sasuke asked in a low voice. He was happy that his clan was alive, but what would that make for Itachi? I'm sorry, but we had no choice. Itachi decided, in all his mercy, to spare you while he wiped out the clan. While these clones are foolproof, they aren't made for battle. They are very weak, and we couldn't risk it letting one in your place. The same way we could never retrieve you from Konoha. It would raise too many suspicion. Fugaku explained, and Sasuke slowly nodded. What about Itachi? Sasuke asked. Ah yes, that fool. Fugaku started. Did you know that I learned from Uchiha Madara and that I'm working on a plan designed by him? Fugaku said, and Sasuke's eyes widened. Naruto's grandfather? Sasuke asked, and Fugaku nodded, chuckling. Now that was a twist I wasn't expecting. He never said anything about having a son. Fugaku said, sighing. During my reign as clan leader, I often had a clone take my place in Konoha so I could focus on our plans outside of the village. One time, Itachi contacted me thinking I was Uchiha Madara. He confided in me everything without knowing that he was talking to his own father. Fugaku said, laughing. Itachi, the so-called genius, was fooled in the end. You will deal with him when the time comes. I think of no better punishment than making him live with all the guilt and remorse when in fact he never killed anyone. Once I find you strong enough to deal with him, I'll let you kill him. He was a traitor to his own clan. He chose Konoha instead of his own blood and flesh. Fugaku snarled. I can't do anything. I can't manipulate chakra anymore, Sasuke said, looking down. No need to worry. I can easily fix that once I inject you with some of Zetsu's cells. They will boost your power and fix any wound you may have, Fugaku said, and Sasuke smirked. So Sasuke, Fugaku started. Will you stand by Konoha or your own blood? Fugaku asked. I stand for our clan. Itachi will pay and the Uchiha will rise. Chapter 36 Special Chapter A True God Rises. What is a god? Is it a being that is immortal? If that is true, you might say a certain type jellyfish might be considered a god as it has the potential for immortality. Is it a being that knows everything? If that's so, then the Yamanaka could be considered gods as they have the ability to read thoughts and control another's actions. Is it a being that can give and take life as he pleases? If so, then Pain might be considered a god as he can give life to those recently departed. Is someone that can be at all places at once? Then Naruto could be considered a god with shadow clones and Hiraishin. There are different religions through the world, but in ours a god is considered someone who can be everywhere, omnipresent, know everything including people's thoughts, omniscient, and someone who is all-powerful. With these three requisites, the god can do anything he wishes. And now, Naruto is about to achieve just that. Land of Iron. 2 years had passed since Naruto, Gaara and Jiraiya had left Konoha in their training trip. Hyuga Hinata had also recently joined them since she had finished her training with Senju Tsunade earlier. Hinata was a true prodigy in medicine but also in combat. Armed with her Byakugan eyes, she could instantly diagnose any type of injury or disease anyone carried. Her eyes seemed to improve her chakra control beyond normal standard of ordinary shinobi. Her chakra control and reserves were on par with Tsunade, as was her knowledge of medical techniques and Tsunade's monstrous strength. She also received the slug contract from Tsunade as she had no one to pass it to, thus making Hinata Tsunade's heir and apprentice. Hinata had also surpassed both Anko and Shizune in poison making. Not much of a surprise when you grow up leaving with a guinea pig in which you can test out all of your poisons. And the fact the guinea pig didn't die from them was just a plus. Naruto thanked the heavens when he noticed that Hinata remained a sweet and caring girl even after training with Anko. Naruto shivered at the thought of living with a Hinata, Anko style. Considering Naruto and Gaara, they both advanced with Jiraiya as their teacher. While Naruto could best Jiraiya anytime in terms of raw power, he didn't have yet the finesse in other areas. That's why they would sometimes take on a few missions so that they could gain valuable experience. Currently it's almost dawn, and we find Naruto of 16 years old, almost 17, walking to their hotel after another of training day. "I'm home," Naruto said with a tired and strained voice. Hinata looked up from her notes. The first thing you would notice about Hinata's changes would be the purple diamond figure in the middle of her forehead. Hinata had grown into a very beautiful woman. She was around 5 feet 7 inches, with a slim figure worthy of a goddess. She had long and toned legs, smooth skin, and a well-developed chest, around D-cup in size. Hinata had retained her straight, Heim-style haircut, but she let her hair grow to waist length. The short strands that framed her face remained, but were now shoulder length. She now wore a new attire comprised of a loose-fitting, long-sleeved, dark blue and white zip-up jacket with dark blue over mesh armor with black pants and black, low-heeled sandals. On the back of her zip-up jacket she had the symbol for yin and yang. A/N, check profile for picture. "Are you feeling well, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked, worried. While Naruto didn't show any external signs of a disease, she was a trained medic and easily spotted his slight discomfort. "Is something wrong?" Jiraiya asked him, making Gaara look at Naruto concerned. "I don't really know," Naruto said, flexing his body. "My chakra feels weird," Naruto stated as he released a small amount. His chakra seemed to be unstable and uncontrollable at this point. "Let me take a look," Hinata said and activated her Byakugan. She was surprised when she saw Naruto's chakra acting up. It was like the chakra had a mind of his own and was all over the place in his body. It seemed to be affecting his muscles, bones, but it seemed more concentrated around his eyes. "You are right, your chakra is acting weird. Lie down so I can properly check," Hinata stated, and Naruto sighed. "I don't feel dash," Naruto was saying but didn't manage to finish as he simply fell to the ground completely unconscious. It was extremely rare for anyone to simply drop to the ground while talking. "Naruto," all of them yelled and rushed to check up on him. Hinata was the first to arrive and was already performing a diagnosis with her eyes, trying to find what was wrong. She didn't understand. His chakra network was extremely active, too active for someone who had just passed out. His chakra seemed to be changing and rewriting his chakra coils. "Get back!" Hinata yelled, and everyone jumped back just in time to avoid a small shockwave of chakra that radiated from his body. His once deep blue chakra was now light silver, like the moon. His chakra capacity seemed to be increasing as this new chakra seemed thicker than his old one. His chakra felt so peaceful and yet strong, so unrestrained and yet controlled. Eventually the chakra calmed down, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. Naruto groaned as he slowly regained his conscience, but he felt somewhat stiff. Hinata could see his new chakra working overtime in his muscles. He slowly opened his eyes and everyone's breath itched. His once blue eyes, or red one if was using the Sharingan, now had a ripple pattern in them. His eyes were silver with several concentric circles around his pupil, who seemed to have shrunk. Naruto's eyes had shifted into the Rinnegan, the eyes of the gods. The eyes of the Sage of the Six Paths, the father of all ninjutsu. "Father," Kurama/Shikaku whispered from their host's mindscape, "there will come a time when all of you will be lead down the right path." Kurama remembered the last words of his father just as he passed away. Is it Naruto? Kurama thought, looking at the fainted form of Naruto. That's the... Hinata thought to herself as she gazed upon the new eyes of Naruto. Rinnegan, Jiraiya thought gobsmacked. It's true that he had seen them before, but he never saw one activating itself in front of him. Naruto groggily opened his eyes only to pass out again. Hinata approached him and did a quick checkup only to notice that he was only sleeping, but he seemed to be running with a small fever. She took him to their bedroom. Please be alright, Hinata whispered, clutching to his arm as she fell asleep next to him. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto woke up in his mindscape with Kurama looking at him curiously. Kurama was still trying to figure out how in the world would Naruto be able to awaken the Rinnegan. The eyes of his father, how Naruto did that he couldn't even start to understand. In the other hand, the sage of the 6 paths always talked in riddles when addressing the 9 bijou. Kurama, what happened? Naruto asked as he groggily got up. His head seemed to be on fire. Forget that, his all body seemed to on fire. Although it didn't hurt, it felt somewhat annoying. Tisk, Kurama scoffed. Do you even know what you just unlocked? Kurama asked and sighed at the oblivious face of Naruto. That's why I asked for ball. The last thing I remind is talking to Hinata-chan, Naruto explained with a tick mark on his eyes. You just unlocked the Rinnegan. My father's eyes, Kurama yelled, and Naruto's jaw dropped. He blinked, and blinked again as his brain rebooted and he processed the words he just heard. He quickly approached a nearby lake that he had created when he changed his mindscape to a more comfortable place. He immediately noticed his eyes. Instead of the traditional deep blue or blood red, they were now a dark silver with concentric circles around his pupil. He looked around and noticed that he could see chakra to a whole different level. While not in a detail that would rival with the Byakugan, he seemed to be able to see chakra everywhere. Kurama had red chakra while everything around him had a dark silver tone. Naruto withdrew chakra from his eyes and noticed how it receded back to his usual Manjikyu, then to his Sharingan until it stopped in his deep blue eyes. Naruto had unlocked the next level of his eyes. The final level of the Sharingan, the Rinnegan. The eyes of the gods that belong to the Rikudo Sennin, father to all shinobi. The most revered Jujutsu in all existence. Of 3 great eyes, the Rinnegan was the most prized and powerful. On another perspective, the Rinnegan appeared to be the natural evolution to the Sharingan and, as such, it was only supposed to be 2 great Jujutsus. Though Naruto wondered why never any Uchiha had unlocked it before. My eyes keep changing. The moment I've mastered my Manjikyu, another one pops out, Naruto said, sighing. Although he was very glad for this power boost. Ungrateful brat. Many people would kill just so they could put their hands on those eyes, Kurama reprimanded the boy. I know, Naruto said, waving his hands in defeat. So, Naruto started in a sing-sang voice as his eyes instantly flashed into the Rinnegan. What can these eyes do? Naruto asked giddy. Why would I know? Kurama replied. You said that these eyes belong to your father, Naruto said in a deadpan voice. Yes, I did, but that doesn't mean I ever saw him training them, Kurama said, sighing. I know a couple of powers, but the rest are unknown to me, Kurama explained, and Naruto nodded. I only know that it gives you control over all the elements, the Deva path and Preta path, Kurama said, and Naruto was drooling. Just the prospect of having natural affinities for all elements was good enough for him. Paths? Naruto asked, confused. Yes. The Deva path allows you to control gravity and the Preta path allows you to absorb chakra, Kurama explained, and Naruto's jaw dropped. His eyes were the best thing it had ever happened to him. You said there were more? Naruto asked, giddy to know the rest. It's best that I don't tell him about summoning the Geto Mazo. I hope he never learns about it. Some things are best locked away for all eternity, Kurama thought to himself before thinking what to answer to Naruto. There are more powers. The reason he was called the Sage of the 6 Paths was because he had more of these paths, but I only know of those 2, Kurama said, and Naruto nodded. Why did I faint? Naruto asked, trying to find some answer. You fool. You think that the Rinnegan is a simple Jujutsu compared to the likes of the Sharingan or Byakugan. You think that just because your eyes change, you suddenly can use all 5 elemental natures? Kurama rhetorically asked. The awakening of the Rinnegan changes the host's body so they can withstand their power. It's the reason why your chakra is now silver, the reason as to, right now, your muscles are being rebuilt to be stronger than anyone else's. Kurama explained, and Naruto took the information like a sponge. I understand, but why did it activate so suddenly? Naruto rhetorically asked. I mean, I did nothing out of the ordinary today, Naruto stated, but Kurama was deep in thought. You should check the Hyuga's and Uchiha's clan libraries. They might have information regarding it, as both clans are Jujutsu wielders. As of now, I might have a theory, Kurama said, and Naruto motioned him to go on. As you know, my father had 2 sons, each one inheriting a piece of his power. The older brother, Ken, started the Uchiha clan, while the younger one, Shin, started the Senju clan. Kurama started. Both Uchiha Ken and Senju Shin had descendants through the ages, disregarding the half-blood Uchihos, coming down until the last of each clan. Both your mother, Senju Kushina, and your father, Uchiha Minato, were the last of each other's clans. You achieving the Rinnegan might come from the fact that both the Senju and Uchiha's blood are together in you. Were it once divided in my father, it came together in you, Kurama explained. It's ironic, in fact, Kurama said, chuckling. Both clans started with my father, and they seem to end with you. With Tsunade being past reproducing age, you are the last of both Senju and the Uchiha clan, the last descent of the Sage of 6 Paths, the last leaf of a once mighty tree, Kurama said in a sad voice. If I ever have any kids, do you think they will inherit my Rinnegan, or will my power be split between them? Naruto curiously asked. It's a good question, though only time will tell. Even though I'm sad to see my father's line reduced to a single member, at least the last member bears the same eyes as the original. Like I said, it's ironic. It feels like everything was meant to end with you, as both clans are extinct and the last member bears the Rinnegan, Kurama said, chuckling sadly. I guess, Naruto muttered. But you still didn't answer my question as to why it suddenly activated, Naruto stated, and Kurama got deep in thought. Building on the premise that the Rinnegan is achieved with both Senju and Uchiha blood, it's possible that could only be achieved once your body had fully matured. Moments earlier, before you fainted, I noticed that your yin and yang chakra seemed to be in perfect balance with each other, Kurama said. Look at it this way. Your body was too young to match the power of your soul. What I mean is that your yang chakra was weaker than your yin due to the fact that your body was still developing. Today must have marked the point where both energies balanced each other out to perfection, thus leading to the activation of your eyes, Kurama explained, and Naruto nodded, taking everything in. How do you come up with all this stuff? Naruto asked, surprised the fox's knowledge and reasoning. I'm just that good, Kurama boasted, puffing his chest out, making Naruto stare at him. Get going, your mate needs you, Kurama said, and Naruto left this mindscape. Naruto and Hinata's room. Naruto returned from his mindscape and found himself lying in his bed. He looked outside and the moon was shining in the sky. He looked down to see Hinata asleep next to him, clutching his arm furiously. Naruto brushed a few strands of her hair to the side so he could gaze upon her beautiful and angelic face. It was then that he noticed dried tears in her cheeks. Hinata-chan, Naruto whispered gently, running his hands through her soft cheeks. He bent down and placed a small kiss on her forehead, making her stir. She slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the small light of the room, and noticed Naruto awake and staring deeply into her eyes. Naruto-kun. Hinata choked out and hugged him fiercely while crying. I was worried about you when you fainted like that, Hinata said, and Naruto simply hugged her, showing that he wasn't going anywhere. You know me, Naruto said, breaking the hug. He brought his forehead to hers and locked eyes with her. I don't stay down for long, Naruto said, looking at her with caring eyes filled with love. I talked with Kurama. It was just a byproduct of my Rinnegan activating. I'm not going anywhere soon. I'm staying with you forever, Naruto whispered and gently closed the gap between them. Their lips brushed together at first until they locked in a deep, passionate kiss. All the while, Naruto was caressing her face, feeling her smooth, flawless skin. Lemon scene skip if you wish. Naruto and Hinata broke the kiss and simply stared at each other, their eyes locked with each other's, each bearing all the love they felt for each other. There was nothing that could split them. They had been made for each other, like yin and yang. Naruto hugged Hinata and rolled on the bed until he was on top of her, never breaking their gaze. Hinata was mildly blushing. She had no idea how much Naruto liked to see her blush and giggle. He was in love with everything about her, her blush when embarrassed, her smile, laughs. He loved everything in her. She was perfect for him. Hinata was a very brave kunoichi, but what he loved most was her caring attitude to anyone, but even more to him. Naruto broke his gaze and kissed her again. Their lips brushed together, each one enjoying the warmth and softness of each other's lips. Naruto playfully licked her bottom lip, asking for entrance. She gladly opened her mouth, making their tongues clash. Naruto explored her mouth, leaving no corner alone. They were so enticed by the sensation that they didn't stop until they needed some air. They both split, gasping for air. "Are you going to keep staring?" Hinata teased, breaking Naruto from his dreams and making him chuckle. "Maybe," Naruto playfully replied, kissing her again. Naruto started running his hands through her back, all the way into her smooth thighs. Naruto broke the kiss and started kissing her neck. He slowly brought his right hand up, feeling every inch of her body, her flat stomach, her firm breasts. He slowly unzipped her jacket and threw it out of the way. Underneath she had her mesh shirt, and Naruto hesitated. Hinata noticed it, and herself leaned up and removed her mesh shirt, remaining in nothing more than a purple bra. Their hearts were running a mile per minute. Naruto just stared at her. They might have lived together for a few years, but they still had their privacy. Hinata felt bold and took his hand and placed it on her breast. Naruto just stared at her until he gently squeezed her breast, enlisting a smile of satisfaction from Hinata. Her breasts were perfect, perky D-cups. Naruto ran his hands through them, gently squeezing them, feeling how soft and warm they were. Naruto unclipped her bra and threw it out of way, leaving the twins out. Naruto used his thumb to twirl her pink nipples. Hearing a small groan, Naruto figured she liked it and continued his ministrations. While Naruto was playing with her breasts, Hinata was slightly dazed. That feeling was incredible that she just wanted to savor it and enjoy it as long as she could. Naruto had never touched breasts in his life, so he decided to experiment a little bit. He placed a hand on each one. He squeezed both breasts and heard a small moan as he continued to try out new things with his toys. Hinata frowned when Naruto detached himself from her breasts, but that was short-lived when Naruto brought his mouth to her right nipple and began to suck on it, gently at first but then a little more rough. Hinata threw her head back, raising her chest at the new sensation. She was on cloud 9 and Naruto was only working on her breasts. His wet tongue felt so different in her nipples, but she enjoyed it very much. She gasped as he alternated to her other breast and used his hands to keep both busy. Hinata didn't want to be the only one naked between both of them. She hugged Naruto and rolled him around until she was on top of him. "You are the one with too many clothes now," Hinata teased, and Naruto didn't need to be told twice. He quickly removed his jacket and shirt, leaving his torso naked. She admired his physique, his broad shoulders, muscles, and toned chest. She leaned down and ran her hands through his chest, feeling his muscles. "You are perfect, Hinata-chan," Naruto said, wrapping his arm around her and bringing her lips to his own. They met in a love-filled kiss. Once they broke apart, Naruto carefully observed Hinata's body. Even though they were shinobi, she was perfect. No trace of scars or other cuts. Her skin was smooth and flawless. Hinata sighed blissfully as Naruto started planting butterfly kisses everywhere. Naruto traced her jawline and began descending, kissing both breasts and going down onto her flat stomach. Naruto reached his next obstacle, her pants, since they still had clothes from the waist down. Naruto looked up, asking for permission, to which Hinata nodded. Naruto quickly removed her pants, leaving her in just purple underwear that matched her long removed bra. Naruto trailed both her thighs, leaving kisses all over until he reached the middle section. Naruto noticed that her panties were soaked, that they almost see through. Hinata felt the urge to cover herself from embarrassment, but she didn't get the chance as Naruto gave her a long lick through the fabric. Her breath hitched, and she let out a loud moan of pleasure. "You're so wet, princess," Naruto teased, looking at her embarrassed face. Shut up," Hinata said between breaths. Naruto chuckled slightly before slowly removing her panties. Naruto took a good look at her womanhood, and it was dripping with her arousal. Hinata's body tensed as Naruto approached her, but she quickly forgot that when Naruto's mouth latched itself to her core. Hinata's back lifted from the bed as Naruto began licking her moist entrance. Naruto noticed that Hinata seemed to shiver every time Naruto gave her a long lick. Naruto was happy that he could pleasure his lover with just a simple touch. Her breathing was harsh and uncontrollable. She reached down and grabbed Naruto's hair, needing to hold on to him, unknowingly pushing him deeper. Naruto continued licking her over and over, hearing the moans that filled the room, licking around her nether lips, clit, and driving his tongue into her. This was an all-new experience for her, and she loved it. "And there," Hinata moaned as Naruto drove his tongue inside her wet folds and started exploring. Naruto's tongue swirled inside her womanhood, trying to reach everywhere. Naruto removed his tongue from her folds and detached himself from her. He looked up to see Hinata's clouded face from the pleasure. Naruto gently licked a small nub of nerves, making Hinata gasp and moan even louder. Naruto was happy he placed a silent seal, otherwise they would star on Ika Ika. Naruto resumed his ministrations on Hinata until he felt her start shaking and he assumed she was close. Just that feeling of Hinata squirming under him made him want to devour her even more. Hinata was losing her mind, she could barely think at this point. And Naruto. I'm Jigana. Oh God. Hinata didn't get to finish as she yelled and came all over Naruto's face. Her hips raised from the bed as she gripped Naruto's hair hard as she came down from her orgasm. Hinata collapsed on the bed, breathing hard and with sweat rolling over her body. Her body seemed to be glowing under the moon's light. Naruto licked the remaining juices from Hinata and rose to meet her face. You are delicious, princess, Naruto said, wiping his mouth with his forearm as someone who just finished a meal. Hinata looked down to see the bulge in his pants. Hinata had already seen Naruto all naked with her Byakugan eyes, and she knew how big he was. It must feel discomforting having his hard member trapped. Naruto-kun. I want you, Hinata whispered as they broke their kiss. Are you sure? Naruto asked. He loved her more than anything and he didn't want to pressure her in any way. Hinata simply nodded and rolled herself to be on top of him. She undid his pants and threw them into the ground, including his boxers. His member was now free and standing at full attention. Naruto wrapped his arms around her and rolled so he was on top and positioned his 8-inch hard member at her wet entrance. He glanced towards Hinata, who was running her hands through his back as Naruto began pushing in. Naruto sighed as he felt her barrier and knew that there was no way around it. He suddenly pushed his dick into Hinata's pussy, getting a wince from her. She sank her nails into Naruto's back, but he bit back the pain. Naruto leaned forward and kissed her to lessen the pain of having her virginity taken until he rested inside her. She was very slippery and yet still tight. Hinata never felt so full of something in her life. It felt amazing to be connected to the person she loved above all in this world. Naruto didn't move, allowing Hinata to adjust herself to his member. You can move now, Hinata said, and Naruto nodded, slowly withdrawing his member before pushing back in. This feeling was indescribable to him. It felt unbelievably good. She was really tight, wet, hot, and it felt great. He kept up a moderate pace until she was adjusted. Naruto moved slowly at first until he began to speed up, rocking his hips. Ugh, hi, it's amazing, Hinata moaned out. Hinata's breathing was labored, as was Naruto's. You are perfect, Hinata-chan, Naruto groaned out as he continued his thrusts. Naruto would speed up when she moaned louder, as he liked doing it faster. Faster, she said, and Naruto complied, speeding up. Harder, she said a while later, and once again, Naruto complied, burying himself completely inside of her, and receiving a moan of approval. He could hear his skin smacking hers as he continued to make sweet love to the woman he treasured. Naruto moved his head up and kissed her deeply, never stopping his love-making. Naruto could feel the sweat form on his body, and looking down at Hinata he saw that she was also sweating. The room became hotter, and the sounds of moaning and the loud slaps from their skin could be heard. Naruto felt Hinata's walls starting to clamp up on his member even harder, meaning that she was close. Naruto sped up his thrusts, as he was also close to his orgasm. Hinata wrapped her arms around Naruto's back and her legs around his waist, pushing him deeper. Naruto-kun! I'm coming! Hinata yelled as she climaxed. Naruto felt her walls tighten, and he held onto her tighter, shooting his sperm deep inside of her. Hinata did her birth control jutsu so she didn't get pregnant yet. Naruto fell to the bed next to her, both taking deep breaths. Naruto kissed her one last time. I love you, Hinata-chan, Naruto whispered, embracing her. I love you too, Hinata replied as Naruto pulled the sheets over them and they fell into a deep sleep in each other's arms. Lemon scene END. Next morning, within the dark room, a few beams of light managed to sneak through the windows and managed to hit Senju Naruto. Naruto started stirring. He felt he didn't get much sleep last night, and he knew the reason when the memories came rushing into him. He looked down to see his princess clinging to him with a happy smile on her face. Naruto smiled and began to gently run his hands through her soft hair. No matter how messy it was for last night's activities, she remained beautiful. Her hair was so soft and silky, He just loved feeling her hair. Hinata began to stir as she felt someone gently stroking her hair. She instantly knew it was Naruto. She simply snuggled closer to him and sighed happily. "Morning, beautiful," Naruto whispered, kissing her forehead. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied, sighing blissfully. "Good night?" Naruto innocently asked, making Hinata giggle. "Best night of my life," Hinata replied, drawing circles in his chest. After all, they were both still naked, and Naruto did enjoy having her breasts pressing against his chest. "I'm glad," Naruto said, and both fell into a comfortable silence, enjoying the warm feeling they got from being together. Naruto-kun," Hinata called out, and Naruto hummed in response. "Please tell me you placed some silence seals," Hinata said, blushing. "Why do you ask?" Naruto asked teasingly. "I think I was a bit loud last night," Hinata mumbled beneath her breaths, making Naruto chuckle. "That was the most beautiful sound I've ever heard, and it's reserved to me, so don't worry," Naruto replied, and Hinata nodded. She really didn't want to deal with Jiraiya if he found out they shared more than a bed last night. "Oh shit," Naruto thought when he heard snickering inside his mind. Naruto paled when he recognized the voice. He forgot to cut Kurama's connection last night. "I'm so proud of you, my boy," Kurama yelled from within his mind. "Please tell me you didn't watch," Naruto asked. "I did more than watch. I recorded it," Kurama replied, grinning like a fox. "Why would you do that? You don't even have a gender. How could you even get turned on?" Naruto asked, confused. While Kurama had a male personality, he really didn't have any of the organs to back it up. Kurama was a bijou. He didn't organs or bones or flesh, he was just chakra with a mind. "So, it's teasing material," Kurama replied, and Naruto's sweat dropped. "You okay, Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked as she watched Naruto space out. "Yeah. I forgot to cut Kurama off, so we did have an audience," Naruto said, rubbing the back of head, and Hinata blushed, but she didn't want to think of that right now. "You know," Naruto started, "Jiraiya and Gaara are probably worried about us. We have been here since last night, and it's already noon," Naruto said, and Hinata pouted. 5 more minutes." Hinata pouted, making her best puppy dog face. "How about we go take a shower?" Naruto simply asked. "Tito together?" Hinata asked, blushing. Naruto just looked at her. He didn't think of that when he asked. Naruto got an evil glint of his eyes. "What are you implying, princess?" Naruto asked in a teasing voice. "And no, nothing." Hinata stuttered, and Naruto chuckled. He pushed the sheets away from them and picked up Hinata from her bed, carrying her bridal style into the bathroom. When they were finished, they could both say it was the best shower they ever had. Outside, Jiraiya and Gaara were running through taijutsu katas trying to improve Gaara's taijutsu when they heard the door unlock. They stopped their training to see Naruto and Hinata walking out together. Naruto seemed fine, as if nothing had happened. "How are you feeling, Naruto?" Jiraiya asked, but Naruto waved him off as he sat down to eat something. "It's nothing. Everything that happened was because of my Rinnegan activating. I'm fine," Naruto replied, and Jiraiya sighed in relief and turned to Hinata, who seemed to humming a tune while eating some bread. "I'm so proud of you," Jiraiya yelled and started dancing around the table like a headless chicken. "He's mental," Naruto thought as he looked at his godfather. "You finally became a man," Jiraiya said, crying anime tears. Gaara choked on his food, Hinata dropped her bread, and Naruto splashed water all over the table. What?" Naruto asked, getting up from the table. "Don't try denying it, kid," Jiraiya said, crossing his arms. "I know that glow when I see it," Jiraiya said, pointing to Hinata, who was blushing and looking away. "Have you ever heard of privacy?" Naruto asked, yelling at his godfather. "So, tell me," Jiraiya started, licking the tip of his pen and taking out a notebook. "How was she?" Jiraiya asked, and the temperature dropped several degrees. Even Gaara backed away, with Shikaku telling him to run for his life. "I thought you stopped being a pervert, Jiraiya-sama?" Hinata sweetly asked. Jiraiya turned around, dropping his notebook and crying for mercy. Hinata punched him in the face so hard that even the ground shook. Jiraiya was sent flying out of the hotel and crashing into the ground, making a decent crater. "I forgot Bachan taught Hinata-chan her super strength," Naruto thought to himself, and agreeing to never piss her off. Training grounds, all 4 of them ate their breakfast and came outside to train again. However, once they all got outside, they stopped and stared at Naruto as if waiting for something. "Let's see it," Jiraiya said, and Naruto's sweat dropped and channeled chakra into his eyes. Everyone watched in fascination as Naruto's eyes became red with 3 black tomos. Then they started spinning until they became his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Then it stopped. Naruto channeled more chakra into his eyes and they pulsed with a silver color. His eyes started spinning outwards, shrinking his pupil and forming several rings around the pupil. I still don't believe I get to see another one, Jiraiya said, getting interested by Naruto's eyes. They seemed to be radiating power. Wait, Naruto said, stopping Jiraiya in his tracks. Another one? Naruto asked, surprised that Jiraiya had already seen another. Yes. During the second shinobi war back in Amigekure no Sato, Hidden Rain Village, I met 3 orphans from the war. One of them was called Uzumaki Nagato and he had the Rinnegan. It was the reason why I stayed behind 3 years to teach them. Jiraiya explained and Naruto nodded. Where's he now? Naruto asked, getting curious. If what Kurama said was true, then there was a lost Senju and Uchiha member. Dead, Jiraiya sadly said. I got a report that they didn't survive the war despite my training. Jiraiya explained, sighing, and Naruto nodded. According to Kurama, the Rinnegan is achieved by having both Senju and Uchiha blood in one vessel, Naruto said, and Hinata raised an eyebrow. It makes sense. Hinata started. From the legends it says that the Sage of the 6 Paths had 2 sons, each starting the Senju and Uchiha clans. It makes sense that uniting both bloods you get the original. Hinata explained, taking into account everything she learned about biology. Although yours is different, Jiraiya said, brining his hands to his chin. Nagato's Rinnegan was permanently activated. He was never able to disable him, much less go through the Sharingan and Manjikyu stages. Jiraiya said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. Strange. Usually when you can't fully disable a Dijitsu, it means that it doesn't belong to the user to begin with. Like Kakashi's Sharingan. Naruto explained, but Jiraiya stopped him. Are you saying someone took his eyes out and gave him the Rinnegan? Jiraiya asked, confused. I don't know. But if he couldn't deactivate his eyes, then they didn't belong to him, Naruto said. Let's forget it. Not to sound cold, but he's dead. Naruto said, and Jiraiya nodded. Did he even had silver chakra? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. My chakra is now silver-colored instead of blue, Naruto said, and started unleashing chakra. Instead of the usual deep blue, ocean-like, colored chakra, his chakra was now silver, like the moon. No. He had blue chakra like everyone else, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded, further sustaining his claim that this Nagato's Rinnegan didn't belong to him. So, what can those eyes do? Jiraiya asked. The only thing he knew about those eyes is that it allowed Nagato to see chakra and use all 5 elements. According to Kurama, I now have affinity to all elements. I can manipulate gravity and absorb chakra. There are a few more, but Kurama only knows of those, Naruto explained, and Jiraiya's jaw dropped at the other powers. Can you show us the gravity manipulation? Gaara asked, curious. Sorry, but I don't know how to use it, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head and making Jiraiya sigh. Do you have any chakra paper? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya nodded, taking out a few papers on the storage scrolls. He gave one to Naruto, who channeled chakra through it. Naruto's paper flew off his hand and started to levitate in the air. The paper split into 4 identical pieces, and one burned into ashes, the other crumbled into a tiny ball, another became soggy, and the last one disintegrated into dirt. This proved that Naruto now had affinity for all elements, and, judging by the floating paper, affinity for gravity. Analyzing the paper, Naruto was happy that his lightning affinity remained high after his chakra changed. Looks like you were right, Jiraiya said as he watched the paper react. Let's start with the basics, Jiraiya said, and picked up a leaf from a nearby tree and gave it to Naruto. Channel chakra through the leaf until it crumbles to dirt, Jiraiya explained, and Naruto started training his earth element. Later he would move on to his water element, since Hinata already knew how to use it. Naruto channeled chakra through the leaf and the poor leaf was instantly vaporized. And in an oh, Naruto yelled to the heavens. What's wrong? Jiraiya asked, confused. My chakra control went to hell. I spent so much time working on it, Naruto said, crying anime tears while everyone else sweat dropped at his antics. He had just awakened the most powerful Dijitsu known to mankind. Of course there were bound to be some changes. Next day it was already dark and we could see Naruto and Hinata jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Their objectives were the Uchiha and Hyuga libraries. The Uchiha compound was being guarded by ANBU 24/7 to prevent any theft of jutsus or other information. While the Hyuga clan had their own members guarding it, and with their Byakugan it would be hard to sneak in, but Naruto and Hinata had already done it before. Their mission was to find any information they could about the Sage of Six Paths and his Dijitsu, the Rinnegan. They hastily approached the Hyuga clan, remaining at a safe distance from their walls so they didn't get caught. A pair of white and another of silver-colored eyes were the only visible thing in the midst of the darkness that covered Konoha during the night. Naruto looked up at the sky to see it cloudless. He could see the endless number of stars shining away in the sky. He also noticed that with his Rinnegan he was able to see a spherical barrier surrounding the entirety of Konoha. He never knew that Konoha housed such sensing barrier around it, but he figured it was a very well-kept secret. Hinata used her Byakugan and analyzed the patterns of the four guards guarding the Hyuga clan's walls. It was a shame that Naruto didn't have his Manjikyu when they last entered this compound, otherwise he could just warp right into the library. Hinata noticed that the guards only used their Byakugans every 5 minutes for a routine check. Once the guards deactivated their eyes, both Naruto and Hinata jumped in front of a Hyuga guard. The last thing he saw was a pair of blood-red eyes. Naruto placed a genjutsu on the guard, making Naruto and Hinata invisible to him. If the other guards found this guard on the ground, it would raise the alarms and that would screw their attempt. Naruto made them invisible as they easily walked up the walls and sneaked into the compound. Naruto had gained most of his chakra control back during the previous day with a couple hundred shadow clones. Interestingly enough, his chakra control became even better than it was before, allowing him to even use genjutsu with ease and making it possible for him, a Jinchuriki, to use some healing techniques. They walked down the walls and Hinata still had her Byakugan activated. Naruto couldn't see through walls, so he left that to Hinata. Naruto used his Kamui and phased both through the walls until they reached the library. All of the scrolls were protected so that only the Byakugan could read them, another form of protection against anyone wishing to steal the secrets of the Hyuga clan. Naruto stood by the doors, watching for any stragglers that may pass by while Hinata and a couple of her clones skimmed through the scrolls, diaries, and records. Hinata couldn't believe what she was reading. In the whole library she didn't find anything not Byakugan related. It was Byakugan this and Byakugan that. She didn't find a single reference to any type of elemental jutsu. Hinata shook her head in defeat at her clan's blindness. The last time she was here, they were only coming to the Gentle Fist scrolls, but now that she was reading these scrolls she couldn't believe. They actually thought that the Byakugan was the greatest Jujutsu of all, since everything in the library was directly tied to it. They were in for a change when she and Naruto deployed their plan that they have been cooking for years since Hinata's exile for her clan. "This is a waste of time," Hinata whispered, placing the scrolls. Her former clan didn't even know the origins of the Byakugan. "Anything?" Naruto asked in a low voice, but Hinata shook her head. "Nothing. Everything is this whole library pertains to the Byakugan. There's nothing about any other Jujutsus," Hinata explained, and Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder, and both swirled away from the compound, heading to the Uchiha compound next. Uchiha compound, as the Hyuga clan's library had been a bust, Naruto and Hinata moved into the Uchiha compound. Both of them stopped a few yards away from the walls where they could sense 5 ANBU guards in the area. "That one is a sensor," Naruto said, pointing to Dragon Mastambu, who was completely still. While both Hinata and Naruto had very high stealth abilities, since they had extremely good chakra control bordering on perfect, not even they could bypass a sensor. Sensors could pick up even the lightest chakra around them. "We have to knock him out," Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. "I have just the thing," Hinata said, taking out a single saban from her storage seals on her wrists. "New poison?" Naruto asked, chuckling. "Yes. It will knock him out for a couple of hours and he won't remember anything that happened," Hinata said, and activated her Byakugan. The sensor seemed to have felt her eyes activate but slumped into the ground as the saban hit him right in the neck. The ANBU never heard a noise, nor he felt anything. The moment the saban hit his neck, the poison got deployed in the bloodstream, automatically knocking him out. Naruto phased underground and popped out in front of each of the ANBU, placing every one of them in a genjutsu. To the ANBUs, nothing had ever happened and they continued guarding the walls. Naruto and Hinata calmly walked into the compound and made their way into the library. They already knew the layout of the library, so they made their way into the history section. Both of them searched for almost an hour for any type of scroll related to the Rinnegan, until Naruto found one that might answer what he wanted. History of the Sage of the Six Paths. The Sage of the Six Paths, the father of all shinobi in every way of the word. He was the first human to ever be able to manipulate chakra. He was the savior of all humanity when they were faced against an overwhelming enemy. Not much is known about him, but we know that he existed, lived and died like any other shinobi today. I think we should start as to why he became such a legend. There was once a time in which humanity seemed to live in harmony without wars or hate. But that time was short-lived as, one day, a huge monster appeared out of nowhere, the Jubi, 10 Tails, as it was later on called. This creature created tsunamis, crushed mountains, it split the continents apart. It's believed that today's world layout is a direct result to this creature's work. Nothing could rival its power. Mankind tried to fight, but they were squashed like bugs. When all hope seemed lost and mankind seemed to have accepted their fate, a new hope rose. A single man appeared and faced the great Jubi alone. Their battle was fierce and destructive, but, in the end, a single man was able to defeat the Jubi and trap it inside in himself. That man was the Sage of Six Paths. During the remains of his life he traveled the world, spreading the Nishu doctrine or ninjutsu as today it's called. When his time came, he knew that once he died the terrifying beast would be unleashed upon the world again, and this time, there wouldn't anyone else to save them from this creature. The sage made a decision that would change this world's fate forever. He split this creature's chakra into 9 different vessels he himself had created. Using the yin energy he created the bodies of what later on would be called the Biju, tailed beasts, and by adding yang energy, the sage breathed life into them, making them living beings. Once he split this creature's chakra into the 9 vessels, he created the moon to trap the creature's body inside it, locking it away for all eternity. And so the great monster was defeated and the sage himself passed away. This is the beginning of the story of the greatest hero of our history. The story of the Sage of the Six Paths, the story of the first mortal to achieve powers of a god. Nothing that I already don't know, but I wonder about these yin and yang energies. Naruto thought to himself, placing the scroll back in its place and continuing to look around. Naruto continued to look around more until he found another dusty scroll that, by the looks of it, it was very old and not much used. Naruto tried to open it, but the scroll didn't budge. Naruto activated his Rinnegan and saw a small seal applied to it. Fuin Kai, Sealing Jutsu, release, Naruto said, and the seal glowed before it disappeared, opening the scroll. The Sharingan, one of 3 great digitsus known to mankind. The trademark of the Uchiha clan and their members. It's said that the Sharingan's predecessor was the Rinnegan, as legends say that Uchiha members are descendant of the Sage of Six Paths himself. These eyes are blood red with 1 to 3 black tomos, depending on how matured the eye is, around the pupil. The Sharingan houses many powers: the ability to copy any type of taijutsu, ninjutsu or genjutsu, the ability to see chakra, the ability to predict the enemy's movements, and the ability to induce the enemy into a genjutsu with a small glance. However, some say there is another level to it. Some speak of the legendary Manjikyu Sharingan. No much is known about this level, or how to achieve it. Only 2 members ever achieved this level, Uchiha Madara and his little brother Uchiha Izuna. With those eyes, Uchiha Madara was able to fight Senju Hashirama, the leader of the Senju clan, wielder of the Mokutan, to a standstill. Naruto continued looking down through the scroll that showed how to use the Sharingan, and some other low-level techniques to use with them. He finally reached the end of the scroll and found one last jutsu with several warnings. Izanagi S-rank Kinjutsu. Izanagi is the ultimate genjutsu of Uchiha clan. When cast, the user removes the boundaries between reality and illusion within their personal space. To a certain degree, this allows the user to control their own state of existence, but it is normally only active for the briefest of moments. While the user remains physically real while fighting, this technique is capable of turning any occurrence, including injuries and even death inflicted upon them, while the technique is active, into mere illusions. Whenever the user receives a fatal injury, he or she automatically fades away as though they were an illusion all along, and then returns back to reality, physically real and unscathed. This technique is based on the creation of all things technique used by our ancestor, the Sage of the Six Paths. The process involves the administration of imagination, the spiritual energy which forms the basis of yin energy to create shape and form from nothingness. Then, through the application of vitality, the physical energy which forms the basis of yang energy, the sage would breathe life into the prior form. Thus, a technique with the power to turn imagination into reality was born, known as Izanagi. While this technique is much weaker than the creation of all things, it can be used by those of Uchiha blood with their Sharingan. However, it comes with a heavy price. In exchange for the brief control of reality that it allows them, the Sharingan with which Izanagi is cast becomes blind. For this reason our clan has labeled it a Kinjutsu. Naruto read this with his eyes widened. He already knew that his eyes were strong, but to be able to create form from nothing and breathe life into it. I assume that's how you were born? Naruto asked his partner, who nodded. The sage really was something else. Being able to create and give life is meant for gods, not mortals. Naruto thought to himself if he ever would be able to do the same thing with his Rinnegan. While the Uchihas would become blind due to not possessing the Rinnegan, theoretically Naruto would be able to use these techniques to the extreme without any type of backslash. I think we have everything, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, and she nodded, placing everything back in place. Hinata did one last scan around the compound as they were about to leave. Wait, Hinata called out as she seemed to find some type of storage underneath the Uchiha's main hall. There seems to some type of room beneath the main hall. Hinata called out, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. Let's check it out, Naruto said, and both walked out the library and into the main hall. They quickly reached the main hall. Where's the entrance? Naruto asked to Hinata, who had her Byakugan blazing and searching the surroundings, analyzing that room's layout. I can't seem to find it. The whole area is shrouded in chakra, Hinata explained. Can you place us directly on top of the room? Naruto asked, and Hinata nodded. They both walked into the main hall and stopped in the middle of the room. It's directly beneath us, Hinata said, pointing to the ground. How much further down? Naruto asked, and Hinata estimated the length. About 5 meters, Hinata answered, and Naruto nodded. Naruto hugged Hinata and used his Kamui to sink underground until they reached the room. It took them only a couple of seconds until they touched the ground inside the room. Everything in the room was dark that even Naruto and Hinata could barely see with their dijutsus. Katan, Gakakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Naruto said, and sent a very small fireball towards to nearby torches. He used it a couple more times until the whole room was lit. They looked around, and the room had nothing more than a table with many chairs around it. He looked towards the other corner. In the middle of another small room was a single stone. The stone was surrounded by 2 torches, one in each side, and it appeared to be old, very old. Naruto still had his normal Sharingan activated from using his Kamui and started reading the tablet. What are you doing? Hinata asked, confused. That tablet is blank, Hinata said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. It seems that only the Sharingan can read it, Naruto replied as he could see the text perfectly, and started reading. Congratulations on unlocking the Sharingan, my fellow descendant. The Sharingan, the Dijutsu of my eldest. With it you are capable of many things. The base Sharingan has 3 levels. With 1 Tomo. Naruto read again what the Sharingan could do, until he reached the last section of the tablet. But there is more to the Sharingan. My eldest seems to have unlocked another stage to it. He called it Manjikyu Sharingan. With it, his power is far greater than the standard Sharingan. With these new eyes that he unlocked, he's able to Sadrigs SDFSFWGQWGRTHYDSFSDFSDF. Naruto got confused as he suddenly couldn't read anymore. That part of the tablet seemed to be some random letters all scribbled together. Try using your Manjikyu to read it, Kurama suggested, and Naruto didn't have anything to lose. Naruto activated his Manjikyu and the random letters seemed to rearrange themselves to form coherent phrases and words. He's able to access powerful ninjutsus, and other types of illusions far greater than the ones provided by the standard Sharingan. With his new eyes he's also able to see better, and with far more detail than before. According to him, he unlocked these eyes when he was sparring with my youngest. What can I say? Their training battles always seem to escalate, and I'm the one who has to fix everything. I wrote this tablet at my eldest's request. He wants to leave something of him for his future descendants, but something that only his descendants can read. I also decided to leave, in this tablet, how it all began. It was his dad state Yerweg, this again, Naruto thought to himself, sighing. He decided to activate his Rinnegan to see if he could read it. Surprisingly enough, all the text in tablet became visible. It was a time of war. Mankind was constantly at war, endless bloodshed from all sides that seemed to stop at nothing. When someone thought that the war was over, it was still the beginning. My mother, Kaigai Akatsuki, sought a way to end the war and all the pain and loss of life that came from it. In our home there was a tree. It was a tree of such magnificence and magnitude that some considered it to be a god. This god tree easily outshone mountains in terms on height. It would never lose any leaves or seem to grow old and wither. According to the scrolls, the god tree has always been there and our records go back thousands of years. According to the scrolls, every millennium this tree would generate a small fruit. While the scrolls clearly said that it was forbidden to eat it, my mother was desperate with the war looming outside of her lands. She decided to consume this forbidden fruit of the god tree. With it, she became able to manipulate chakra and allowed her to single-handedly end the war that seemed to plague the lands. Years passed and the flame of war never once ignited again. Then I, Hagoromo Akatsuki, was born. I inherited the same type of power my mother possessed, and along with it, I received my jujutsu, which I called Rinnegan. The years passed and I grew older. But as time passed, the god tree's desire to reclaim its power also rose. The god tree decided to strike against my mother in order to reclaim its lost power. That was what people would later on call the Jubi. It was a gruesome battle, but in the end, I was able to seal him inside of me, temporarily defeating it. When I reached my last years, I knew that once I died, the Jubi would be set free, and I couldn't allow that to happen. I split the Jubi's chakra into 9 vessels: Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Saiken, Chomei, Gyuki, and finally Kurama. Once I was finished, I sealed the Jubi's shell in the moon, which I created with my creation of all things. If you are reading this, then you also bear the Rinnegan. Take it as final wish from me. If there is still war, then find a way to stop it. I may not have grown with war, but I felt its effects during my travels. War brings nothing but death, pain, and suffering to both sides. It's a never-ending cycle of hatred. Good luck, my fellow descendant. Naruto stood silent for a few seconds, taking in everything he read. He now knew everything: how it began, why it began, and the sage's final wish. If there is peace, then I'll find it. I'm not gonna run away, and I never go back on my word. That is my ninja way. I promise you, old man, Naruto said, getting up with his Rinnegan blazing. Did you know all of this, Kurama? Naruto asked his partner, who was silent. I never knew. The old man never told us how it began, and he was always cryptic with his words. Kurama replied, and Naruto nodded. I have everything I need, Naruto said, placing a hand on Hinata's shoulder. Let's go home, Naruto said, and they both disappeared in a flash. Naruto now knew what he wanted to do, what he needed to do, his goal in his life. He would bring peace to his war-plagued world. He would break the chains of hatred and lead to the world to true peace like his predecessor had wanted. Time skipped 6 months. 6 months had gone by, and Naruto threw himself into training even harder than before. Both Hinata, Gaara, and Jiraiya had asked him what had happened when he read that tablet. Naruto just replied that he knew everything and that he found his goal in life, and he would leave it at that. While the Sharingan's power seemed to be awakened during time of high stress, the Rinnegan was extremely different. The Rinnegan's powers seemed to come naturally to Naruto, like walking or breathing. That's the reason why Naruto could already use all of his 6 paths. When he discovered his animal path and summoned a large creature, Kurama fainted in his mind, thinking Naruto had summoned the Geto Mazo from the moon. Poor fox. After the whole event of the summoning, Kurama decided to warn Naruto so he didn't accidentally summon it. Kurama explained to him that some things are best left alone and not be tampered with. In the first week, Naruto learned his gravity manipulation and learned how to use his Deva path. The next week he discovered the animal path. During a spar with Jiraiya he discovered his Preta path. 1 month later he discovered his Azura path, and another week later he learned human path. During a mission he learned the last of his paths, the Naraka path, or so he thought. During the mission an innocent victim was killed because Naruto didn't reach him in time. Naruto didn't know what came to him. He just started going through hand seals automatically, as if he had already known them. Naruto unlocked his 7th and final ability, the Outer Path. The Outer Path gave Naruto control over life and death. With it, Naruto could bring back anyone that had died, and he also learned of a new technique he could use. He finally understood why the sage was called the Sage of the 6 Paths. Naruto could create 6 paths, 6 clones or bodies, and each one could use one of the paths. Naruto discovered the metal which his fan was made of when he himself had created the same material. The material seemed like steel and yet was stronger and lighter. Naruto thought he had already mastered all of his paths and began training in the last thing he could think of, Yin and Yang releases, and their last form, Yin-Yang release. Do you think it's wise? Jiraiya said to Naruto regarding what he was about to do. These things are reserved for gods, Naruto, Jiraiya warned. What is a god, Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto asked, and Jiraiya was thrown back by his question. If a god is someone that can live forever, then I'm a god. If a god is someone that knows everything, then I can be a god. If it is someone who can be anywhere, then I'm a god. And if it is someone who is all-powerful, then I am a god because there is nothing I can't do, Naruto replied, looking at the sky. Naruto looked down at the ground in front of him. In the ground were 5 blood vials and a locket of someone's hair. You are not a god, Naruto, Jiraiya yelled at his godson. Maybe not. It doesn't matter. I can do this if I wish, it's my choice, Naruto replied. I know. I'm just trying to warn you that once you cross this line you can't go back. While you have this power, you must be responsible with it. This isn't some S-rank jutsu that you can throw around. You are dealing with life and death here. While I would like nothing more than to see them once again, you can't just be using it like nothing. Remember that there is a balance to be maintained. Jiraiya explained, and Naruto was locked deep in thought. I've made my choice, Naruto said, and Jiraiya stood silent. Maybe it's jealousy of me, or maybe it is just necessary. I can think of 3 reasons as to why I should do this, Naruto said, and gathered his thoughts. 1 is to stop Orochimaru from bringing them back. 2. They all sacrificed their lives to protect our home, and 3. I made a promise to her a couple years ago, Naruto said. My dream is to become Hokage, Naruto said, and Jiraiya smiled. But, Naruto said, and Jiraiya listened. It's also to bring peace to this world. My ancestor died dreaming that the world his mother created would last, Naruto explained, and started looking at the sky again. Look around, Naruto started. Suna is at Konoha's throats because of what happened back during the invasion. IWA is still revengeful because of the Third Shinobi War. War is a never-ending cycle of hatred, and I will be the one to break it. If there is such thing called peace, I'll be the one to achieve it. I won't back down and I won't give up, because that's my ninja way, Naruto said, and both Hinata and Gaara smiled at his words. Those words, Jiraiya thought to himself, remembering the first book he ever wrote. If I can't find the answer to peace, then maybe I'll entrust it to you, Jiraiya said, ruffling Naruto's hair. Let's do it, Jiraiya said, and Naruto nodded, crouching on the floor and picking up the first blood vial. On Mayatan Banbutsu Sozo, Yin-Yang release, creation of all things, Naruto said, and started concentrating of the blood inside the vial. The vial started levitating between Naruto's hands. Naruto's chakra flared and his eyes glowed. The glass vial was instantly vaporized, leaving only the blood bloating in the air. Naruto's hair was flapping wildly as he began to work on his technique. The blood seemed to stay still until it began to become agitated. All of the blood seemed to compact into a small brownish ball with small indentations. Naruto started spreading his hands. The small ball started glowing and expanding. Everything around Naruto sparkled with life. Grass and trees grew from the ground. Flowers blossomed. Naruto was radiating life all around him. Incredible, Hinata said, amazed to what Naruto was doing. Naruto was creating life out of nothing. The grass never looked so green as the flowers more beautiful. This was the work of a god. The ball was getting bigger and bigger and was showing 5 protuberances from it. Naruto kept focusing on it. He was calm and relaxed. Naruto barely felt his chakra getting spent. Kurama and Shikaku just watched in fascination the true power of the Rinnegan. It was the first time they were experiencing the yin-yang release, and it felt wonderful. The 2 upper protuberances expanded outwards, reaching beyond half a meter. The 2 lower protuberances continued extending further, reaching 1 meter. At the end of these protuberances, 5 small other ones started growing out. These small protuberances were in fact fingers, and the larger ones arms and legs. The last protuberance seemed rounder and sturdier and was in fact a head. Naruto continued his jutsu, and everyone watched in fascination as Naruto was creating a human body out of nothing. The previous blood was just a map, so Naruto knew what skin color to choose, if he was tall or short, and if he was a he to begin with. The procedure started slowing down as the skin started taking a light tone. Small mounds of flesh started growing out in the middle of chest, indicating that this one was female. Hair started growing out of her head until it reached her waistline. It suddenly turned into fiery red hair. The process slowed down even more, and everyone could see a woman lying on the grass. She had a slender, but feminine build, fair skin, fiery red hair. She was Senju Kushina, Naruto's mother, and she was back. The process ended and her body started breathing suddenly. Naruto stood up to admire his handiwork. In front of him was his mother almost back to life. Almost because, while he had created her body, he still needed her soul. Summoning Jutsu, soul retrieval, Naruto said, going through hand seals. This technique was a variation of the Edo Tensei. This technique would retrieve any soul from the pure world and implant it in a vessel of Naruto's choosing. Naruto could easily control souls with his human path due to the Rinnegan. Naruto caught the soul and slowly pushed it inside of Kushina's body. Kushina took a very deep breath and went back to her normal breathing. Kushina started stirring and slowly opened her eyes to show her ocean-deep blue eyes like Naruto. "Welcome back, Ka-san, mother," Naruto said, helping her sat up and adjust to her surroundings and new body. "Naruto?" Kushina asked, looking at the blonde in front of her. She looked around to see the pervert, Naruto's girlfriend Hinata, and an unknown redhead. "Where am I?" Kushina asked. "Easy. I brought you back. You need time to adjust to this body," Naruto said, helping her get to her feet. "I fulfilled my promise," Naruto said, giving her a thumbs up. "I promise I'll find a way to make our family whole again." Kushina smiled as she remembered back when she was summoned via the Edo Tensei. "Thank you, Naruto-kun," Kushina said, hugging him and letting a few tears drop from her face. Naruto just hugged his mother, glad to have her back for real. "There are a few other I need to bring back. Why don't you sit and watch?" Naruto said, and Kushina nodded, sitting down and watching Naruto pick up the hair sample. "On Mayatan Banbutsu Sozo, Inyang release, creation of all things," Naruto said, and Kushina's jaw dropped when she saw Naruto's eyes. It was the Rinnegan. Naruto went through the same procedure, and it was another woman. This person had fair skin with dark long eggplant hair slightly past her waist, and side bangs framing her face down to her shoulders. She looked almost like Hinata, and she was Hyuga Hana, Hinata's mother. "Where am I?" Hana asked as she woke up. Naruto helped her get up and handed her to Hinata, who was fighting back tears. "Keikaka-san, mother," Hinata said, stuttering, barely containing her tears. Hinata had suffered so much since her mother passed away after giving birth to Hanabi. "Hina-chan," Hana said, looking at the girl, no, woman in front of her. She felt like looking at a mirror. The woman in front of her reminded her of her daughter Hinata. "Is that you?" Hana asked, and Hinata nodded, jumping and hugging her mother fiercely. "How am I alive?" Hana asked, confused, and Hinata sat her down and started explaining everything that happened since she died. Naruto went through the same procedure and brought back the rest of his family, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and also Uzumaki Mito. Now was the time for last member of his family, his father Namake's Minato. Naruto created his body and let him on the ground. Creating his body was easy compared to where his soul was. Naruto had created a way to retrieve his soul, but it would only work for Rinnegan users. Snake, boar, ram, rabbit, dog, rat, bird, horse, snake. "Shiki Fujin, dead demon consuming seal," Naruto said, clapping his hands and summoning the death god where his father's soul was. Naruto turned around to face the death god. Naruto used his human path and introduced his hand inside the Shinigami's stomach and removed the single soul that resided there. The soul of his father was now free of the death god's clutches. Naruto ended the jutsu and introduced the soul into his father's vessel. Minato took a deep breath and groggily opened his eyes. "FFA, father?" Minato asked, staring at the person in front of him. "That's just creepy. My father thinking I'm his father," Naruto thought to himself. "Welcome back to San, father," Naruto said, and Minato's eyes widened. "And Naruto?" Minato said, shocked, looking at man in front of him. If he really was Naruto, then he did grow up some since the last time he saw him. "It's me, old man," Naruto said, chuckling. "Come," Naruto said, and helped Minato into his feet. "I'll explain everything," Naruto said, and everyone went back to the hotel for some long overdue explanations. With their help, I'll achieve true peace, Naruto thought as he also walked inside. Man, Tsunade is going to have some rough time when they come home. Chapter 37, Homecoming. It was another beautiful and ordinary day in Konoha. The sun was starting to come up, and inside the Senju compound we find Senju Tsunade slowly stirring. 3 years had passed since Naruto, Gaara, and Jiraiya had left. Her apprentice Hyuga Hinata had joined mid-trip. Tsunade was extremely happy with how Hinata had turned out. The girl was a sponge. Everything Tsunade would have to teach her, she would absorb in an instant. Hinata was able to read multiple books on different subjects, and by morning they would already be done. When Tsunade had asked her how she did it, she simply replied Kage Bunshin and left a gob-smacked Tsunade behind. While she couldn't create thousands like Naruto, she could create some solid 50 clones, which was more than enough to read a couple of books. Hinata had also developed a few more poisons and medical creams. In fact, Hinata had asked permission so that she could set up a small store in the Senju compound so that she could sell her poisons and healing creams to anyone who wishes to buy them. Hayashi had really been a fool when he expelled her from her clan. He had let go of a very rough diamond. To simply discard such a valuable asset, but above else his own daughter, like garbage. When Hinata had told her the whole story, Tsunade wanted to go on a rampage into the Hyuga compound. In the end, Hinata managed to calm her down with a bit of sake and a couple of Juken strikes. When Hinata told Tsunade what both her and Naruto had planned for the Hyuga clan, she just smirked. Those poor fools would never know what hit them until it was too late. "I'm late," Tsunade said, getting up from her soft bed. She looked back towards the other side of the bed and sighed. She really missed the old pervert, even though she wouldn't outright admit it. They are due back any day now, Tsunade thought to herself. The whole compound was going to be full again soon. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Tsunade said, and 3 clones popped to existence. "Go to the office and get started on the paperwork," Tsunade ordered, and the clones paled but complied with the original's orders. "Now for a long bath," Tsunade said, going into the bathroom. Tsunade's office. The original Tsunade arrived at her office and joined her clones in handling the massive paperwork that seemed to grow during the night. Until this day, she didn't know where all of these papers came from. Sure, she had to read every mission report, but most of those were standard ones that didn't even require much attention. Mission report: Capture Tora mission at 10h00 hours in the morning of the 10th day of the 4th month of the 1432 year Ninja. We, Team Ebisu, were assigned the Capture Tora mission. It took 1 hour to track down our objective, and we found him hiding in a small alleyway. We tried a stealth approach, but Tora managed to sense us proceeding to run away from the location. After an hour of running after the target, Sarutobi Konohamaru managed to flank the target from the front, making the target run to the left, where Udan had a trap prepared. The target was captured and Team Ebisu proceeded to bring it to the Hokage's office for delivery and mission conclusion. "Why the hell do we even have reports on D ranks?" Tsunade asked, looking at Team Ebisu standing in front of her. "I believe it's practice for when the Genins start taking on higher missions," Ebisu stated matter-of-factly. "In the meantime, I suffer with all of these worthless reports," Tsunade yelled, waving the papers in front of them, making everyone cringe at the sound spike. "You can always hand over the hat to Naruto and Ai-chan," Konohamaru said, and everyone was taken aback by that statement. "I thought you wanted to be Hokage?" Moegi asked, confused. "Of course. Naruto and Ai-chan, we will the Rokudame Hokage, and I'll be the Nanadame Hokage," Konohamaru said, pumping his fist into the air. "He's due back any time now, isn't he?" a voice asked as he entered the room. "Grandpa," Konohamaru said, greeting his grandfather, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who walked into the room smoking in pipe. He didn't seem to have changed much in 3 years. He still had white hair and beard, and he was wearing civilian clothes. He was wearing a brown haori, and beneath it he had a gray kimono. To anyone else he would look like a normal person, weakened only by age, but it was far from the truth. While old, he still remained a very powerful shinobi. "How is everyone?" Hiruzen asked, getting a hug from his grandson. "Just fine, Hokage-sama," Ebisu replied, pushing his glasses. Ebisu was a elite jounin of Konoha. Although many would doubt his claim, no one really bothered with it. He was a jounin sensei, and they hardly got missions with higher ranking than a B rank. "And answering your question, yes. Naruto-chan, Jiraiya-kun and Gaara should be back any time now," Tsunade said, smiling. "Jiraiya-kun, is it?" Hiruzen asked with a smirk. "Yes, it is. You've got a problem with that, old man?" Tsunade asked back with a smirk of her own. "No. I'm just glad you finally accepted the poor man after all the beatings you gave them," Hiruzen said, chuckling. "He deserved every one of them," Tsunade said, crossing her arms. "I'm hurt, princess," a voice echoed through the room. Everyone turned around to see the space swirling and Jiraiya standing in the middle of the room. "I thought you loved me," Jiraiya said with a mock hurt, wiping away fake tears. "Perv-kun," Tsunade said, jumping into Jiraiya's arms and giving him a big sloppy kiss. Ebisu went flying into a nearby wall and passed out with blood loss when he saw Tsunade's breast squeezing against Jiraiya's chest. The old man Hokage managed to remain his posture and simply watched with a small smile. He was glad his two students got together, even if it took them a couple decades. The space kept swirling and next came Gaara. Gaara had grown quite a bit, and was now taller, almost matching Naruto but surpassing Hinata. He wore full-length dark trousers, with a pair of laces on each leg, respectively a few inches below the waist and the knees, a long-sleeved crimson coat with flaring hemlines on the front and the back, a gray holster vest held in place by a single strap over his left shoulder and by two buckled belts. Gaara had also stopped using his gourd to keep the sand and began using special seals Naruto made. These seals were different from the standard storage seals. While in the storage seals you channel chakra through it, and everything pops out, these were different. Gaara needed to channel chakra constantly to keep the sand flowing outwards. When he wanted to stop, he could just cut the chakra flow. The seal worked like a floodgate, and with Gaara having a Shikaku inside of him, chakra wasn't a problem. Gaara, Tsunade said, and Gaara greeted everyone. The next person swirling into the room was none other than Hida Hinata. Hinata had grown into a very beautiful woman. She was around 5 feet 9 inches, with a slim figure worthy of a goddess. She had long and toned legs, smooth skin, and a well-developed chest, around D-cup in size. Hinata had retained her straight, Heim-style haircut, but she let her hair grow to waist length. The short strands that framed her face remained, but were now shoulder length. She now wore a new attire comprised of a loose-fitting, long-sleeved, dark blue and white zip-up jacket with dark blue over mesh armor with black pants and black, low-heeled sandals. On the back of her zip-up jacket she had the symbol for yin and yang. A/N, check profile for picture. Tsunade-sensei, Hiruzen-sama, Hinata said, greeting everyone politely. The swirling seemed to be coming to an end, and we see a last figure standing in the middle of the Hokage's office. This person stood at 6 feet tall. He had bright spiky yellow hair that reached his waist, with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye. He was wearing his traditional orange pants and black sandals. He was also wearing a sleeveless black shirt with a chest plate over it. On his back, he carried a wide fan with 3 blood-red tomos on each side. It had a long handle with bandages wrapped around the base. The main part of the weapon was light brown with the edges being black. He was Senju Naruto, and he was back from his trip along with Jiraiya, Gaara, and Hinata. "Yo," Naruto said, grinning at everyone in the room. Everyone just stared at the man in front of them. They had a hard time believing that the kid Naruto grew into this man in front of them in just 3 years. Hiruzen could feel the aura Naruto was releasing, and it pleased him to know that Naruto had grown stronger. "Long time no see," Naruto said, breaking everyone from their trance. "Naruto and I-chan," Konohamaru said, looking at Naruto. "Hey brat," Naruto said, ruffling Konohamaru's hair. "Nice to see you again, Naruto-chan," Tsunade said, smothering her grandson in a hug. He was running out of oxygen, and was forced to use Kamui to get off. "I bet you are stronger now, Naruto and I-chan," Konohamaru stated, pumping his fist into the air. "You bet, Konohamaru. I've learned a lot of new jutsus," Naruto said, grinning. "Oh, teach me some," Konohamaru said, getting giddy. The last time he asked Naruto for a jutsu, he got the Rasengan. Naruto hummed, touching his chin, thinking what he could teach Konohamaru next. "Show me your Rasengan," Naruto said. "Yash," Konohamaru yelled, placing his hands in a cross sign. "Shadow Clone Jutsu." And a single clone popped into existence. Naruto's eyes blazed, bringing his Sharingan into life. "Now that he grew up, he looks even more like him," Sarutobi chuckled to himself, smoking on his trusted pipe. "Good stability and pressure," Naruto said, observing Konohamaru's Rasengan spinning in his hand. "Since that using the Shadow Clone and the Rasengan only took about 5% of your total chakra capacity, I guess I can teach you the next version," Naruto said, and extended his right hand forward. Konohamaru jumped in the air with excitement, and began focusing in what Naruto was going to do. Naruto's chakra started coming out and started swirling. It formed a normal Rasengan until it started expanding further and further until Naruto created an Utama Rasengan, Big Rasengan. "That's just a Rasengan," Konohamaru said, disappointed. "Wrong. This is called a Big Rasengan, and it's about 4 times stronger than the normal Rasengan. You need to increase the chakra output while maintaining stability and compression," Naruto explained, and Konohamaru nodded. "Any questions?" Naruto asked. Why is it silver? Konohamaru asked, admiring the shining silver ball of destruction spiraling in Naruto's hand. Well, Naruto started not wanting to reveal the real reason why his chakra was silver. Something happened during my training trip that turned my chakra color into silver, Naruto said, and Konohamaru shrugged his shoulders. Thank you. See you later, Naruto and Ai-chan. Konohamaru said, and Team Ebisu left the room, leaving Tsunade, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Gaara, Hinata and Naruto. I hope you got stronger, Tsunade said towards the three teens in front of her. Please, they are so strong that it isn't even funny, Jiraiya said, crying anime tears. He had to work and train so hard back in his youth, and now 17 years old can be strong as him. It just wasn't fair. How would you rank them? Tsunade asked. She already had a pretty decent idea regarding Hinata, but the other two she would be drawing blanks. Both Hinata and Gaara are Kage-level shinobi. Hinata could defeat you, but she would lose against me as she doesn't have the same raw power, Jiraiya explained. Though that girl can be deadly with her needles and poisons if it wasn't for my sage mode that can heal poisons, Jiraiya thought. Gaara is pretty much on the same level as me when I'm not using my Sannin mode, Jiraiya explained, and Tsunade nodded. And Naruto-chan? Tsunade asked, and Naruto smirked while Jiraiya scoffed. I don't even know, Jiraiya said, looking at our favorite blonde. What do you mean you don't know? Tsunade asked, confused with her temper rising, thinking the pervert was playing with her. Exactly that. What's the rank above Kage level? Jiraiya asked, and Hiruzen's jaw dropped. The brat started comparing himself to gods, but Hinata beat that idea out of his head quick enough, Jiraiya said, and Naruto scoffed. It makes sense. After all, ramen is food for the gods, Naruto said, chuckling, and Jiraiya's sweat dropped. All kidding aside, Tsunade said. I don't know Tsunadeheim. I honestly don't know. I don't stand a chance against him even with using my Sannin mode at full power. I mean, he took me, Gaara and Hinata at the same time and he still won without even getting scratched, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade's eyes widened. That's not possible, Tsunade said in disbelief. Can you send your Anbu outside for this? Naruto asked, but Hinata stopped him. I already took care of them, Hinata said, pocketing her saman. They all focused chakra into their ears and they could hear light snoring from the ceiling. Damn that girl and her poisons, Tsunade thought to herself, sighing. Hinata never missed an opportunity to test out any new poison she had. Let's just say I got an upgrade to my eyes, Naruto cryptically said. Naruto's Sharingan started spinning until it revealed his ordinary Manjikyu. His eyes pulsed and started spinning outwards, shrinking his pupil and forming several rings around the pupil. Naruto's eyes turned to their last level, the Rinnegan, the eyes of the gods. Rinnegan, Hiruzen said just above a whisper, but loud enough for everyone to hear them. How the hell do you have those eyes? Tsunade yelled. She couldn't believe she was seeing those eyes. They were supposed to be legend, nothing more than a myth. These eyes are achieved when you mix the blood of a Senju with an Uchiha, Naruto explained, and Tsunade remained silent, processing the information. Naruto then proceeded to explain what his eyes could do and how he unlocked them. What's next? Tsunade asked. The Byakugan? Tsunade asked, shaking her head. Actually, Hiruzen started gathering the attention to him. If Naruto and Hinata have kids, the Digitsus might fuse together, Hiruzen stated, getting blushes from both teenagers. They may have been sleeping together, but starting a family was a big step that they weren't ready to take yet. Anything else? Tsunade asked, thinking the surprises would be over by now. Actually yes, Naruto said, and the space around him started spinning. From his eyes came out 6 figures. They were Senju Hashirama, Senju Mito, Senju Tobirama, Senju Kushina, Namikaze Minato, and Hyuga. Tsunade blinked when she saw everyone in front of her. What did I tell about drinking, young lady? Mito said to her daughter, who had her eyes widened. Damn, this is some good stuff, Tsunade said, picking the bottle next to her. She looked to her left to see Hiruzen on the floor drooling. I told you we're always too soft on her, Tobirama said, crossing his arms and looking at his brother. I really have to stop drinking, Tsunade said, throwing the bottle into the garbage. Tsunade, Jiraiya started. They are real and alive, Jiraiya said, and Tsunade turned to stare at her father, Senju Hashirama. How about you give a hug to your old man? Hashirama asked, opening his arms. Tsunade did what a sane and normal person would and fainted, smacking her forehead against the desk, making everyone's sweat drop. That went well, Naruto said, and the others couldn't help but to chuckle. 1 hour later, both Hiruzen and Tsunade started stirring. They opened their eyes thinking everything that had happened was nothing more than a dream. I really have to stop drinking, Tsunade muttered to herself until she looked at her office. Hinata was talking with Mito and Hana, probably some girl stuff. Minato was talking with Tobirama, go figure. The man that hated the Uchihas above everything was chatting with the son of Madara himself. Naruto was arm wrestling with Hashirama, with the exception that Hashirama was using wood and Naruto a chain. Just a plain normal day in Konoha. SMACKTHUM. Everyone turned just in time to see Tsunade's head smack against her desk again, and Hiruzen dropping to the floor. They all sweat dropped and sighed, thinking it would take another hour until they woke up again. Around 5 minutes later, both of them woke up again, but this time they stayed conscious. Explain, Tsunade said, rubbing her temples. The true power of my eyes allows me to create anything I want. Naruto started. The only limits is my imagination. Using their blood I found in the abandoned lab of Orochimaru a couple years ago, I used the Rinnegan's power to create new bodies for them. Once I had that, I brought their souls from the pure world and placed them into the bodies I've made. Basically, I can do anything I wish. I can create anything, bring back anyone. Naruto explained, and Tsunade just nodded. But Naruto started. I'm going to be responsible with this power. I can't just start bringing back people and stop everyone from dying. As much as it pains me, I have to let nature run its course, Naruto sadly said. While Naruto had the power to pretty much do anything he wanted, he knew he couldn't. Even then, he would be playing God by judging who should live and die. So brat, Tobirama started getting a tick mark from him. Are you going to explain why you brought us back? You said you would explain once we got back, Tobirama said, and Naruto sighed and gathered his thoughts. It all began 17 years ago, when the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, Naruto said, and looked towards his father and mother to explain. I'll spare you the details and hit the highlights, Minato said, taking a deep breath and gathering his thoughts. It all started when Naruto was being born. Kushina's delivery time and location was a very well-kept secret. Somehow this masked man found out and managed to slip through both the ANBU and the barrier I set up. He claimed to Uchiha Madara, but I knew very well my father's chakra signature, so it wasn't him, although his chakra somehow felt familiar. Minato explained. He calls himself Tobi, Naruto added, and Minato nodded. Tobi seems to have this kami ability like Naruto, which means that he's definitely an Uchiha, and he has the Manjikyu. Tobi took Naruto as hostage to split me from Kushina. He then removed Kurama from her and proceeded to attack Konoha. In the end, I faced off against him and drove him away, sealing Kurama inside Naruto. Minato finished his explanation. Does anyone have any idea as to this Tobi character is? Tobirama asked, but everyone shook their heads. No. But he can use the Mokuton, Naruto said, and Hashirama's eyes widened. What? Hashirama asked. No one has ever been able to do it. Besides, he's an Uchiha, right? Hashirama asked, confused. I'm an Uchiha as well as Senju, so that doesn't apply. Although when I felt his chakra and after consulting with Tsunade-bachan, we concluded that he somehow implanted cells from your previous body to gain access to your bloodline, Naruto explained, and Hashirama nursed his head. The real problem is that he belongs to an organization called Akatsuki. They are a group of S-rank shinobi that are after the Bijou. That's the reason why I brought you back, to help defend the world against this group, to give you all a second chance, but most of all to prevent Orochimaru from using the Edo Tensei and forcing you to his will, Naruto explained, and everyone nodded. I still don't know who the leader is, Jiraiya said, sighing as his soy network was drawing blanks. Do you think it might be this Tobi character? Minato asked. I don't know. While he's very strong, every other member is as well, and we don't even have a complete list of all their members, Jiraiya explained. So, where do we go from this? Tobirama asked, and everyone turned to Tsunade. Well, Tsunade started tilting back on her chair. I don't suppose any one of you wants to take the hat back? Tsunade asked, and they shook their heads. I can't exactly have you running around the village when you are supposed to be dead and buried, Tsunade said, glaring at Naruto, who shrugged her off. What do you propose? Hiruzen asked curiously, and Tsunade sighed, tilting back on her chair, rubbing the bridge of her nose, deep in thought. Like I said, I can't have you running around Konoha, and I can't place you in ANBU. Tsunade started. I'm thinking of creating a brand new group or division focused on dealing with the Akatsuki, Tsunade said in afterthought. Like ANBU? Minato asked and Tsunade nodded. A mix between ANBU and the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. It will a group comprised of Konoha's elite shinobi. Your primary objective will be fighting against the Akatsuki with a few side missions, Tsunade explained. Of course you will need to wear masks so you don't get recognized. Tsunade finished. That's good and all, but our jutsus tend to stand off. Hashirama said, thinking of his wood jutsu. Minato had his Hirishin, Tobirama could pull water from the atmosphere, Naruto used his fan which was quite known, Gaara had his sand and so on. Let them suspect. As long as they don't know your identity it's fine. Tsunade said and they nodded. Senju Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, Senju Hashirama, Senju Mito, Senju Tobirama, Namikaze Minato, Senju Kushina and Sabaka no Gaara. You will be the 8 dragons of the leaf. You answer only to me, your Hokage, understood? Tsunade asked. Hi, they all chorused. Do we have any special type of outfit like the ANBU? Naruto asked, curious. All of the ANBU always wore black pants and sleeveless black shirt with a metal chest plate over it, and a small sword strapped to their back. The purpose of the ANBU was to make everyone look like each other in order not to reveal the identity of the ANBU. The ANBU often took very dangerous missions and with masks who used to protect them from any enemies seeking out revenge against the ANBU itself or any family he might have. That's the reason why Naruto never took his mother's name so soon. While having powerful shinobi out on the open favors the village since they broadcast to have powerful shinobi, it also has the drawback that, if any enemy wants revenge, they know exactly who to target. Probably. Let me think about it and I'll tell you all later at home. Tsunade said and they nodded. Naruto, Hana said, getting his attention. Not that I'm not happy, but I'm not particularly strong. Why did you bring me back? Hana asked, confused. Besides the fact you make my princess happy. Naruto said, pulling Hinata close and getting a blush from Hinata and awe sounds from both Mito and Kushina. Even though Hinata-chan was expelled from her clan, she still wants to help the branch house and I'm going to help her with her dream. When we are finished with the Hyuga clan, both houses will be under the same roof with you as clan leader. Naruto explained, getting a cheek kiss from Hinata making him rub the back of his head. She really found good man in Naruto-kun. Hana thought to herself, smiling at the pair of love birds in the room. Hinata was clinging to Naruto's right arm. To be young and in love. Hana thought to herself, remembering Hayashi. You know I can't let you interfere in clan business, right? You're a clan head yourself. Tsunade asked in a serious voice. I know the laws very well. Naruto started waving her off. That's why they won't know what happened until it's too late. Naruto said, chuckling, and Hinata giggling at their wonderful plan. Once they made their move, the Hyuga clan will be in for a rude awakening. Poor Hayashi, Kushina thought, looking at Naruto's eyes. That glint was the same both of them had when they were planning any prank. And the fact Naruto was laughing like a maniac was already proof enough. Kushina just hopped. Naruto didn't destroy the Hyuga compound. Accidentally. That reminds me, Tsunade said, gathering their attention to them. The Uchiha compound now belongs to you, Naruto-chan, as well. Tsunade said, getting wide eyes from him. What? Why? Naruto asked, confused. You and Minato are the last Uchihas in the village. Even though you never officially belong to it, the law states that as long an Uchiha is alive, all possessions from money, jutsus, or property belong to them. Tsunade explained, and Naruto sighed. One question, Minato said, and Tsunade motioned him to continue. Where are we going to live? The village knows that Naruto lives at the Senju compound, and if they found out that my house was being used, it would raise many suspicions. Minato stated, getting a nod from Naruto. Like always, everyone turned to Tsunade, who was cursing her luck. I have an idea, Hashirama said, making everyone focus on him. Why don't we all live at the Senju compound? It has more than enough rooms for all of us. Besides, that is what I wanted when I founded the village with Madara. For both the Senju and the Uchiha clans to coexist peacefully and live happily, Hashirama said, placing his arms over Minato and Tobirama's shoulders. I can go with that, Naruto said, happy that his family just got bigger. Now that everything is over, how about we go for lunch? Tsunade asked, getting up from her chair. Ramen, Hashirama, Kushina and Naruto said, crossing their arms in front of their chest. Minato just chuckled at their antics. It seemed that it skipped a generation with Tsunade. Typical Senju attitude, Minato said, chuckling, and got widened eyes from both Tsunade and Hiruzen. I never heard you talk like that, Hiruzen said, looking at the fourth Hokage. I never told anyone of my father, so I kept it to myself, all the quirks, Minato said, rubbing the back of his head. But since Naruto exposed his heritage, I don't have to hold it anymore. Besides, it's true. From the stories my father always told me about Konoha and the Senju is that the Senju were brash, loud, and addicted to ramen, especially, and I quote, Hashirama Baka. No offense, Minato said, chuckling towards Hashirama, whose eye was twitching. You could have told me at least. Hiruzen muttered under his breath, but Minato heard him anyhow. He's right, Minato. I was your Jounin sensei. I took you as my apprentice, Jiraiya said, and Minato sighed, knowing it was true. It was a request from my father. He told me to keep my eyes a secret. I activated them when I was 5 years old, trying to save my mother. When I got back to the leaf, I started hiding them under a small genjutsu. I did it for so many years it became instinctive to me, Minato explained. The only person who ever knew was Kushina-chan, and that was because my genjutsu slipped when my manjikyu activated back when Kushina-chan was kidnapped, Minato said, sighing, making Jiraiya's jaw drop. You have a manjikyu? Jiraiya asked, and Minato nodded, channeling more chakra into his eyes until they started spinning and the komas moving erratically. They stopped spinning and his eyes were still blood red, with 4 arrows pointing to the middle of the eyes, overlapping a small circle around the pupil. A/N. Check profile for Minato's picture. What can you do with those eyes? Hiruzen asked, curious. The standard ones, Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and the first stage of Susanoo. I never really invested much time into my manjikyu. I couldn't really use my Hiraishin while had my Susanoo active, and I wasn't gifted with Naruto's Kamui ability. Minato pouted while Naruto chuckled. If I had told you that my father was Uchiha Madara, would you have given me that hat? Minato seriously asked to Hiruzen. I'm not one to judge, but most likely not, Hiruzen answered truthfully, and Minato nodded knowingly. The same can be said for you, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said, and Jiraiya sadly nodded. While they tend not to judge someone by another person's actions, there would always be something lying around, whether it be caution or simply some distrust. It's in the past, let's forget it, Tsunade said, and everyone nodded. I know very well what my father, uncle, mother, daughter, and Minato can do. However, I still want to see you 3 in action, Tsunade said, pointing towards Gaara, Hinata, and Naruto, who raised their eyebrows. The 3 of us together could take on the whole village and win. 2 shinobi who are Jinchuriki plus an extremely skilled and powerful medic, Naruto said, and Tsunade got an evil glint in her eyes, making Naruto gulp. That's why I'll be taking away your most relied and powerful skills to see what you can do when your aces are gone, Tsunade said, rubbing her hands together. Gaara will fight without his sand, Hinata without her Byakugan, and you won't be using your Hiraishin and Sharingan or above, Tsunade said, smirking evilly. You're on, Naruto said confidently. Who are we fighting against? Naruto asked. Tsunade-chan, do you think it's wise teaming up 3 S-rank shinobi? Hiruzen asked. A S-rank shinobi was dangerous on his own, but adding 2 more and using teamwork would be devastating against anyone who had to fight them. Yes, we took most of their power, and I just want to see them in action, Tsunade said when she heard a knock on the door. Come in, Tsunade said, not remembering she had her family on her office, and Kakashi walked in. Nice to see you again, Kakashi, Minato said, turning to his student. Kakashi rose his head from his book to look at the person that greeted him. Thumb Kakashi toppled to the ground like a sack of potatoes. I should have known, Minato said, shaking his head. A few minutes later Kakashi woke up and Tsunade explained everything that happened, and Kakashi swore secrecy. So who are we fighting against? Naruto asked, and Tsunade smirked. Training Ground 7. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Hiruzen, and the 8 dragons were all at the training grounds ready for the battle that was about to ensue. Of the 8 dragons, all but Naruto and Hinata weren't wearing a mask. So who are we fighting against? Naruto asked, as the only known for sure was Hatake Kakashi, who was by now an S-rank shinobi. He never was one because of his low chakra pool due to his Sharingan being constantly active. But now that he can activate his Sharingan at will, he finally managed to take the spot. Tsunade pointed at the horizon, and Naruto noticed several persons approaching. They were Mitarashi Enko, Yuzuki Yugao, Kato Shizen, Momochi Zabuza, Yuki Haku, Yuhi Kurenai, Saratobi Asuma, Ebisu, and Mado Gai. What rank is Haku-chan? Naruto asked. Elite Jounin, Tsunade replied, smirking. So we are facing 1 S-rank shinobi and 9 elite Jounins, Naruto said, running the math in his head and thinking about several scenarios. Scared? Tsunade mockingly asked. Not really, Naruto replied and waited for them to gather up. Long time no see. Kurenai-sensei, Haku-chan, Zabuza-sensei, Naruto said, greeting his fellow senseis and friends. Oh yes. I get to taste your delicious blood, Enko said, jumping in the air while everyone's sweat dropped. I heard you got stronger, brat, Zabuza said, getting a nod from Naruto. Who are they? Zabuza asked, pointing towards the masked man that will be watching the battle. Don't you think it defeats the purpose of them having a mask if I tell who they are? Naruto rhetorically asked, but Zabuza shrugged his shoulders and left it at that. Like I've informed all of you. You are here to test Naruto, Hinata and Gaara. Each one of you has special skills towards one area of the shinobi field. Tsunade explained and every nodded. Do it, Tsunade said to the 8 dragons. Minato, Hashirama, Tobirama and Hiruzen all jumped away from the fighters, leaving a large area. Shisekyojin, formation of the 4 red suns. All 4 shinobi said, and large red barrier erupted from the field, trapping every contestant inside. Why a barrier? Ebisu asked, curious. So you don't destroy anything outside of the training field, Tsunade explained. But we don't have jutsus powerful enough for that, Yugao stated, confused. I was talking to Naruto, Tsunade said. Yugo paled when she looked at Naruto, who was grinning like a madman. The rules stand as I explained. No Sand for Gaara, no Byakugan for Hinata, and no Hirishin, Sharingan and above for Naruto. Hajime, Tsunade said from outside the barrier, as she watched everyone blur towards each other. So, Hiruzen started. Who do you think will win? Hiruzen asked. 9 elite jounins and 1 S-rank against 3 S-rank shinobi. Judging by the ranks, they seems evened out, Tsunade said, looking towards the battle. Inside the barrier, each group was facing each other. Everyone was stopped in the same place, eyeing the opposition. Naruto's stance was relaxed, emotionless. His breathing was calm and even. His only movement was his hair being carried away by a small gust of wind, deep blue eyes staring at his opponents. Such aura, Yugao thought to herself, mentally gulping. He's not even releasing chakra and I'm shaking. Get yourself under control. You're an elite jounin, for crying out loud, Ebisu thought to himself. Naruto wasn't releasing chakra or killer intent. He was just there looking at them, and yet he seemed like an unmovable object. It was like he knew he was going to win, but it wasn't arrogance. It was confidence. I'm already sweating and he didn't even move, Asuma thought to himself. There were 10 shinobi of elite jounin level and above, and a single brat of 17 was making them freeze in the spot. Delicious, Anko was thinking to herself. His blood should still top quality Kakuku. Suddenly Naruto's right hand slowly moved and everyone tensed, getting ready for an attack. Naruto made a single hand seal and was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. In his place was now a naked girl with 2 blonde pigtails. She had an hourglass figure with DD cup breasts. She had smoke around her covering all the important parts, but not enough so that man couldn't extrapolate the rest. Ebi-kun, Naruto cooed in a sexy voice, posing towards the elite jounin. Give me some sugar, Naruto said, opening his arms towards him. Ebisu's reaction was instantaneous. He plummeted into the ground with blood pouring from his nose. Looks like I get first blood, Naruto said, laughing at the other's reactions, as he dispelled his hinge. He picked up Ebisu and flashed towards Tsunade and dropped him next to her, still unconscious from blood loss. The brat is a genius. He took out an elite jounin with a transformation, Anko to herself, grinning. Want help? Kurama asked as he woke up from his slumber. Where's the fun in that? Naruto rhetorically asked. Naruto's hands blurred towards the horse seal and everyone tensed for real this time. He took a deep breath and said, Katan Goka Mekyaku, Great Fire Annihilation. Naruto needed the chakra inside his lungs, converting it into fire and shaping it. Naruto unleashed a gigantic wall of flames covering most of the field where they were fighting. Holy! All of the jounin thought before half of them blurred through hand seals. Outside of the barrier. That's Madara's jutsu, Hiruzen said, gobsmacked. Well, he is my father, Minato stated. But, who taught it to him? Hiruzen asked. This jutsu was Madara's trademark jutsu. As his fan, it couldn't be copied as Madara refined it to only needing a single hand seal for him to perform. I taught it to him. I saw Madara Baka doing it plenty of times, so I told Naruto what I knew of it, and he figured out the rest. Hashirama explained. You taught it to him? Hiruzen slowly asked. That's not the only thing I taught him, Hashirama said, smirking, while Hiruzen paled, thinking what his teacher could have taught him. Naruto had plenty of powerful jutsus behind his belt, and with Hashirama backing him up, he could only hope no one died. Then again, if anyone died, Naruto could bring them back, so nothing to worry about. Inside the barrier, Suetun Sujin Hiki, water wall. Kakashi, Zabuza and Haku said before unleashing a torrent of water to combat the wall of flames that was scorching the ground and coming towards them. The water clashed with fire, but it wasn't enough to put out the flames, so they just surrounded themselves with water to prevent any damage. The rest of the grounds were scorched, making them lifeless. 3 jutsus of a stronger nature against a single jutsu of a weaker one, and yet we were overpowered. Kakashi thought to himself as the steam was spreading around the field. Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough. Asuma said, taking a deep breath and exhaling a gust of wind that blew the steam away and provided much-needed vision. The Jounin looked towards their opponents to find everyone missing. Tsutenkyaku, heavenly foot of pain. Hinata said as she was coming down from the sky with her right leg raised. Everyone Jounin scattered away as Hinata smashed her heel on the ground, making it explode, forming a gigantic crater. I wonder what we did to Tsunade-sama to award such fate. Kurenai thought while crying anime tears. Dokujiri, poison mist. Shizen said, pumping her lungs full with chakra and launching a mist of purple poison towards Naruto, Hinata and Gaara. Futon, Mugen Sajin de Tapa, sandstorm devastation. Gaara said before taking a deep breath and releasing a strong gust of wind that blew the mist away, making it easily disperse and thus making it harmless. Konoha Gariki Senpu, severe leaf hurricane. Guy shouted as he appeared next to Naruto, spinning. Naruto brought his right hand up and caught Guy's shin, stopping his momentum. He stopped it. With a single hand? Guy thought to himself with his eyes widened. Naruto had stopped Guy's leg and slammed his own left leg on the ground. A small earth wall rose from the ground, defending him from a couple of saban that Shizen had thrown. Sanaijishu, hidden snake hands, Enko said, sending multiple snakes that wrapped themselves around Naruto and brought him close to her. Now for your blood, Enko said, and Naruto grinned before started glowing. Naruto exploded, sending Enko tumbling into the ground and tearing up most of her coat. Naruto's hand popped out of the ground just behind Asuma, who jumped back in time to avoid them. Asuma threw his daggers powered with wind chakra, but Naruto simply swinged his fan, making them fall into the ground. Katon, Gakaku no Jutsu, great fireball technique, Kakashi said and sent a fireball towards Naruto, who waited for it. The moment it came close to him, Naruto swinged his fan and dispersed the fireball into nothingness. Ram dog rat snake dragon. Hijitsu, Mugen no aim, secret technique, endless rain 1. Hinata whispered, crouching on the floor. Clouds started gathering in the sky, covering what was once a beautiful and sunny day. A couple of seconds later, a few drops of water fell from the sky until it began to increase, turning it into heavy rain. Rain? Kakashi asked, surprised, until he saw Hinata raising from the ground. This rain is laced with chakra. Kakashi thought to himself as to why the rain had chakra. It was generated from the clouds and not from chakra, so it shouldn't have any trace of chakra in it. It's eating away my chakra, Kakashi thought, shocked. Any drop of this rain that hit him would absorb a small bit of his chakra, which multiplied by thousands of water drops that were falling wouldn't be good. Water started gathering and spiraling around Hinata, forming a water tornado of sorts. Suetun Swishuha, exploding water wave, Hinata said, and the water exploded from her position, going towards the Jounin. As she pulled water from the air, Haku gasped to herself. Outside of the barrier. She pulled water from the air. Tsunade blurted out. I thought only Tobirama Ajisen could do it. Did you teach her or something? Tsunade asked to her uncle. Not quite. It can't be taught, as only I can do it. I have high water affinity, that is why I can pull water from even the driest atmosphere. While Hinata has good water affinity, it still isn't to my level, so she found a way around it. She uses a jutsu to create clouds, thus making it rain. As it rains, the air becomes saturated with water, thus allowing Hinata to pull water from it. Tobirama explained. Amazing. She truly found a way to eliminate the weakness of water users without chakra expenditure, Hiruzen said, and Tobirama nodded. Indeed. If there wasn't water, the water users would need to make water from their chakra, which would spend a lot of it. Thanks to this jutsu, Hinata is able to draw water from the ambient in a way similar to mine without wasting so much chakra, Tobirama explained, and Hiruzen nodded. Although that is not everything that it does. Tobirama started getting raised eyebrows from the rest. While the rain is naturally generated, Hinata can coat it with her chakra, creating two additional effects. The first one is a sensing effect. Anything that the rain touches, Hinata knows of it. In fact, this jutsu is similar to the Byakugan. While it doesn't allow to see chakra, it allows to sense any person's position as long they are in contact with the rain. Tobirama explained, and Tsunade had her eyes widened. She really hit the jackpot with that girl. The second one is far more deadlier. This rain eats any chakra that it comes in contact with that isn't the same signature as the creator of the jutsu or Hinata's allies. As long as the rain is failing, Hinata has water to use, knows the location of every single shinobi in the rain's range, and slowly eats away the chakra of the enemy. Hinata can also absorb the chakra the rain stole by touching the water on the ground. Tobirama explained, and Hiruzen whistled. This jutsu employed at a large scale, like war, could change the battlefield. Any drawbacks? Tsunade asked. This jutsu seemed too good to be true. None whatsoever, Tobirama chuckled. The only problem is it requires a very high degree of chakra control. So high that not even I can do it, Tobirama said, shaking his head. Hiruzen and Tsunade could only nod and turn their attention to the battlefield. Inside the barrier, the water shocked washed away through the battlefield, ripping out rocks from the grounds and destroying trees. Since there was a barrier around the training field, the water didn't disperse and left a small layer on the ground. Guys! Kakashi yelled, regrouping. This rain is slowly eating away our chakra. Kakashi explained, and everyone nodded, thinking exactly what they could do. What do we do? Kurenai asked, worried as she didn't have particularly high chakra levels. I'm thinking about it, Kakashi said when he felt a chakra spike. Heads up! Kakashi yelled. Suetun Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Dragon. Naruto and Hinata both shouted at the same time, creating two water dragons. What? Naruto never could perform such high-level water jutsus, the Rinnegan of course. Kakashi thought to himself, going through hand seals and slamming his hands on the ground. Doton Doria Hiki, earth wall. Kakashi said, and an earth wall rose from the ground to block the water attacks. Mikazuki no Mai, crescent moon dance. Yugao said as she multiplied after images due to her speed. Due to the rain, Hinata could tell exactly which one was the real and blocked her sword with her daggers. Hinata parried the sword with her daggers, making Yugao lose her balance. Hinata took advantage of her error and punched her, sending her flying back into the arms of Anko, who caught her before she could hit the ground. Yugao coughed and began breathing harshly. While Hinata didn't punch her at full power not to kill her, she wasn't going to let Yugao get away with a simple love tap. Megan Jibaku Satsu, tree binding death. Kurenai whispered as she prepared her genjutsu. She focused her chakra and tried to catch Hinata in a genjutsu as she was clashing blows with Yugao. A few moments later, nothing happened. My genjutsu isn't working, Kurenai said, shocked. It's the rain, Kakashi said, shocked with what he was seeing with his Sharingan. You need to release chakra into the air so it can affect Hinata's network. The rain eats away any chakra in the air, rendering all non-Sharingan genjutsu worthless, Kakashi explained, and Kurenai cursed her luck. Now she was pretty much useless. We need to get rid of the rain then, Kurenai said, and Kakashi's sweat dropped. Easier said than done. How the hell could he even stop rain in the first place? I'll give it a shot, Asuma said, stepping forward and pumping his lungs with chakra. Katan Heizukisho no Jutsu, ash pile burning, Asuma said, breathing out a cloud of ash. The cloud spread through the whole field, and Asuma made a spark with his teeth, igniting the cloud into flames. Naruto swinged his fan to avoid getting hit with the flames, protecting Hinata and Gaara. All done, Asuma proudly said, dusting off his hands. The rain seemed to be gone until it started to fall again. His attack only momentarily stopped the rain. This sucks, Asuma said, lowering his head in defeat. Right, Unjibashi, electromagnetic murder, Naruto said as his hands sparkled with electricity. Naruto released a wave of electricity that spread through the whole field, using the water from the rain as a medium. A few Jounin were hit as they couldn't dodge. Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough, Asuma shouted, releasing a gust of wind to temporarily push the rain away and disperse the lightning attack. This might work, Haku said, going through hand seals. Ice release freezing tundra, Haku said, and started lowering the temperature outside considerably. Moments later, all the water started freezing and the rain turned into snow, finally disabling it. Great job, Haku, Kakashi said, commending Haku on a job well done. Haku, by lowering the temperature, managed to stop the rain. Damn, That's cold, Kakashi said, shivering. Now he didn't know which was best, rain or some freezing nightmare. Yugao behind you! Kurina yelled as Hinata appeared behind Yugao and striking her in the back. Yugao fell forward with a thump sound. Naruto flashed outside, delivering Yugao to Tsunade to heal. Makio Hyosho, demonic ice mirrors! Haku whispered as the whole ground turned into reflective ice. The ice covered the whole training field. Ice release, ice step, Haku said and disappeared into the ground. Haku popped out behind Naruto and threw a couple of senbons. Naruto brought his fan to his right side and blocked it. As he blocked them, Naruto jumped back to avoid another hail of needles sent from another location. Haku-chan improved her jutsu. She's able to move through her mirrors on the ground, appearing anywhere in the battlefield. With the right level of control, this jutsu can become as deadly as my Hiraishin. Naruto thought to himself. Apparently Haku also grew into a powerful shinobi in her own way. However, Naruto thought, taking a deep breath and focusing on his senses. Haku popped out on another place, but Naruto was already expecting hit and flexed his right arm forward, sending a chain towards Haku. The chain wrapped itself around her legs and circled her arms, pinning her to the place. Your jutsu isn't instantaneous, so I can feel where you pop out, Naruto said in thought. Every jutsu has a weakness. You just need to find it. And apparently my chains also have a weakness, Naruto thought, shocked as he watched Haku release ice chakra into the chains. The chains started to crack as the ice was making them brittle. Luckily for Naruto, Hinata realized it in time and appeared next to Haku, giving her a Juken strike and knocking Haku out. Here comes the rain again, Kakashi muttered beneath his breath. With Haku out, the temperature started rising again and the snow turned into water once again. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique, Anko said, slamming her hand on the ground. A giant brown snake poofed into existence with Anko standing on top of his head. Konoha Kaigansho, Leaf Rock Crush, Guy said, and he appeared behind Naruto, with Zabuza in tow getting ready to behead to Naruto. Naruto's head detached from his shoulders at the same time Guy smashed his elbow into Naruto's back. Naruto exploded, releasing a lightning chakra into both shinobi, who jumped away slightly twitching. Naruto sent his chains towards the snake, making them wrap themselves around the snake. Futon Shinkuhal, Air Blade, Gaara said, pumping his lungs with chakra. He released multiple wind's blades that sliced the snake, making it dispel in smoke. I'm done, Anko said, falling to the ground face first with chakra exhaustion. Summoning the snake was her last move. With the rain draining everyone's chakra away, she was the first to succumb to it. This isn't going well, Kurinai said, taking deep breaths. Anything they threw at them, they could easily block it or deflect it, and they weren't even using their best weapons. And the rain also had done a number on her. Her chakra levels were getting low as well. Asuma, Kakashi said, and Asuma nodded, going through hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Asuma said, throwing a couple shurikens of multiplied into hundreds. Naruto, Hinata and Gaara stayed put and watched as most of the shuriken dispelled mid-air as the rain had eaten the chakra that powered the shadow shurikens. Raikiri, Kakashi yelled, popping out of the ground behind Naruto with his hand sparkling with lightning. Naruto didn't even move as Kakashi tried to thrust his hand into Naruto. Keyword being tried as the Raikiri dispelled from the rain, and was nothing but a small punch to Naruto. Naruto used Kakashi's shock to take advantage. Naruto caught Kakashi's wrist and flinged him over his shoulder, kicking him away. This rain jutsu really is something else, Zabuza said. Zabuza was said to a master of water ninjutsu, but even him had to accept the magnificence and simplicity of this jutsu. My turn, Naruto said before bending slight down and disappearing. Fast, Zabuza whispered as he brought his arm up to block a kick from Naruto, who appeared next to him. Naruto placed his hands on the ground for leverage and kicked with his other leg, making Zabuza burst into water. Naruto jumped back to dodge a punch from Guy as Zabuza rematerialized next to him. Futon, Fujin no Jutsu, Dust Storm, Gaara said, and released a cloud of dust covering everyone's vision of Naruto and Hinata. Hinata used the rain to track the movements and appeared next to Zabuza. Hinata cocked her fist and Zabuza brought the flat side of his sword to block. While the sword blocked most of the force, Zabuza was still thrown backwards and crashed into the ground unconscious. Outside the barrier. They are dropping like flies, Tsunade said, chuckling. I told you about putting 3 S-rank shinobi against elite jounins. Hiruzen replied, shaking his head at his successor's antics. It was to make sure they could hold their own without their best techniques. Tsunade said. Inside the barrier. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Hinata said, and a heavy mist started appearing covering all the battlefield. Hinata crouched and took out a few senbons as she felt the enemy's location. Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough. Asuma said, blowing the mist away. Asuma kneeled as he felt his chakra getting low. Hinata appeared behind everyone as she used the water in the ground to move. She threw her poisoned senbons at Shizen and Kurenai, trying to take the medic and support fighters. Kakashi caught the movement with his Sharingan and flashed through hand seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone. Kakashi said, sending multiple shurikens to intercept the senbons as he moved into another position but was body blocked by Gaara. Futon Fan Win, Naruto said, swinging his fan and blowing the shurikens away. Hinata's Saban hit both Kurenai and Shizen, who weren't expecting them. P-poison. Damn it. Gigi got high tea. Shizen thought as she closed her eyes and fell forward. Kurenai dispelled into pink flowers. Kurenai had managed to perform an escape genjutsu at the last moment possible, though her illusion was quickly dispelled from the rain, showing where Kurenai was. Naruto blurred towards his sensei and knocked her out with a chop to the back of the head. Gaara disengaged from Kakashi and jumped back to regroup with Hinata and Naruto. There was only 3 members left on each side. This isn't looking good, Asuma said, taking deep breaths. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto said, and a single clone popped into existence and crouched on the floor in lotus position, meditating. What's he doing? Kakashi wondered, and though as he also was breathing a bit heavily, there was nothing they'd do to counter this rain as it was eating their chakra away. Dokujiri, Hinata said as she pumped her lungs with chakra and released a purple-looking mist towards the 3 remaining jounin. Futon Dai, Asuma said, but coughed and fell to the ground without chakra and taking deep breaths. Kakashi appeared next to him and shined away to safety. Guy, Kakashi yelled, and Guy nodded, punching his fists together. Kaimon, Kumon, Simon, Shaman, Taman, Kiman, Kaiman Ki. Guy shouted, opening the first 7 gates. Asa Kujaku, Morning Peacock. Guy shouted, sending countless punches towards the incoming poison mist. The punches were so fast that the friction with the air caused fireballs. The fireballs collided with the mist and erased the poison completely. Asuma is out, Kakashi said, giving Asuma so that Naruto could take him out of the barrier. Looks like we are the last ones, Kakashi said, looking at Guy, who had a blue aura around him. Let's take this up a notch, Naruto said as his shadow clone dispelled. Naruto closed his eyes, gaining several red markings in his face. Naruto gained red pigment markings around and under his eyes, as well 2 concentric red circles in the middle of his forehead. His blue eyes were gone and replaced with deep blood red ones, reminiscing of the Sharingan. Outside of the barrier. You taught him Senjutsu? Hiruzen asked, paling at the thought. By using Senjutsu, Naruto's jutsu were on a completely whole new level. I did, but it started from an accident. Naruto used his Rinnegan and tried to absorb my chakra while I was using Senjutsu and nearly killed him. After that I taught him how to gather and control natural energy, and he's a complete master of it like me. Hashirama proudly said that his descendant was skilled like he was. Oh boy, Hiruzen muttered under his breath. Inside the barrier. Say Senjutsu? Kakashi stuttered as he saw Naruto's aura with his Sharingan skyrocket. Naruto blurred away from his position and engaged Guy, with his gates open, his a fierce taijutsu brawl. Guy's open gates seemed to be holding off Naruto using Senjutsu rather well. They both were exchanging powerful punches and kicks that released shockwaves each time. Naruto threw a punch and Guy tilted his head back to allow it to pass with getting it. Big mistake as Guy is flung backwards by Naruto's Senjutsu attack. Dynamic entry, Guy shouted as he regained his bearings from Naruto's Senjutsu enhanced punch. Guy jumped high into the air and flexed his right leg forward, plummeting towards Naruto, who braced himself. Naruto sidestepped Guy and caught his leg, swinging him and throwing him backwards again. Guy backflipped and landed safely, breathing heavily. Your flames of youth shine brightly, young Naruto, Guy shouted, panting and getting ready for his final attack. Hiradora, daytime tiger, Guy shouted, punching forward as fast as he could, distorting the air pressure around his fist. However, Naruto was already there to match Guy's punch with his own. Naruto poured the rest of his Senjutsu chakra into one last punch, clashing it with Guy's. A massive shockwave erupted from their clash that even the ground shook like an earthquake. Hinata, Gaara and Kakashi, who were fighting, had to stop and secure themselves to prevent getting blown away as well. The shockwave ceased and Hinata focused her eyes to find Naruto standing near the downed form of Guy. That was some attack, Guy, Naruto said, wiping sweat from his forehead. Naruto turned around to the last man standing, Hatake Kakashi. Last man standing, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said as he regrouped with his team. Hinata crouched on the ground and absorbed the chakra she had stolen to refill her reserves. I'm done, Kakashi said, crouching on the floor almost depleted from chakra. How about a final clash? Kakashi said, gesturing to his hand. Naruto nodded and told Hinata to disable her water jutsu, making the clouds disappear and the sun to shine through. Both Naruto and Kakashi blurred towards each other. Raikiri. Futon Rasengan. Both of them shouted as their attacks clashed, and in a bright flash was all over. Naruto was still standing while Kakashi was taking a nap on the ground with his right arm smoking. The barrier was dropped, and Tsunade picked up Kakashi, dropping him with the other unconscious jounins by the tree. So you completed the Rasengan as well? Tsunade said, and Naruto nodded. Yes, though that is the low-powered version, otherwise I would kill Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded slowly. Low-powered, sure, Tsunade thought to herself, looking at the crater on their clash. So do we pass? Naruto asked, grinning, and Tsunade shook her head in disbelief. Yes, you are great, Tsunade replied. Let's go home. Later that day, Senju compound. Ramen really is food for the gods, Naruto said, rubbing his belly while Hashirama and Kushina couldn't disagree. The rest of the clan just shook their heads at the amount of bowls they managed to eat. By the way, Tsunade started, I found what the dragons will be wearing when on missions, Tsunade said, and everyone raised an eyebrow. Tsunade got up and went away. 5 minutes later, Tsunade returned with a few boxes. She opened the boxes and pulled out what seemed to be some old dusty armor. This armor was constructed from numerous metal plates, formed into multiple protective guards along his body, in particular, chest, shoulders, thighs, and forearms. Each collar of his shoulder guards bore the Senju symbol emblazoned on them. The old Senju clan armor, Tobirama said, picking up his long-lost blue armor. I thought about using this as your outfit. Of course the Senju clan symbol will be removed and a dragon will be etched in the frontal plate, Tsunade explained, and everyone nodded. What color do you want your masks and armor? Tsunade asked. Dark green, Hashirama replied. Light blue, Tobirama said. Black, Mito said. Yellow, Minato said, grinning. Blood red, Kushina said. Purple, Hinata said. Brown, Gaara said. Orange? Tsunade asked towards Naruto, who shook his head, surprising everyone. Silver, Naruto replied. A/N, check profile to see what Naruto looks like with it. The 8 dragons of the leaf are now official, Tsunade said.